All right, here we are. Can you even believe I might actually break YouTube by dressing up this much? I mean, let's see, it's going to tell me to have ads again. We know that. Gifting to you. You know, I want to be inclusive. I want to have the opportunity for you to...
Hello and welcome to the Secret Teachings radio show. It is Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. The vast majority of this audience is, of course, listening in the free archive at tstradio.info and anywhere else you find radio shows or podcasts on the internet, Apple, Spotify, Spreaker, etc. I know that we have and will have a tremendous amount of new listeners tonight. And I want to make it very clear what tonight's show is actually about. You'll notice if you're a longtime listener or a short-term listener that there's no introduction tonight. You'll also notice that I'm dressed maybe a little bit strange myself. For some of you, you were unable to hear the audio of David's video there. I'm not sure what the reason for that is. I guess it's in the spirit of a David Wilcock live stream for something technical to go wrong. Tonight, I've chosen in honor of David, and I mean this very sincerely. I don't have a sizzle jacket, but I've chosen a winter indoor sweater here that is called a hanten in Japan. It's about the closest thing I have to a sizzle jacket. I chose to wear that tonight because we are, in essence, honoring David Wilcock tonight. And again, I want to make very clear what this show is about, who I am, and for some of you, this is going to be a repeat introduction, but it needs to be said because we will have a lot of eyes and a lot of ears on tonight's show. So why are we doing this show? Why am I doing this show? I'm doing it because I have a background with David Wilcock. I'm doing it because over the years, going back over a decade, I've had interactions with David. Interactions that, to me, were minor and shouldn't have been really a big deal. Interactions that were basically me making an observation and David Wilcock responding to that observation, which was peculiar because I didn't think he knew who I was, and I would notice that I would say something on my show, and then suddenly David would write an article about how what I said wasn't true. So I started following him closer. And over the years, I got to know David by watching his live YouTube streams. And so that brings me to point number 2. How do I know so much about David? Well, it's because I watched his YouTube streams. People have asked me over the last 48 to 72 hours, Ryan, how do you know so much about his bathroom habits? Sounds like a weird thing to talk about. It is. It's a little bit embarrassing that I know so much about David Wilcock's bathroom habits. But I know so much about his bathroom habits. I know where he pees, and I know that he's constipated because he would make slides about it and put them on the internet for people to see how constipated he was. That's how I know so much about David Wilcock. That's how I can say things that seem like there's no way anybody could know that. Well, we probably wouldn't know a lot of stuff if he wouldn't put it on the internet. So that's why I'm doing the show, and that's how I know so much about David Wilcock. And I also want to make very clear that this show tonight, obviously for subscribers, you don't have to worry about this, who are subscribers to the secret teachings at tstradio.info. But for those of you watching this on the internet for free, that this is free. This video stream tonight is 100% free. There is zero monetization of this on the internet. It is completely free. And I want to stress that in the same way that Stephen Cambion stressed that his stream was also free and that he wasn't taking direct donations for doing his 1 hour announcement that David Wilcock had passed away by his own hand. And I'm doing that because this is not about money, and this is not about, nor was it ever about money. It was quite frankly about commenting on an individual who I had interactions with, but also laughing at somebody who was both funny, genuinely, when he wanted to be, and somebody who was also mentally ill and someone who needed to be shown that they were wrong. Now, for me, I never really focused as much on David Wilcock himself as his audience. In fact, most of the time I did David Wilcock shows, these shows were about how his audience needs to recognize that what he's saying is insane, that it's provably wrong, and that it's also contradictory to other things that he said, that he's been wrong about ascension. He's been wrong about things like getting light bodies, and he's been wrong about hover cars, mass arrests. He's been wrong about all the Q stuff, all of it. None of it was real. None of it came true. It was all fake. It was all a fairy tale. It was all part of his imagination. And trying to show his audience, who might have found him for the first time perhaps and didn't know those things, they were hearing about the ascension is coming very soon narrative for the first time. I was trying to get his audience, as I said over and over and over again, to recognize this and to stop giving this guy money and fueling his delusions. And in the end, it turns out the impression that I've gotten from watching his audience eat themselves in his live chats, watch them attack him when he decided to not be irrational for 30 seconds, and watching them attack each other after his passing, I've come to the conclusion that his audience is largely responsible for his demise. Yes, Corey Goode is a significant factor. Yes, Savati Aerospace is a significant factor. They are the main factors. However, his audience pushed him over the edge. His audience put him into a corner where David Wilcock, in the final weeks of his life on his YouTube live streams, would say things like, "My conscious mind got in the way of the predictions and prophecies. I wasn't really talking to an archangel." Admitting that, acknowledging that, and his audience wouldn't let it go. There are people in tonight's live chat on our radio show. This is not a YouTube show, by the way, even though we're on YouTube. This is, and always has been for 16 years, a radio show and a podcast. Started out on live radio 16 years ago. We have people in our live chat tonight who still will not let this go, who still believe that David Wilcock was some kind of prophet, despite the fact that he admitted in the final weeks of his life that he was not a prophet. He was not talking to archangels or ancient gods. He was wrong about ascension. And you could tell that it had weighed on him immensely. You could tell that it was eating away at him. You could tell that he was, on top of all the other issues, he was incredibly depressed because of that alone, compounded by the other things, by the financial troubles. Obviously, these things pushed him over the edge. I don't know the psychology, although I've read a lot about it, but I don't fully understand the psychology behind the kinds of people that listened and watched and listen and watch continuously, people like David Wilcock. I don't understand, except the only thing I can really come to the conclusion of is that the people that supported David, the people that even might be in our chat tonight trying to cause issues, are more unhinged than he is. my impression of David after watching him for 13, well, more than 13 years, but covering him for 13 years, is that David was very childlike. He was very naive. He grew up in an environment where he maybe didn't have to necessarily worry about some of the things that the rest of us worry about. David Wilcock was, I don't know if this came from childhood or later, but David Wilcock was immensely wealthy. He used to have a house. I don't know when he sold it or if it was a family home that he utilized in Malibu, California. He had multiple homes across the United States, a multi-million-dollar log cabin in Colorado, which is where the incident took place, where he took his life. This man was incredibly wealthy. And that's just from family stuff. Then you factor in the money he made from Ancient Aliens, which even on Ancient Aliens, if you watch that show, as crazy as some people think it is, there are some interesting things that are brought up on the show. Of course, context is not necessarily provided, but some interesting things that are maybe brought up. It's a fun show to watch. I like it. I know a lot of people that are on Ancient Aliens, but anytime David would come on, he would just take it to the next level. I remember watching this one, Ancient Aliens. It's funny, and I don't mean it in a way that's, in this case, mockery. It's kind of funny that you'd watch Ancient Aliens, and for as speculative as that show is, David would pop on there and say, oh, sure, Operation High Jump was real. They were down there with spaceships cutting ships in half with laser beams. And like that never was part of the Operation High Jump narrative. It was a fabricated, exaggerated tale that David spun on Ancient Aliens. And that's where he made a lot of his money. And so I came to the impression that the people that are supporting him are clearly more mentally ill than him. And I've come to the conclusion that not only are they mentally ill, this is like a niche hive of the internet of people that genuinely need some kind of psychological or psychiatric assistance. And I'm not even a fan of those types of things. They need some kind of help. They push David, who was already on the brink, over the edge. That's the only impression I can come to. So that's what we're doing tonight. That's what this show is. It's kind of like a eulogy. It's kind of like a final piece. And I'm sure that people who might have an issue with me, who didn't know who I was until David passed away and found me through my comments on the subject, who are you to make a comment about somebody's death? Well, I've been talking about him for 13 years, and perhaps if people like myself, people like the guys at Hidden in Plain Sight, Perry and Brandon, perhaps if people like Stephen Cambion and many others like John Christian Spadavaccia, maybe if people were to listen to us, all of us, by the way, at least myself and Hidden in Plain Sight and Mr. Cambion, all offered for David to come onto our shows, all offered to have a conversation with him. I've listened to, and I've been on Mr. Cambion's show numerous times in the past. I've listened to Perry and Brandon repeatedly in the last couple of months, just repetitiously listening, going back and listening to all their shows. And they both offered not only for David to come on their show, but Brandon genuinely offered to assist David Wilcock with getting his life back on track with production and making sure that he had, knowledge of how to do it correctly and promote himself and get, his new image out there. Genuine, from what I know about Brandon, very genuine offers. Same from Perry, same from Stephen. Stephen has always been open to letting people come on his show who disagree and having a conversation with them. We all offered for David to come on. I've offered for David to come on, honestly, I think longer than those gentlemen have. And of course, that never happened. David wouldn't even speak to somebody like me. He won't even speak to his own listeners who give him money if they dare to question he's banned people from his chat online because they said, hey, your haircut, when he asked, how's my haircut? They said, well, it could look a little better. And they weren't being mean or sarcastic. They just said maybe the hairstylist could have done a better job. I think they kind of botched it. You get banned. That's what he considered to be a death threat. That's what he considered to be harassment. That's what he considered to be cyber stalking. And for all that David Wilcock considered to be all those things, that could not hold a candle to Corey Goode, who is very responsible for also pushing David over the edge. Corey Goode is someone who is probably one of the most reprehensible and disgusting people on the internet. he's probably one of the most reprehensible and disgusting people to ever open his mouth within the ufological community. And he told fabulous lies that helped to undermine and undercut a very naive and very hopeful, very spirited David Wilcock, helped to destroy his career, not just at Gaia, but helped to destroy his career, his image across the board. So that when anybody looks at David Wilcock, even though he didn't make up the story about blue chickens, or rather stole it from a book, that's what people associate David Wilcock with. Blue chicken avians, because Corey Goode sold him fake stories and David was naive enough to believe it, and it ruined his life. He was also naive enough to believe that Chris Beskar, who looks like an unemployed clown who you would hire to entertain 3-year-olds, he looks like an unemployed clown. He actually looks like a Simpsons character. He looks like he's doing stuff with like Krusty the Clown. He looks like a clown. Chris Beskar then stepped in and ripped David off for millions of dollars and then came back for more. And when he came back for more and David gave him more, that's when David's wife left him. It is David's responsibility to vet the people that he listens to. Doesn't seem like he ever did that. It was David's responsibility to not give all of his money away to companies that, yes, on paper they're real, but they've never produced anything. They don't have working models. They have 3D printed pieces of plastic. I can buy better quality models of planes at literally at the grocery store. When I was a kid, they used to sell like little, metal cars and little metal planes at the grocery store in Florida where I grew up. You didn't even need to go to like a big box store or like a hobby store. They just sold them in like, the little kids section. I can buy literally better models of planes at a grocery store than these people printed out and said, these are our working models. The Chinese are going to buy a bunch of these. Oh my God, the American government's going to buy trillions of dollars of these. Obviously, that's David's fault. But people like Chris Beskar, people like Pete Peterson, people like Corey Goode used him and drove him over the edge. And of course, that's not in any way, shape, or form new to those of you who are listening to this, because if you're listening to this, more than likely you have been aware of this for a long time. And it's interesting because over the years, just like my coverage of food or human trafficking or the Vatican or Israel or anything, over the years, I've been condemned viciously. When I was first on radio, I was actually threatened. My life was threatened by a bunch of college kids. I had to have security. I didn't want it, but it was a legal thing at the school. They had to have security escort me to my car because people threatened to kill me. And it's still a kind of a shocking thing to me, just for expressing a viewpoint or showing somebody what's factual and real. And I went through those things myself, and I know that they can drive people crazy. I mean, you do get a little bit fearful. I don't know what kind of quote death threats David got, but considering that he thought that animal control leaving a card on his door concerned about his pet was a swatting event, considering that he thought asking questions was terrorism, I imagine that somebody saying something slightly more aggressive than the hairstylist could have done your hair better, he would consider that a death threat. In the same way that Corey Goode feels that when someone says, Corey, you didn't go to space, I have your deposition, you admitted you didn't go to space, Corey says that's cyber stalking. So these are my thoughts that I just want to, and they are perhaps somewhat scrambled, because I'm honestly as shocked, not that David has passed on by his own hand, but it just kind of shocked me because I didn't necessarily expect it yet. If you've listened to this show, if you listened to Hidden in Plain Sight or Truth Seekers, or you followed Macario or John Christian Spadavaccia or anybody else, these are the people that I talk to frequently. If you listen to any of the things that these people have been saying, I mean, I know for sure, definitely Perry and Brandon, And I've been saying it with my good friend Mike D, who's been on this show as a co-host many times, that David was on the edge and that he was very close to doing this to himself. Because he would say on his show, it's your buddy David Wilcock. I mean, I've watched so many of them. I can just like I don't have an actual sizzle jacket. I've got a Hontin on, but I could just like, hey, it's your buddy David Wilcock, and I'm so glad to see you. And life is so wonderful and great. And then literally, you can count them. About 30 seconds later, I just, bad things have been happening. This weekend was awful. I didn't sleep. The wind was blowing. I just don't know if I'm going to make it. And then literally 30 seconds later, and life is just so great. It's so wonderful. Clearly, he was struggling with not just depression, but genuine thoughts of he's not going to make it. And so that brings me to another one of the underlying points of why I'm doing the show tonight. I'm doing the show because there's a tremendous amount of fiction. I guess it's par for the course of people saying that David Wilcock was killed for what he talked about. People say that David Wilcock was offed because of what he talked about. They don't necessarily give specifics, or they pull random videos from like 11 years ago or 20 years ago. He said this in 2006. That's why they killed him. It's 2026, right? People are pulling things from 2022 where he said, I'm not suicidal. There's no context to it. In fact, I think someone asked Grok if that image was real, and Grok said, no, there's no evidence of that. Not that you can necessarily trust Grok. But in 2000, that was 4 years ago. He said he wasn't suicidal 4 years ago. Do you know what can happen overnight to people that are already unstable? One piece of bad news and it's goodbye. 4 years ago, he said he wasn't suicidal. And the thing that I'm really surprised about is that you've got people that I never expected to know anything about David or to care or to have any thoughts. You've got people like Mike Adams, who I used to really like Mike Adams when he just focused on food and wasn't interviewing David Wilcock. But you got people like Mike Adams, people like Harrison Smith, people like Owen Schroyer. I had respect for Owen and Harrison a lot more than Mike Adams. I used to have respect for him. I've lost really whatever respect I've had for those guys. It's kind of gone because not that I really listen to them often, but I was in the algorithm with them, and I know people that know Owen and people that know Harrison. I've been on Harrison's show before, and I lost a lot of respect for these people because they just think that David Wilcock, with no background knowledge of this man, that his death was suspicious and that it's tied to other scientists that went missing. This man was not a scientist. That it's tied to like nuclear physicists. This man didn't know how to close bags of food in his garage so animals or insects wouldn't get into them. This man did not know how to switch cameras on his 7-camera, tens of thousands of dollar setup. This man did not know how to work a YouTube live stream properly. This man was not a nuclear physicist. He was not a scientist. And he certainly was not the director of advanced technology at an aerospace company. I mean, if David Wilcock is a scientist, if David Wilcock is a nuclear physicist, if he's an anti-gravity expert, I honestly want to make a joke and say, well, then I'm blank, but I can't even come up with something that's that absurd. I can't. I mean, I guess the best thing I can do for you is if he's a scientist, then I'm the president, who he thought was talking to him in secret codes. Because of course, that's not a sign of mental illness. Not only are you talking to, it's weird when Stephen Greer says that he sent letters to the White House and that's briefing the president, which is basically what 8th graders do, or at least they used to. It's one thing to say that. It's another thing to say, not only am I talking to the president, but the president is talking to me and telling me he's going to hire me. And the president is looking to send me clues. That's why I'm wearing my Trump slippers tonight. That's why I'm saying and showing these things on my show, because the president is going to hire me and he's communicating to me in codes. I mean, that is insane. That is totally, absolutely insane. And rather than trying to get this person help, what do people do? You know what, David? You're a good guy. Don't let the haters get to you. Don't let the haters derail the truth and the love and the light that you're spreading. To me, that kind of means that his audience was not only crazier than him, but his audience is what pushed him over the edge. If you want a conspiracy of what led to David Wilcock's demise, it's Corey Goode, Stavati Aerospace, and Chris Beskar. And it is a very niche, but pretty large number of people on the internet who are mentally ill beyond anything David Wilcock suffered from with depression and what came along with that, who drove him over the edge, who said, David, don't listen to the people who say that you're wrong and can prove it. You just keep telling us fairy tales. You just keep telling us these stories. And you realize if you watch his shows that clearly at the end, David was very skeptical of most of the stuff that he had said for years, because at some point, the last few months, he started saying things like, well, I don't know if that's true. Reading comments in the chat. I don't know if that's true. That might be too much. I don't know if that's true. Well, I mean, it might happen at some point. There might be mass arrests. Who knows? There might be something that happens, with some big event. But like, we're not going to speculate on that. Meaning that if David had actually made a statement of like, I was wrong, meaning all of you were also wrong, and you also gave a bunch of money to me, and that means that money was given under false pretenses, under fake stories and fairy tales. Oh, that's going to make a lot of people really upset, especially people that are already on or off their meds, people that are living in their vans at McDonald's, people that are on government assistance who are the victims of sexual abuse, which seem to be a pretty significant portion of his audience, people that are the victims of some kind of just general domestic abuse, people that are maybe people that are veterans that have been traumatized and have PTSD. That's pretty much what his audience was. And if you're in our chat tonight, you can see that there's some of those people in the chat. You can see that there's some of those people that just won't let it go. And then they accuse people like me of not letting it go. People say that I've slandered David Wilcock and that I've bullied David Wilcock. Do you know what the definition of slander is? There's not just a few people in our chat who have made these claims. This has been something that I've been accused of forever. Slander is a false or malicious statement. Nothing I've said is false. Well, how do you know these things? Well, again, he posted them on the internet. How do you know he was constipated? That's a weird thing to know. I was just as surprised as you were. I was just as surprised that anybody, even not in their right mind, would make a slide and put a slide on the internet that says, I'm constipated. That's insanity. That's crazy. And he needed help. And rather than helping him, people that talk about love and light and love, said, David, don't worry about those haters. You go ahead and keep doing what you're doing. You go ahead and you keep believing the things that you believe. You go ahead and you keep giving money to Stavati Aerospace. You go ahead and you keep believing in those science fiction stories that Corey Goode told you. You keep on believing that the president is speaking to you in code. You go ahead and keep believing that the president's going to hire you for a cabinet position. You keep believing that you're being attacked and assaulted because someone asked you, David, do you have any evidence of that? Or David, where are those hover cars that you promised us? David, where are those light bodies you promised us? Oh, you must be a hateful, spiteful person. And I have zero regret for any of the things that I've said or any of the things that I found hilarious watching David, because some stuff was genuinely funny, not because I was laughing at him, because there were certain things I was laughing with him. I mean, really, it's kind of funny to do something like a caricature character of your dad and pretend like it's just a character you made up when really you're just repeating back what your dad said on air and claiming that your dad's crazy. But it turns out when you actually listen to what his character Angry Daddy was, which freaked me out the first time I saw it, his character Angry Daddy was saying things like, David, this is unsustainable. You can't make money this way. You need to get a real job. And his audience was like, yeah, Angry Daddy's a loser. Angry Daddy's an idiot. Once again, proving that his audience pushed him over the edge. His dad, I don't know his dad. His dad might have been a good person. He might have been a bad person. I have no idea. But it's pretty sound advice to tell someone who is getting on YouTube every week and complaining about how they don't have money. It's pretty sane for someone from your family to reach out and say, look, you're not making money off of this. You complain about it on air all the time. Maybe it's time to get another job. And instead of getting another job, David Wilcock tried to take money from people that were on disability and people that had PTSD who were in the military, people that were getting government assistance, people that had nothing living in their vans at McDonald's. And that's not a joke. Literally, some people were living in vehicles at McDonald's. And he was a scumbag for continuing to take money from those people. And that's not talking ill of the dead. I said it when he was alive. I would have said it to his face. On the other hand, David was also the victim of those people giving him the money because he did desperately need that money. He could have gone and gotten a job. He should have gotten a job at the little grocery store he liked shopping at. He could have gotten a discount on those $6 containers of raspberries that he had, about 15 of them in his refrigerator. He could have gotten discounts on those $30 cases of coconut waters that he bought. I myself used to work at a small little grocery store for that reason alone. That's why I maintained that employment, because I got a huge discount and I got to take food home every day from the produce department. And I did that while I did radio. He could have gotten a job at that little store. I'm sure that they would have loved to have David working there. He could have told you about how there's nanites in the bananas. He could have told you how they made him a sandwich or made him make someone a banana sandwich. I mean, he might not have been able to stock the bananas for that reason, but he could have stocked the apples. Nobody ever turned him into an apple. Could have stocked the apples. He could have gotten a job, but he chose not to. So this is a lose-lose. Everybody is kind of culpable here. David's culpable, and so is his audience. He could have stopped taking money from them and got a real job, or he could have just supplemented that money with a real job and not have to be so reliant on people that were demanding his ill health, who were demanding that he continued to spew nonsense even after the fact that he clearly had realized that he was wrong. And when he realized he was wrong, there were two different streams of thought. There were people that said, just go a little further. And there were people like me and people like Hidden in Plain Sight and people like Truth Seekers who said, you know, David, now's a good time to just admit openly, like an official statement, the truth. Now's the time to come onto our shows because you've hated us for so long for, quote, trolling you. Come on our shows and talk about it. And he didn't do any of those things. He didn't need to come on this show. He could have went on anybody's show. He could have just made a statement and published it and let it go. And he didn't. And David took probably not so much the easy way out. He decided to take his own life. And I'm sure that David is probably very in the afterlife, if there is one, and he's aware of what's going on today. I would imagine that if David had the same state of mind, and I say this kind of with a pure heart. I mean, he probably would genuinely enjoy the fact that he's become the center of some kind of missing scientist, UFO, anti-gravity, advanced technology conspiracy. And in fact, that might be, on top of the money issues, maybe an underlying subconscious reason that he took his own life. He had no way out. He had no way to fix these problems as far as he was concerned anyway. So he allowed himself to be absorbed into the wackiness that he fueled for so many years. He essentially dissolved into the godhead of internet paranoia and schizophrenia. In good faith, I say this, it is a kind of a reasonable thing in his, from his, perspective, it's probably a reasonable thing to do what he did. The other thing is, people have said to me over the last couple of days, don't you feel so bad that he's dead after you laughed at him? And don't you, that's what karma feels like. Um, I don't think you know what karma is. He's the person who spoke about on YouTube how he was actually experiencing karma for horrible things he had done in a past life. He knew he was going through karma for the things that he did, and he didn't want to lose face about it, but clearly he did in the end. So now I want to share with you something else. For those of you who might not know who I am, and also for those of you who do, but maybe need a little bit of a reminder. Um, I've been doing this for 16 years. If I've been really good friends with anybody in ufology and the New Age and I don't know, history and advanced technology, if I've been really good friends with anybody over the years, like one of the first really good friends I made was the late journalist and author Jim Marrs. And Jim used to come on this show all the time. And Jim used to tell us on air, I've got clips of it. I don't feel compelled to play them, but Jim used to tell us all the time on air. And I always saved these clips because I thought Jim Marrs is saying that. That's like, what an amazing compliment. That this show was like one of a kind and that we dug not necessarily deep. I don't like using that term because it's so overused, but that we went beyond the paradigm, and that Jim loved coming on this show because of that. He told me that. He told my co-host Mike that. Jim trusted me enough to let me run his table at conferences, to handle his money. I mean, she might be in the chat tonight, but I knew his assistant very well. I just talked to her. She messaged me the other day. I think I need to message her back. I knew his long-term assistant. Like, I was really good friends and close with Jim Marrs. And when Jim Marrs passed away, I'll never forget where I was. I was living in Boise, Idaho, and I got the news that Jim had passed away. And I was genuinely very, very, very sad and distraught. And I just thought, I really wish that I wouldn't have given it a few additional days to contact him, because what had happened was I was on the Greenbelt in Boise taking a walk, and I called Jim when he was in the hospital. I'm assuming that was his literal deathbed. And I talked to Jim, and Jim said, "It's good to talk to you. It's good to hear from you." And we talked for a few minutes, and I said, I didn't know he was in the hospital at that exact moment. I said, "Would you like to come back on the show?" And he said, "Of course, but I'm in the hospital, not doing too well." He said, "Reach out to me, in a couple of weeks, and hopefully we can do something. I appreciate you checking on me, et cetera." And so I waited a few days, and I thought it's probably not the right time. And I waited a few more days, and it probably not the right time. I think I waited too long. I should have at least called him again. And then I learned that he passed away. And we don't need to get into the details of all of his, his medical issues and all this. But as soon as he passed away, my inbox, my email, my text messages were filled with what happened to Jim Marrs. Did they kill Jim Marrs? Did Jim Marrs die because he knew too much? And that was the first time that I had experienced something like that. That I had experienced something, so close where, like, I knew Jim. I know a lot of intimate things about Jim, personal things, and I know why he died. He was older. He was not in good health. And people started creating these conspiracies that people involved in government killed him, or, I mean, the deep state was like a relatively new term at the time, but basically that the deep state killed him. And people that I knew very well I had one guy, I'll never forget the phone call. He called me and he said, "Hey, Ryan, what happened with Jim? Do you think they killed him? You were good friends with him. What's the deal?" And I said, "No, I don't think anybody killed him. He passed away from natural causes." "Oh, I don't know about that." "Well, then why are you calling me to ask me? I know him really well, and you ask me what I think, and I tell you he died of natural causes, and then now I'm covering it up." Because people are not interested, apparently, in whatever the truth is. They're interested in creating conspiracies out of people's deaths. Jim Marrs was just one example. Another person I knew very, very well was Jordan Maxwell. You could even say he was kind of a mentor to me. I spent an evening about a year before he passed away. I picked him up he was living in Arizona at the time. I picked him up at this place he was staying with some friends. We went out to a restaurant. We go back to the place, back to his place to drop him off. And I thought I was going to go home. And he said, "Hey," he said, "I wanted to talk to you for a second." So we sat in the car and we chatted. And he told me all kinds of real crazy stuff about Hollywood because he worked, in that industry. And he said, "There's a lot of stuff here that I would like to say publicly, and maybe we can do sort of like a presentation or something on this stuff." And in that case, I guess I didn't learn my lesson because I waited, and then just like Jim Mars, Jordan Maxwell also passed away. And as soon as Maxwell passed away, this is a guy that I spent a lot of time on the phone with, a guy that I had dinner with, a guy that I sat in the car in the middle of Arizona desert and talked with about. It was like a personal episode of Art Bell's show, just back and forth with Jordan Maxwell. And then he passes away. And same thing that happened with Jim Mars. Do you think they killed Jordan Maxwell? Like, how can you even ask that question if you knew anything about Jordan Maxwell? Talk about depression. Jordan Maxwell was depressed. Jordan Maxwell, I think, had been depressed most of his life. Jordan Maxwell was one of the most depressed presenters that you've ever heard. Jordan Maxwell would present something and be like, "Listen, and you dumb mother effers don't know because you're too consumed with your sports, and you're consumed with sports because they got you by the balls." I love Jordan Maxwell, but he was really a depressive person, even for me. And I'm pretty depressive in how I present things. And they must have killed him too. No, he died of natural causes. That's what they want you to think. It's funny that they don't kill whoever they are. They don't kill people until they're, elderly. It's funny how that works, isn't it? I don't want to talk about the specific details of these people's lives, but Jim Mars was not in his 20s, okay? And Jordan Maxwell was not in his 20s. These were older gentlemen. These were people that were twice my age or more. And they pass away from natural causes, and we say, that must mean that the deep state killed him. There's a whole bunch of other examples. I was really good friends with Linda Godfrey. Linda Godfrey, I reached out to her to do an online conference one time, and I didn't know how much she respected me. Linda Godfrey said, "Well, I normally wouldn't do something like this, but I respect you, Ryan, so I'll do it." I didn't realize how good my relationship was with Linda Godfrey. She eventually passed away. And although it wasn't as bad as Jim or Jordan, very same thing happened with Linda Godfrey. Some people reached out to me and said, "Did they kill Linda? Did who kill Linda? What, the Beast of Bray Road? Who are you talking? Who killed Linda?" Oh, the powers that be, they killed her because she knew about the Bigfoots. No, Linda Godfrey was sick. Just like Jim, just like Jordan, she was elderly. She wasn't in her 20s at the prime of her life. She was an elderly woman, or getting to be elderly, still very sharp in the mind. And she was very, very smart. And she was also very, very human and very kind and even generous. And what did people do with her death? They also turned it into a conspiracy. And I saw some people in the chat say this about Jordan, and you're totally right. Jordan would talk to anybody, anytime, anywhere. He would do it in his underwear with a white t-shirt on if you let him. Jordan would talk to anybody. Jim Mars would talk to anybody. In fact, I learned that Jim Mars was detested by a lot of people at some of these conferences. I'm pretty sure Mr. Wilcock was one of them, because Jordan and Jim Mars and Linda Godfrey, I'd say for sure Linda Godfrey's a journalist, Jim Mars is a journalist, Jordan Maxwell wasn't a journalist, but Jim and Linda, these people were journalists. They went and investigated stuff and genuinely did so and had evidence to back what they were saying. And that, of course, was highly offensive probably to the ego, but it was highly potentially a threat to a lot of folks who were selling nonsense at conferences, who were selling fake stories. I didn't know Art Bell personally, but I was on his network, and Art Bell emailed me with his webmaster, Keith Rowland, when they finally kicked me off the air for talking about the Vatican. I have all those emails still. So I didn't know Art Bell directly, although a friend of mine at the time was very close with him, talked to him all the time. And when Art Bell passed away, I remember waking up to that text message. And when I woke up to that text message, I didn't know Art, but I mean, Art was on pills, and he had I think a justifiable fetish for the Orient, and people like Art Bell was just like, he's a legend, whatever you think of him, like him or hate him, doesn't matter. He's a legend. And I even though I didn't know him at all, really, I felt the same way kind of I felt when Jim passed away. I was very sad, at the very least, just because of just like the nostalgia of listening to one of these Art Bell shows that paved the way for so many of these people today to say and do the things that they do online. Art Bell paved the way for that. So I was sad about that. Didn't even know the guy that well, but people messaged me again, call me, Ryan, did Art Bell kill himself? No, he didn't kill himself. He was older. He was sick. He had a condition. I don't even want to talk about the specifics of it, but he had a condition. He didn't kill himself, or people didn't kill him. It's like, what are you talking about? Well, I guess you could say, his choices in life might have killed him, and then his wife had to make herself public and beg people to stop exploiting her husband's death because I guess his audience was as paranoid as David was, or his audience was. I remember being in those Art Bell forums, and people said, "Oh yeah, that's Ryan," and he's been pretty critical of a lot of these people in the industry, especially Jimmy Church, and Art Bell let him on the network, and he's right though. Art Bell died of natural causes. He didn't kill himself, or didn't have someone they didn't off him, the deep state or something. And his wife, she thanked me, like, thanks for telling people the truth. And it's like, even if you have the guy's wife, it doesn't matter. They still say, oh, they came after him, they killed him. Why didn't they kill him in the 90s or the early 2000s when he had 20 million listeners and was able to literally shape an undercurrent of the culture? Why did they wait until he was reaching out to people on radio today and asking, can I have your time slot? I might want to come back and do radio. Why didn't they off him back in the 90s then? It's just so disgusting and repulsive. But I guess that's the territory when you talk about these things. These are the kinds of people that are attracted to this. Then there's Nick Pope. I also didn't know Nick Pope that well, although I talked to him and knew him a lot better than Art Bell. Nick Pope was a guy who, say what you want about him, and I've got my reservations, Nick Pope was always willing to talk to people. He might have been slightly standoffish, but he was always willing to talk to people. Nick Pope was also, by the way, essentially my neighbor for about a year and a half in Tucson. We shopped at the same grocery store. Nick Pope never came on the show. I'm pretty sure it's because he's part of that tight-knit circuit of scripted stuff. You can't go outside the network. But Nick Pope, I never had an issue with him. I thought he was a nice guy, and just as a human. And Nick Pope, he dies. Nobody says anything. Nobody even knows he dies. And then David Wilcock passes away, and there's suddenly a connection. There's two people that were on Ancient Aliens who passed away. They must have both been killed. Oh, so I guess Nick Pope was killed, even though he was sick, and reportedly that's the reason. And then I guess Wilcock was killed, even though he shot himself in the head, which is what happened. So I guess if you commit suicide or if you're sick, it doesn't matter. They still killed you. I guess if you ever talked about aliens or UFOs and you die, like if I go outside today and I get run over by a car, that must mean the deep state killed me, because I talked about UFOs one time. It's sick. I never talked to Stanton Friedman outside of a brief conversation I had getting a book signed. Stanton Friedman passed away, same thing. Eric Von Daniken passed away, same thing. These were elderly men. Elderly men. And as a matter of fact, if people were paying attention, who think it's all a conspiracy, if people were paying attention over the years, they'd have realized that at conferences and on television and in the general radio world, all of these people clearly are elderly. And it's been an issue because they've slowly been replaced by QAnon people. They've slowly been replaced by deranged, mentally ill, quite frankly, people who I think are borderline mentally challenged people. Say what you want about people like the ones I've just named, but seriously, the people that I just named were elderly. Some older than others, some younger than others. Nick might have been one of the younger of the bunch. Or there's people that I was personal, really, really, really good friends, even more so than Jim, with people like Kev Baker. And Kev Baker, I'm pretty sure, had the same condition that Art Bell had. It was self-inflicted, but over a long life of bad decisions. Kev Baker was just a great human being. From his accent to his humor to his laugh to him, even though I'm not a fan of marijuana, to him smoking marijuana on air and still keeping, like just a great thought process and not letting it affect him. Kev Baker was and is a legend. He was like, I've heard people refer to him before as the Scottish Clyde Lewis. I mean, Kev Baker was the man. I loved Kev Baker. Still love Kev Baker. Rest in peace, Kev Baker. And Kev Baker and I used to talk all the time. We used to have conversations for hours. And Kev Baker passed away, and I woke up that day and heard that news, and same thing with Jim. Because I knew them so well, like I was pretty distraught. It was like in one of those war movies where there's a flashbang and it's just like, whoo, and you're disoriented. That's what happened when Kev Baker died. Didn't take very long for Kev Baker to become the center of also another conspiracy. Wasn't as intense as these other people were because he was a very big skeptic of a lot of these folks, both some of the people I mentioned and then also, of course, this whole industry. And I'll tell you what, Kev Baker, same thing happened with him. Oh, they killed him. Now, again, it wasn't as intense because Kev Baker was one of the few people that were willing to listen to me and anybody else who was willing to talk about and acknowledge what David Wilcock was doing with his presentations. Kev Baker interviewed me numerous times. In fact, my good friend Teresa, I don't know if she's in the chat tonight, she was in the car with me. We were driving to Las Vegas from Contact in the Desert. And Kev Baker gave me a call because I had a show with him. My friend Teresa was driving. I was in the passenger seat. I was on the phone with Kev Baker all the way on the other side of the world. And we were doing the show, and he was asking me, interviewing me about the event I just attended. Kev Baker gave me a platform to speak about these things. In fact, you can still go listen to Kev Baker's stuff. His wife and everybody, I think they left all of his stuff up on YouTube. I tried to download the shows recently to have an archive of them. And I also, they're on my website too, tstradio.info. You can go and click on the guest tab. And I think there's I think all the shows I did with Kev Baker where I was a guest, they're still posted up there, all the video shows. And there's the Blue Chicken shows going back, years, probably 7, 8 years. And Kev used to let me talk about this because I was like Kevin was. We were trying to say, hey, look. Kev was trying to say, look, these people are out of their minds. They're crazy. And they're misleading the public. And this stuff that we're talking about, with him, we joke about the Loch Ness Monster because he lived so close to it. He grew up in that area. And things that are already a joke, that are already a caricature. But there is something mysterious about them, whether it's UFOs, Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, whatever. There's something mysterious about it. And there's real people that do real investigations, that do real research. Linda Godfrey was one of them. She thought the Beast of Bray Road type of stuff was insane until she investigated it and realized, oh, it's not that insane. People are actually seeing stuff, and they're not just people making it up. People that did real investigations. And guess what happens to people like Linda and people like Jim and people like Kev? After their death, people exploit it to say that they were killed for some kind of secret information. So the deep state killed them, or the Illuminati killed them, or the Loch Ness Monster ate them. I mean, it is despicable. It's gross. And I guess if I didn't know a lot of these people personally, I maybe wouldn't have the same viewpoint. I certainly wouldn't have the same viewpoint. But if I didn't know all these people personally, I would still be super skeptical and say, well, let's find out the details before we make an assumption. Because when I never knew Bill Cooper. But when I first heard the story about Bill Cooper being, off by police, I just assumed, because it's what everybody else was saying, oh, they must have killed him. Then you read more about the Bill Cooper story and you realize, well, I don't know if it was that simple. And it's the same exact thing with, who's that guy? Max, is it Max Spires? Correct me if I'm wrong about that. The guy that they found the black stuff coming out of his mouth. And I talked about that too. Just the optics of it at the very least, like black goo. And then we find out that Max Spires had some personal problems. Oh, that's just what they want you to think. Well, yeah, maybe that's what they want you to think in some cases. But, when you got people that are heavy users of drugs and other illicit substances, when you got people that are elderly and have health conditions, I'm pretty sure that's what killed them. I'm pretty sure it wasn't some kind of psychotronic weapon. Do those types of things exist? You bet you they do. Those kinds of things do exist. As a matter of fact, I remember flying to Portland, Oregon, and going into studio with Clyde Lewis and looking at good old Ron Patton on the other side of the glass and sitting there in studio and talking about what happened in Havana. And I think that Clyde's show, my show, and a very small number of other shows said it was sonic weapons. And nobody believed that until a year later, almost a year to the date, suddenly, it was sonic weapons. So don't tell me that I don't believe in those things or I don't think those things are real. Of course they're real. But David Wilcock passed away by his own hand because David Wilcock was out of money. Those are his words, not mine. If you don't believe me, take a listen to the police recording. I'll play it for you. The police recording, the police dispatch recording. You can find this on the county website. And I'll show you the specifics of this here shortly so you can see that everything I'm talking about is documented. I'll also note one other thing before I play this. I also find it very, very, very strange that people who never ask for evidence are begging for evidence to confirm that David's dead. Begging, oh, there's no proof that he's actually dead. I'm sorry, are you the same person who believed that David Wilcock was building hover cars? Are you the same person who believed that he was the director of advanced technology at an aerospace company that was storing raw sewage? I'm sorry, are you the same person who believed that David Wilcock was turned into a banana sandwich or was made to make a banana sandwich while he was eaten and then raped and then brought back to life to be eaten again or something like that? I don't know the order, I'm just saying. Are you the same person who believed that David Wilcock had insiders and his insiders were people like Corey Goode, who admitted under oath that he never went to space? You want proof of something? Maybe if you would have asked for proof of something when the man was alive, maybe he would still be alive. Maybe if we could have gotten him some help. Maybe if we could have helped to pry his audience out of his live chat and get these people away from this guy, maybe David would still be alive. Maybe. Maybe if somebody would have actually done something about it and not just financed his delusions and paranoia. Let me show you on the screen, for those of you watching, for those of you listening, I've got the links below in the show description. This is the Boulder County.gov website, the death investigation public record. Here is the office of the Boulder County coroner confirming that David Wilcock was the victim. And here is the Colorado DTRS. See that at the top. This is the police dispatch for the day that David passed away. I'm going to play you now the audio of that so you can listen to it. You can hear it. They give the address. Don't go to his house unless you want to put flowers next to John Christian Spadavacci's flowers that he brought, because apparently the people that were David's biggest critics were the only people that actually cared about him. But don't go to his house, although it is public information. Let's take a listen to this police reporting, or police recording, rather, I should say.
Can you break and cover on an unknown issue at 1455 Ridge Road?
640, copy en route from 528.
There's a party by the name of David Wilcock at 1455 Ridge Road. He said, I need to leave. I will be off to the left. Will not advise if he's armed or not, and will not say if he's going to harm himself or not, being very vague.
What's the history there?
Fire alarms and animal complaints.
Copy. 70 clear.
1046.
597, I'm clear.
1047. 1047. 640 and 528. He's a 53-year-old male, type 1 diabetic who said he's run out of money.
That is the recording.
Can you break and cover on an unknown
It's all
issue at
police.
1455 Ridge Road?
He ran out of money. That's what it was. He ran out of money. Anybody watching David Wilcock over the last month, 6 months, year, etc., would have known that that was one of David's biggest problems. He ran out of money because Chris Beskar and his company took most of it under false pretenses, under fabricated, ridiculous, nonsensical fairy tale lies. That's still David's fault, of course, because he was gullible enough to do that. But he ran out of money. I'll play it for you again because I just think that you can hear it directly from the police dispatch. I'm sure this is all AI, though. I'm sure it's all, they made a whole fake website, put up some thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of recordings just to conceal the fact that the deep state kill. I'm sure that's what happened.
640, copy en route from 528.
There's a party by the name of David Wilcox at 1455 Ridge Road. He said, I need to leave. I will be off to the left. Will not advise if he's armed or not, and will not say if he's going to harm himself or not, being very vague.
What's the history there?
Fire alarms and animal complaints.
Copy. 70 clear.
1046.
597, I'm clear.
1047. 1047. 640 and 528. He's a 53-year-old male, type 1 diabetic who said he's run out of money.
Now, we don't know if David was actually diabetic.
Can you break and
I
cover
don't
on
know
an
if that's
unknown issue at 1455 Ridge Road?
Well, I think he might have
640,
believed
copy en
that.
route from
There's some speculation that he only believed that because his, once again, his chat convinced him that he was diabetic.
At 1455
I don't
Ridge
know if that was
Road.
actually true.
He said,
And I can't
need to
speak to the
leave.
specifics
I will
of
be
it,
off to the
but
left.
I do know
Will
that
not advise if he's armed or not.
based
and
on
will
what
not say if he's going
Harry
to
from
harm
Hidden Plain
himself or
Sight
not,
told me,
being
he's
very
got a
vague.
background in marijuana. When you mix that with people that are that type of diabetic, it can cause a pretty bad
Fire alarms and animal
reaction.
complaints.
Plus, the fact that David was
Copy.
without, I mean, in his
70
own,
clear.
it's like it's just so crazy that he put all this on the internet and made slides about it and stuff. He was
1047.
struggling with substance problems,
1047.
and he was using
640
increasingly
and
more
528. He's a
potent versions
53-year-old
of those
male, type 1
substances.
diabetic who said he's run out of
And
money.
yeah, I know. The marijuana people get very upset about that. I already opened a can of cannabis one time.
Break and cover
Did a
on
show
an
on that.
unknown issue at
But
1455
yeah,
Ridge Road.
you can have reactions to
640,
things, and you
copy
can
en route
also
from
some people are very sensitive. Like if I smell marijuana,
There's a party
it
by
gives
the
me
name
a
of David
really
Wilcox
nasty
at
headache. For other people, they
1455
smoke it
Ridge
because
Road.
I think it takes the
He
headache away.
said, I need to leave. I will
David
be off
Wilcock
to
was
the left.
already depressed. David
Will
Wilcock was
not
already
advise if he's
struggling.
armed or not, and
Factor
will
that in
not say
with
if he's going
money
to harm
problems,
himself or
factor
not,
that in with the
being
fact
very
that his
vague.
entire life's work was meaningless. And his own words. I mean, I wasn't talking to archangels, etc.
Fire
And you
alarms,
factor
animal
in
complaints.
that he was taking these types of things. We don't know what he was taking. We know that he was
70
definitely
clear.
pretty sure it was edibles at the very least.
1047.
And that is probably enough to push
clear.
someone over the edge.
1047. 1047.
So
640 and
I don't know.
528.
What would people prefer to believe? Their own little
male, type 1
delusional
diabetic who said he's run out of
fairy
money.
tale, fiction, Illuminati, conspiracy, deep state, I've heard everything. I've heard the Freemasons killed him. I heard Jews killed him. That's the one that really makes me laugh. Because I've had about
640, copy en route.
30 people tell me that I'm working for the Jews. Oh, yes, the Jews killed David Wilcock. And I'm working for the
He said, I need to leave
Jews because I said that David Wilcock wasn't it's really wild that people would accuse me of that, considering that I just wrote a book called The Protocols of Goyim. It's really wild that people would accuse me of working for Jews when literally I've been fired from radio for talking about it in the last 2 years. But that's just how it goes. If it wasn't the Jews, it was the Freemasons. They killed him. The Illuminati also killed David Wilcock, apparently. There's a whole bunch of people involved. And how do I know that? Well, because, of course, random people on the internet, many of which who didn't know David Wilcock, and when I say didn't know him, I mean like didn't ever watch his videos. People are asking me, how do you know he was taking ivermectin? Because he held up a picture of it and said it destroyed his gut microbiome. That's just what they want you to think. That saved people's lives. I bet you've been vaccinated. Oh, so when people used to tell me that you got to be careful with crazy people, I genuinely never fully understood it. I do now. I've learned a lesson from this. I've learned a lesson from this, not about David. I've learned a lesson that there are some really, really paranoid, schizophrenic, delusional, crazy, insane, wacko, out of their mind people, not just in the world, but especially online, because that's where these whack jobs get to have a free, open platform. I have never seen such a better argument for internet ID and censorship than I've seen in the last 72 hours. I'm not an advocate of those things, but I've never seen such a good argument for it than I've seen in the last 72 hours, roughly, or 48, 72 hours. Just never seen anything like it. The kind of things that people will not only say about it's weird that I people can call me whatever they want. I've been told I'm a Freemason, I'm a Jew, I'm all kinds of things. Okay, that's fine. I've been reported to the Boulder County Police reportedly. So was Stephen Cambion, so was Hips, and so was a bunch of other people, I'm sure. But that's not what bothers me, because those people just think it's, if they actually did report us to what are they going to report me to the police? He laughed at a joke someone told, or he laughed at someone's video. We arrest him. I'm sure they're going to get right on that. I'm sure they're going to arrest all of us. I'm sure they're going to have local law enforcement. I mean, Wilcock said it. They're going to have local law enforcement in Philadelphia pick up Stephen Cambion and bring him. Like they're going to, like words like extradite. They're going to extradite him from Philadelphia to Colorado, and he's going to he said that the state of Colorado was going to execute Stephen Cambion for making fun of him on videos. That alone is enough for a padded room. But they said that they're going to report us, and they did report us. It's one thing to do that. Okay, fine, whatever. But then to take somebody's death and claim that the people who are actually concerned about him and concerned about the situation and have been for like a decade plus and have been watching this guy get closer to the edge and asking people to stop supporting this delusion and get this guy help, that we're the ones exploiting his death. But yet the people that are claiming that are also fighting amongst themselves to be the first and only person who gets the underlying conspiratorial truth about how David actually passed away. Again, it was the Jews, it was the Freemasons, it was the Illuminati, they accused me. People have accused Stephen Cambion of killing him. People have accused me of killing him. People have accused Perry of killing him, Brandon of killing him. I'm sure Macario's been accused of killing him. I'm sure that John Christian Spadavacci has been accused of killing him. Yet John Christian Spadavacci is the only person to go, as far as I can tell, the only that I've seen and made a video about it, went to his property line and left $333 in good faith of flowers, heavy flowers, so the wind didn't blow them away, again, in good faith, in front of David's house. And guess who showed up? All those people that loved David so much, that sent him hundreds of dollars to tell them fake stories, they didn't show up. I mean, I guess they probably couldn't because most of them are missing limbs, or they're in wheelchairs, or they've half a body and an iron lung, or they're people that are living in their car and don't have gas to drive down to the next McDonald's. But I guess, ultimately, still the optics of his critics are the people that care. I've always said that I cared about his listeners. And I was wrong about that. I shouldn't have cared about his listeners. I should have cared more about David himself. I always cared about his listeners being ripped off, and it turns out they were the ones that, it appears, ripping him off. So again, why am I talking about this? Because I have a background with David, and also the damage that he has done to ufology, the damage that this man has done to the world of the unknown. And you could say, well, I mean, look, David brought a lot of people to the light. What is that supposed to mean? He brought people to the light. What is the light? He brought people to love. If your house is burning down and someone says your house is burning down, you might want to, get out of it, call 911. And you say, no, it's okay. It's just love and light. Don't talk about negative things. That's actually really detrimental and dangerous. And that's apparently what his audience, that's their whole mindset. Don't talk about the negative. He himself was obsessed with that. The negative, the negative, the negative, the negative, the negative. It's not slander if it's true, and it's not negative if you need to address something like your house is infested with rodents. That's not a negative thing to address. It's a negative thing if you don't address it. You need to address the rodent problem. Let's look at these reports so that we can get the official information. Again, people that never asked for proof suddenly, where's the proof that he's dead? So here's what happened. April 20th, 2026, 10:44 a.m., Boulder County, Colorado. This is what we see. Boulder County Communications received a 911 call at approximately 10:44 a.m., Monday, April 20th, 2026, regarding an unknown problem near the 1400 Block Ridge Road, northeast of the town of Nederland. The emergency communications specialist who took the call suspected the caller was experiencing a mental health crisis. You heard the audio. He said that he was out of money. He couldn't stay there. He had to leave. Deputies arrived at approximately 11:02 a.m. and made contact with a male outside a residence who was holding a weapon. Within minutes of deputies' arrival, he used the weapon on himself. He was pronounced deceased at the scene. Despite what people might think, and I think that there are few people that actually think this, I think most people understand who listen to this show, I take no pleasure in reading that. It's actually very sad. As a matter of fact, I read that half awake. I was sleeping pretty poorly, as a matter of fact, kind of like David, sleeping pretty poorly. I woke up. I had my alarm set. I had to get up early for something. And I woke up. It was already starting to get light outside. This is the land of the rising sun, so it's very bright, very early. And I thought maybe my alarm didn't go off. So I checked my phone, and I got a notification. Notification from Hidden in Plain Sight. They sent me this link and said, no joke, David is dead. And I think I did this with my eyes, kind of rubbed them, and was like, am I reading that right? But I was so, half asleep, half awake. I ended up I opened the thing, I read it, and I ended up going back to sleep. And I woke up later when my alarm went off, and I thought, did I dream that? And I went back to my phone and found, oh my God, I didn't dream it. It's true. They say deputies searched the residence and surrounding property and did not locate any other individuals. There is no known threat to the public. Detectives with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office responded and are conducting a joint investigation with the Boulder County Coroner's Office. The official cause and manner of death will be determined by the Coroner's Office. I love how This became a conspiracy instantly. They didn't know the cause of death. I'm pretty sure it's standard to do autopsies. It might also be standard, depending on what damage he did to his head or face. It might be necessary to do some investigation to make sure that it actually is him before you just make the statement. That's suspicious, though. And if Boulder County didn't already have enough problems with the people that are calling them and emailing them and reporting random people on the internet to them, there's a guy on the internet who makes fun of somebody that lives in your jurisdiction. You should arrest these people. As if, I'm sure Boulder County has a great extradition treaty with the Japanese. They're going to extradite me from Tokyo and bring me to Colorado and execute me. These people are absolutely insane, and they are the best justification for internet censorship. Really. Quite frankly. It's not a conspiracy. And as if these people didn't already have enough to deal with, dealing with David Wilcock and then dealing with his crazed, fanatical, insane followers, while they're trying to figure out the cause of death, these people just won't let it go. They're calling and emailing and harassing the Boulder County Sheriff's Department, who I'm sure just gets a laugh out of it, from what I've been told, while they're trying to figure out what if there's anything to really investigate. His followers are saying, don't investigate it, don't investigate it, don't investigate it. It was the Illuminati. I know it was the Jews that did it. The Freemasons did it. It was Ryan Gable. It was Stephen Cambion that did it. You'd think that maybe they just let them do their job. And rightfully so, some people did ask, okay, maybe it wasn't David. Maybe one of his crazed, lunatic, insane followers went to his house and tried to, I don't know, do something. I mean, we found out from Jay Widener that David Wilcock's ex-wife literally was living on the beach or was homeless, if I remember that correctly, and was told that David Wilcock had a house not too far from where she was. So she just went to his house, knocked on his door, and that was their marriage. So it's not too out of the, I guess you could say, realm of possibility that someone would do that, male or female. I mean, considering the homosexual innuendos that David just obsessively, compulsively, maybe not consciously, but employed on his show. Like, he just constantly dreamed about penises. It might have been a gay man that went to his house. So we didn't know for sure, but this was his house. And we don't need to get into the details of showing the listing of it on one of those real estate websites, but this is his house. David Wilcock came down off those stairs there to the left many times, threw apples at the turkeys, apples at the mooses, or the meese. Is it meese or mooses? This is the garage he had with open bags of food, and he was confused of, oh my God, why are there rats in my garage? Well, because you have open bags of food. And why are there insects? You have open bags of food, so that's probably why. But anyway, this is what we saw. And then we got confirmation. The office of the Boulder County Coroner has positively identified 53-year-old David Wilcock as the individual involved in the April 20th, 2026 incident at Park Ridge Road in unincorporated Boulder County. And even after the county said it was David Wilcock, I've seen things that range from the deep state did this, and it's just a pure lie, to that's an AI-generated Boulder County coroner thing, even though it's on their website. I can reload it for you. To maybe, honestly, one of my favorites, that's not the real David Wilcock. That's actually a different David Wilcock. Well, why? Well, because they spelled his name wrong, which, of course, they didn't. His name is spelled Davidwilcock, David Wilcock. But his followers are so insane that like virtually every email I've ever gotten about him that was negative, where people message me and say, stop talking about David, like stop talking about Brittany, they'd spell his name wrong. They'd spell it Wilcox. Even Mike Adams did that. I think even the police said in the audio recording there, David what do they call him? David Wilcock. They pronounce the name wrong. It's David Wilcock, not Cox. It's a singular cock. It's not a plural cock. I don't mean that to be funny. I mean, like, it's just a singular Wilcock. It's not a plural Wilcox. Even his lunatic followers can't even get his name right. And they think that spelling his name right, but they don't know that, is proof that he's not dead. And where did a lot of that come from? That came from good old Carrie Cassidy. Good old Carrie Cassidy. We're going to get to her in a second. Don't worry. Let's take a listen. Well, I'll read it to you. You can take a listen to what David Wilcock's family had to say. This story has made big headlines now. It's gone very, very viral. It's made national headlines. Here's a People magazine article about what his family had to say. And they have a link to the Boulder County Sheriff's Office media advisory. And this is including a statement from his family. Let's read this. Take a listen to this. It says the following. Due to significant public interest in this case, that would be the people probably calling and asking legitimate questions, and the people calling and saying, you got to arrest Stephen Cambion and Ryan Gable and Perry and Brandon and anybody else who ever made a joke. We're releasing a timeline of events of their response to the residents of David Wilcock on April. They spelled his name wrong again. It's Wilcox. I'm a big fan, I know. On April 20th, 2026. Just to be clear, I'm making fun of his listeners, his followers. This release of information is made with the consent of his family, who understand the high level of interest in this investigation. At the family's request, we are also including a statement from them, which follows the timeline. The family respectfully requests privacy during this difficult time as they grieve and process this loss. And if you're interested in reading this whole thing, pause or click the links below in the show description, and you can do so. I will read you. Well, I guess I'll try to read this whole thing to you. And then we're going to go into Carrie Cassidy and Corey Good. 10:44 a.m., Boulder County Communications Center received a phone call from a person who identified himself as David Wilcock. Caller stated, quote, I need to leave. I will be to the left of the house. You've already heard that audio. Caller continued speaking about health issues and financial concerns. Caller would not answer call taker about whether he was armed or if he was planning to hurt himself. First, at 10:53 a.m., Boulder County Sheriff's Office deputy arrived in the area and waited well off the property for backup to arrive since it was unknown whether the caller was armed and what their intentions were. 11:01 a.m., second deputy arrived with the first deputy, and the second deputy was briefed and a plan was made on how to safely approach the property. Both deputies then drove toward the residence. 11:04 a.m., the caller stated, I'm sorry to put you through this, and disconnected the call as deputies were driving up the caller's driveway. 11:04, deputies observed a man sitting outside of the house holding a gun to his head. Deputies exited their vehicles and sought cover. 11:04, 42 seconds. This is approximately 17 seconds after they observed him. Deputies heard a firearm being discharged a single time in an unknown direction. 11:05 a.m., a deputy observed the man still holding a gun to his head, so he fired the gun. First time. Did not kill himself. 11:05, 24 seconds, a deputy commanded the man to put the gun down. 3 seconds later, a deputy witnessed the man shooting himself. After 11:06 a.m., deputies on the scene coordinated with numerous additional personnel to respond to assist with searching the area. Deputies began conducting a search of the property and residence to ensure that there were no other people on the property who could be at risk or a threat. No other individuals were found on the site. The man was pronounced dead or deceased at the scene. So that's the police report. David Wilcock fired his gun. Police said, sir, drop the gun. Something to that effect, we can presume. And then he shot himself. I don't know if he fired the gun to try to get the police to shoot him. I don't know if he was trying to die by cop. I don't know if he was trying to do that because he didn't want to take his own life directly, or because he maybe, quite frankly, wanted to, be the victim one last time. I don't really think that's what it was personally. I think maybe he fired the gun and that made it real, and then he put it to his head, and that was the end of it. And I don't take pleasure in saying that. I'm reading the police report from their website. This is what happened. His family said the following. They said, David Wilcock took his own life on April 20th, 2026, after a long struggle with depression and overwhelming financial debt. His family and chosen family hope this loss encourages more focused attention to mental health care access. Oh, so it appears that his family is encouraging people to focus on the mental health aspect of this. And yet, his followers are dismissing David Wilcock's very serious mental health problems, dismissing his family, who they said, well, we want a statement from the family. We want to know what the family said before we just believe this. The family says he was mentally ill. That's also a cover-up. David was born on March 8, 1973 in Schenectady, New York. I used to live close to there. That's the only reason I know how to pronounce that. During his childhood in upstate New York, he was a curious, sensitive, and introspective child, drawn to reading, science, research, and questions about how the universe works. Really, what child isn't? He spent much of his time journaling and developing a vibrant, imaginative inner life. That, I think, is not necessarily unique, but in some ways definitely unique to David. He laughed easily and had a big heart. I think that's true. He loved animals, meditation, music, scientific study, and lemon cake. Didn't know about the lemon cake. From childhood, he had a deep curiosity about telepathy, lucid dreaming, the occult, palmistry, and the predictions of Nostradamus. Like many young people, he experienced painful periods of struggle and difficulty. And if I recall correctly, to add my own note to this, David Wilcock's mother was the reason that he was interested in all these things. It wasn't like he was a savant that just decided, I'm going to become a physicist, and I like music and meditation, and I'm curious about the occult and palmistry. I think it was his mom that drove him to that. David grew up in a close-knit family that cherished music and art, was in his first band as a teenager, and played many instruments throughout his life. He developed strong interest in psychology and spirituality, subjects that would later shape his ethos and vocation. He attended State University of New York and New Paltz and received a bachelor's degree in psychology. David spent his life writing extensively about subjects he was deeply invested in. Some of David's most consistent messages concern the importance of focusing one's energies on service to others and the divinity of all human life. He cultivated a wide community around him based on these tenets. We can say that's a positive thing, a very positive thing about Mr. Wilcock. By the way, he had a degree in psychology, a bachelor's degree. As most of you know, it's very, very common for people that are very interested in psychology to have their own very serious psychological problems. He was known to the world as a New York Times best-selling author. How do I know that? Well, because he said it every chance he got, or at least he used to. With a voluminous body of writing, including the books, The Source Field Investigations, The Synchronicity Key, The Ascension Mysteries, Awakening in the Dream, and The Reincarnation of Edgar Cayce, co-authored by Win Free, who is also deceased. David was widely known as a media personality and lecturer examining issues such as UFOs, UAPs, and the paranormal. But this only tells part of the story of a life that, like any other, unfolded through internal struggles, evolving beliefs, and a quest for meaning. David lived in a time shaped by the internet, and he himself shaped a segment of it. He definitely did that. This powerful medium of communication magnifies both connection and confusion. Ideas travel quickly, expand logarithmically, and reshape thought structures. And remembering David, it is important to hold more than one truth at once, that some of his work raised concerns about misinformation, and that he was also a person who was on an eternal quest for clarity. Again, this is David's family writing this. This is not me. This is David's family writing this. Beyond his public persona, he was a human navigating the same complexities and vulnerabilities that shape all of our lives. His passing is a reminder of how important it is to meet one another with open minds and compassion in our hearts. Loss of a life can turn our focus to our shared humanity. whether we agree on life's unanswered questions or not. And unfortunately, his followers and his listeners and his supporters are doing the opposite, dismissing his family's concerns, dismissing David's own statements, and trying to exploit his death for either clicks, clout, profit, or because they're just personally delusional. And they just personally believe it. And they won't let it go. Because the same people that killed Jim Marrs, Jordan Maxwell, Linda Godfrey, Art Bell, Nick Pope, Stanton Friedman, Eric Von Daniken, and Kev Baker are the same people that killed David Wilcock, I'm sure. David's life will be remembered in a myriad of ways by many different people because of the far-reaching nature of his teachings and because he considered his audience a community. While he was known as a charismatic and engaging teacher to fans, those who were closest to him knew the depth of his untreated mental health struggles intimately. Many who knew him from afar have speculated that there is a cover-up involving his death, but we can assure you there was no foul play. If you or someone you know is battling with thoughts of suicide, call or text 988, the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. To honor David's memory and support others experiencing mental health struggles, donations may be made in his name to the Crisis Text Line, crisistextline.org, or the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, AFSP.org. Signed, the family of David Wilcock. That's what his family said. But I guess we can't trust his family. Maybe the deep state wrote that as well. And in reading that, it really shows you how sick these people are. It shows you how sick they are to dismiss David's own personal calls for help, to dismiss his very obvious mental health crisis that he talked about all the time, to dismiss what his family had to say, to dismiss the signs of angry daddy. David, you're crazy. Get a job, a real job. Stop relying on people on the internet to pay for your living expenses. This is unsustainable. You need help. And his audience would say to angry daddy, that's so funny, David. Do it again. Your dad's an idiot. And David, because he loved attention and he genuinely liked to make people laugh, said, okay, I have had it. And people said, yeah, here's another $300. Go buy more bison steaks and tell us about the deep state. I didn't do that. Stephen didn't do that. Perry didn't do that. Brandon didn't do that. Macario didn't do that. Spadavaccia didn't do that. His audience did that. And it's also, I think, partly his family didn't fully take an initiative from what it's, obviously didn't take much of an initiative to do something about it. Maybe it was because he lives so far away, and maybe they did try at one point. I don't know. They should have been at his door dealing with it directly. I'm not saying that to trash his family. I'm just saying that, and maybe they did do that. I don't know. But I feel like maybe they should have done something a little more aggressive about it. But that's all, in the aftermath of what happened. There's nothing that can be done, unfortunately, now. So I wanted to read you now my comments. I have 3 official comments about this that I wanted to read you because I think that they're important comments. They're my kind of official statements on this. And at this point in the show, I'm going to put up the chat on the screen. And I will also, in just a moment here, after I read these official comments, I'm going to, kind of like my eulogy, if you will, I will then show you some of the craziest stuff that's ever been put on the internet from his supporters and listeners and just a bunch of other really unbelievable stuff. So anyway, let's get to what I posted. I'm going to show you what I posted so you can see it. And this was the first thing that I posted about the investigation about Corey Goode. I'm going to focus on Corey in a second, but look at what Corey Goode posted in the wake of David's death. We have the video, by the way, of Corey talking, but this is what he posted on social media. Corey Goode posted, "We are shocked and horrified. We will meet with the Boulder police to provide any information we can. The last time I spoke with him, he couldn't stop talking about the cyber stalkers and how they destroyed his life. I will release a video statement soon. Corey Good, I know that you will at some point see this. You are one of the lowest forms of life in the world. You are one of the most disgusting, vile, repulsive people that I and very, 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 very few other people who actually focus on this a lot have ever seen. And people that don't know anything about you, that never focused on this, that come into contact with you for 10 seconds, realize you are one of the most disgusting people they've ever interacted with. David Wilcock was naive. You are not naive. You know exactly what you're doing. You are an evil person trying to profit from a guy's death, a guy who you helped push over the edge. You are a despicable, I'm not even going to call you a person or a man. You are a despicable creature, Corey Good. You are a disgusting person, Corey Good. Notice that I've never spoke about David Wilcock like that, outside of maybe making a joke. Corey Good is those things. It's kind of funny. This is my point proven. Even one of the people in our chat room who has been trying to, I guess you could say, maybe trying to make me say something that they can use against me tonight. Even the quote troll in our chat tonight does not like Corey Good. I'll even put you on the screen. Love and Light in the chat, who's been trashing us the entire show tonight, says, I'm definitely not a Corey fan. I agree on that. Even people that hate me for what I've said about Wilcock hate you, Corey Good. That's what a despicable thing you are. Unbelievable. The cyber stalk. Yeah, David was real concerned with the cyber stalkers. That's why he called the police and left a message with them. Help me. The cyber stalkers are trying to get me. What a piece of garbage Corey Good is. By the way, Corey Good did block me at one point. Then he unblocked me. And I think it was because I called some of the, I think it might have been Stephen Greer. I called him. I wrote something about him and Corey Good agreed with me. And I said, Corey, you know who I am, right? And that was like the only interaction I ever had with Corey Good on social media. I didn't ever follow Corey as closely as I followed David, but he posted that. And I just about wanted to throw up in my mouth. I might have a little bit. But that was one of the things I posted, and this was the comment I said, my comment, since I have been inundated with questions, and I was. As you can see, even though I've been shadow banned and kicked off of many social media platforms, this got 4,700 and something views as of the moment of reading this, which is a lot for my account, which is very shadow banned. And here's what I said initially. I posted this at 8:12 p.m., April 21st, 2026. If it is true that David Wilcock took his own life, it was likely because he had a massive tax debt. He gave nearly all of his money to a company that appears to be an investment fraud, Stavati Aerospace, with a pending legal issue over that same company. His wife left him for his financial irresponsibility, among other reasons, probably related to his public mistreatment of her. He essentially admitted he was not talking to an angel, and his ascension prophecies were wrong. His life's work was wrong. The truth is culpable. The people critiquing him were trying to save him and his gullible audience, who largely contributed to his decline by backing his delusions and paying for them. He accused Stephen Cambion of horrible things with zero proof. He accused Stephen Cambion of being a child predator. He accused Stephen Cambion of being a Satanist. He also accused John Christian Spadavaccia of being that because John Christian Spadavaccia, his name is John Christian, so he's a Satanist too. He charged Macario, who's also in our chat tonight, with accusations because he was the one feeding Stephen these clips and because he was publishing David's own words. He charged me with terrorism for asking questions. He condemned me for saying he had a huge ego. He blacklisted me from conferences. He told one of the conference heads, I'll never forget this. I don't have a recording of him saying it, but what I was told by the person who ran this conference is that he said this to them. If Ryan Gable is going to be there, I'm not going to be there. I think he didn't like the hidden pod, that would be hidden in plain sight, because they knew how to laugh at his claims and what appears to be a sincere attempt to get the guy help. Even some of his diehard supporters appear to have developed that same conclusion. He had every opportunity to redeem himself, and this is the end we got. Furthermore, admitted liars like Corey Goode, did you go to space, not in my physical body, are now trying to profit in some fashion from the tragedy, as I just showed you. The second comment I published later, I'm putting all of this just on the record. This one has 66,000 views. That is probably about 66,000 times more views I've ever had on social media. I'm not happy about that. Not sad about it. I'm just neutral. I put it out there to the few people who follow this show and who have listened to me talk about David for all these years. And this one's a little more direct. Here's my official statement on David Wilcock. Once I found out he had actually passed away, here's the official, this is me saying to you officially, this is what I think. And what I know, furthermore. David was $1.4 to $5 million in debt to the IRS. He was tens of thousands of dollars in debt elsewhere. His house was virtually unsellable because he pissed in the bathtub and sink, trashed the kitchen, which is on video, trashed the garage, which he complained about all the time, and he trashed the hot tub. Didn't cover it, let it fill up with mold and dirt and filth. I'm pretty sure that even the wood framing of his house, he didn't take care of it, so it looked like the deck was even rotting away. And all of this led, among other things and other reasons, to the house becoming infested with rodents and insects. How do I know that? Well, because he used to kill them on live stream. Oh, there's a love and light, oh, there's a spider. Let me get that. That's how I know. And I'm not saying that because I'm critiquing David. I'm saying that for his idiot followers who think that the deep state killed him. How do you know so much about David? How do you know so much about his house? Well, because he used to kill the insects on live stream and he used to show us his kitchen, which was filthy. And he used to, I don't think he was aware, but he used to show us the very things that he did to the house, which was just not keep it up. So that, coupled with the fact that he overpriced it by hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to collect that money and pay the IRS off, is the impression I get. I think he overpriced it by the exact amount that he needed to pay off the IRS, which is, of course, not suspicious. And I think he put it in like a shell company, too, as if they can't find it. But that is one of the reasons he couldn't sell his house. He destroyed his health, particularly his digestive system, by taking horse paste. How do you know he did that, Ryan? How do you know about his digestive system? Because he made slides about it. That's how I know. His wife left him a few years back. That's an explanation for, maybe why he had lost part of his mind. If not for the public berating of her on YouTube, which he definitely did that, because he gave their millions to an aerospace company called Stavati, which is facing multiple legal challenges, most notably a 2023 federal civil RICO lawsuit, Dimitrov versus Stavati Aerospace Limited, alleging fraud, racketeering, and that the company operated as a Ponzi scheme. Investors and contractors have sued the company for non-payment and misleading investment claims, alongside allegations that it failed to produce promised aircraft or prototype in 30 years. They do have 3D printed models and tried to sell missiles to the public on Black Friday, however. That's real. They actually had a Black Friday sale to sell missiles. That's very love and light. David has done nothing on his live streams but ramble about incoherent nonsense mixed with complaints about his life, and then 30 seconds later about how he's never felt better, followed 30 seconds later by how he doesn't know if he's going to make it. And it's concerning. Anybody who watched those streams and commented on them knew it was concerning. The last time I did a full David Wilcock show, which is on our YouTube channel, at TST Radio, we showed David's house because he showed his house. We played the video from his live stream. He didn't even take care of his clothes. His clothes were ripped in the video. His hot tub was virtually just like, it looked like someone used it as a toilet. He didn't know how to take care of himself or anything. He was kind of very childlike. And when you watch his live stream and he's talking that way, it was concerning. And like at first you say, this guy's going to kill himself. And then you realize like, oh, this guy's going to kill himself. And when you say those things, people say to you, that's just such a horrible thing to say. Why would you try to troll David? Why would you do something like that? It's not trolling. It's concerning, and he should have gotten help, and you encouraged him to not get help. And that's the truth. Come on, David. Don't listen to the haters. The guy was talking to animals, maybe because he liked animals, that's fair, but because he isolated himself in the middle of nowhere. And he streamed those interactions with those animals where he switched in and out of characters that might have been alternate personalities in retrospect. They were certainly projections of his own insecurities, including the one where he does his angry father telling him that he's an idiot and he should get a real job. And you know what his followers said about that? David, your dad's an idiot. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep strong with the love and light, my friend. We are the med beds. Did I tell you about my dad's deathbed prophecy, David? The same 5 comments every week for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and the same $333 donations fueling his delusions. And let's just be very clear, because I've seen people post this in the chat over and over and over again tonight. You're not aware of urine therapy. Some people are saying it to joke, but other people are serious. I've heard of urine therapy. There's a difference, though. Urine therapy is something that is studied. I don't know if clinically is the right term, but urine therapy is something that's studied legitimately. What David was doing was saying that the Archangel Michael told him to piss in the bathtub and lay in it. That alone is enough that his family should have said, all right, we got to fly out there and do something about this. Maybe they did. I don't know. I am by no means disparaging his family because they seem to be the only ones who are rational. His father seems to be the most rational of the bunch. David Wilcock thought that animal control leaving a card on his door, for which we have the video and have played it before, was swatting. He said he was swatted by 2 slightly overweight animal control women and a sheriff who had seen his show on Ancient Aliens before, who had joked about how this is how people are living, talking about aliens. You know, I got to check this guy out and listen to more of what he's saying. That's on the video. David thought the president was talking to him with secret codes and messages that only he could read. He promised people were going to physically and literally ascend out of their bodies and turn into rainbows in 2000, 2012, and 2025. Why am I talking about this? Why am I saying these things? Well, I'm talking about them and saying them because when people say there's no indication he was going to commit suicide, there's no indication this guy was insane. I think there was everything and anything I think everything was an indication that something was wrong. And what did people do? Well, like some people in our chat tonight, they think it's funny. They say, you're trolling. I guess his family's also trolling too. His family said he had mental health issues. Is his family trolling? Is his family trolling? Here where they talk about how even they even mentioned misinformation. Is his family trolling when they talk about how he had mental health issues? Is his family also trolling? These people are so disgusting and so vile, so gross. I'll finish my commentary. David Wilcock promised hover cars and mass arrests. Big disclosure of aliens. That's the closest thing people can say that almost came true, except if you actually paid attention, the people that are getting us this quote-unquote disclosure are the same people that have sold us fake stories over and over and over again. They're the same people that have sold us fairy tales. And by the way, Anna Paulina Luna, who's one of them, who keeps telling people to read the Book of Enoch, guess who Anna Paulina Luna enjoyed listening and watching? Anna Paulina Luna liked David Wilcock. Makes sense in retrospect. She posted, we just learned of the tragic passing of David Wilcock. We are praying for his family and loved ones and the millions of lives he impacted. Oh, really? So Anna Paulina Luna, the truth alien UFO czar, was listening to David Wilcock for information. Well, now it all makes sense. We go further. He did all of this nonstop for decades. The promises of rainbow bodies and ascension, hover cars and mass arrests. And despite the fact that it never came true, and he always changed his story, his listeners, his supporters always said, if anybody disagrees with him, you're the problem, ban them, kick them out, report them to the police. I'm surprised that anybody is even in the chat tonight talking about this. in a negative way, because I would have figured that you would have ascended by now, or you'd be having fun in your hover car, or you'd be celebrating the mass arrests, or you'd be a light body. And didn't David teach that you have to be for 13 years positive? And yet all of his followers who are like, yeah, light bodies, love and light, have done nothing but spew the most disgusting vitriol, far worse than anything that any of us joked about watching his show. He claimed he was talking to the Archangel Michael. That's not just an archangel. That's like the archangel. He told him to bathe in his own urine. And that is an archangel who evolved, by the way, out of the ancient god from Egypt, Ra, who's like the chief god. The only god higher than Ra is not really a god. It's like the essence, musubi. In Japanese, it's the essence of magic, Heka. He also claimed to be the literal reincarnation of Edgar Cayce. That's one of his most famous claims. And this one was confusing because this next part, I thought at first he had said that he was turned into a banana sandwich. Then someone said, no, the video was that he was making a banana sandwich. And then someone shared another video where he was turned into a banana sandwich. I mean, that is, I'll play it for you later. His archangel prophecies and ascension promises never came true, and he recently acknowledged that he wasn't channeling something and that ascension did not happen. In other words, the truth helped push him over the edge, and his audience that just couldn't let it go, like some of the people in the chat tonight who are here, despite the fact that they hate me, are here to listen to this because they are so GD delusional. These people need serious psychiatric and psychological assistance. And that's on top of the Corey Good fake insider story. The deposition proved that Corey was never in space. He admitted it. There's no secret space program or blue chickens. He stole that from some other woman's book anyway. And that obliterated a significant portion of David's credibility. And now he's trying, Corey is, to exploit David's death. How do I know all this? Well, because I've been covering this guy for 13 to 14 years, because I did a report on him at a conference talking about how he had such a giant ego, and he wrote a massive blog post about how he didn't. After that, I started following what he did directly, and he blacklisted me from events. One conference I was able to get access to anyway, and in asking questions, he accused me of being a terrorist. And this is the final statement of this. I said David was delusional and depressed. And I'll add to that, if I'm a bad person for saying that, then I guess his family is too, because they said it. They said it. It's in the official statement from the family. 3 times they mentioned mental health struggles. Those closest to him knew the depth of his untreated mental health struggles intimately. So is his family also trolling? You sick sons of bitches. Rather than trying to get him help, you sick sons of bitches pushed him over the edge. You sick sons of bitches finance his delusions. You told him to not listen to the people who were trying to get him help. You are culpable. And his critics seem to be the only people that genuinely actually care. One final statement that I made, and we'll proceed into the 3rd hour tonight. One final statement that I made just last night to conclude my closing thought on David. Based on police dispatch, David had run out of money. Yes, he is, of course, responsible for his own life and in the decisions he makes. But consider the following. And I know that some of this is repetitive, but I'm just putting what I stated on the record. Corey Good sold him a fake story which ruined his credibility. Now he's trying to profit from David's death. Stavati Aerospace took millions from David and did nothing they claimed they would do. Chris had even stopped returning David's calls at one point. Now, this next part is speculation, but I wonder if there's any financial benefit posthumously for Stavati Aerospace and the clown Chris Beskar. His followers financed his delusions while they viciously attacked, as you've seen in the chat tonight alone. Not just look at my social media page or look at Hidden in Plain Sight or look at Stephen Cambion. Well, they viciously attacked and slandered anybody who dared to point out those delusions. And it goes beyond just people like myself or people like all the others I've mentioned tonight that have talked about this for years. These people attack each other. There's people in his chat that have been in there that have given him hundreds, thousands of dollars, And when one of them says, well, David, I mean, maybe there's another way to look at it, banned. And the people with moderation power love to ban those other people. So much that even David says, well, that's maybe a little bit too much. And then David's compromised because he said maybe you shouldn't have banned somebody for saying something like, yeah, maybe that's a little bit too crazy. David's like, yeah, we don't know that for sure. Ban them, ban them, ban them, ban them, ban them. David, they've got control of your mind. Let it go, man. Don't let them control you. I mean, these are real pieces of work. I think David was in a lot of ways very naive to this. I said, considering David's state of mind in the last couple of months, where he basically acknowledged that he was not speaking to archangels or ancient gods, nor were any of his prophecies about ascension correct, it appeared that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. But it was also evident that he was trapped by his own audience. I mean, I watched Hidden in Plain Sight with Perry and Brandon over and over and over again, all their different episodes. They've got hundreds of them going back years. And I was looking at some of the more recent ones. I watched and listened to some of them. And they were saying, just like every episode, David, seriously, man, if you need help, I'll help you. I can reach out to me. I will help with your show. I will help you get back on track. There's a way around this. Genuinely offering the man help. I've offered for David to come on this show for over a decade. This next part is also speculative, but it appears that David would have turned his life around. His audience, if he would have done that, though, would have abandoned him. After all, they eat each other alive in his live chat. They viciously attack each other online to be the holder of some secret truth behind his death. They're in our chat tonight doing the same thing. I'm sitting here trying to be respectful and trying to be acting in good faith and say kind things. And his followers are in the chat dismissing what his family said, dismissing what he said, telling me I'm a liar. You people are sick. You people are responsible for pushing this man over the edge with Corey and Chris. David, however, is ultimately responsible. But for a man who clearly had mental health conditions going back years, it is equally the fault of those who exploited his naivety and generosity and his hope for something better. This includes all the people who told him to stop listening to the haters and just do his own thing. Even in situations when David seemed to be rational about something, his audience would pounce. Those that did that are just downright wicked, even if they sell it as some mantra of love and light. It wasn't just the truth and economic ruin that killed him, but the very people who myself and others tried to point out to that they were being scammed, who turned in the end to essentially be scamming David. And I say rest in peace, David Wilcock, because I genuinely mean that. Maybe and hopefully David can find some kind of balance, if you will, on the other side, if there is one. And I mean, ultimately, the only thing I can say directly about David's passing, like to actually comment directly on it, is to say that if David Wilcock really were all the things that people are trying to maintain that he was, I am under the impression that whether you're Christian or you're a spiritual guru, whatever it might be, that usually killing yourself is not a good option. Doesn't that final decision that David made, doesn't that kind of undermine everything that he taught? And I say that in good faith. I don't say that to be rude or malicious. I just mean seriously, if you're still trying to defend the stuff that clearly was not true that David pushed, and his almost divinity-like qualities that people believe he had, why would a spiritual guru do that to themselves? And especially someone who had embraced Christianity. Why would they do that to themselves? Maybe David was the real person, the real David, when he was in character, That was the way he was able to express it when he did characters. I'm pretty sure he knew his dad was right, but David also knew, and he said it, that if he didn't take those donations on YouTube, he'd really be screwed. And even in the end, it was not enough. Even in the end, it was not enough. By the way, just as a side note, I want to show you something back on the screen here, and I'll read it to you, including people that literally take these names in our chat tonight and people that have been saying this, tens of thousands of people all over social media. This is the law of one that David quoted as the Bible. Here is the first section. It literally would take you maybe like a minute and a half to read through this first section to get to this particular point. And what is said here is, I am Ra, we communicate now, we too have our place. Ra says we are not those of the love and the light. So you might want to, I don't know, read the law of one, where this Ra character, this Archangel Michael character that you love so much, that turns out wasn't actually real, is not of the love and light. As far as I'm concerned, and I don't say, for my audience, I don't say this, literally, but for the people that don't understand words or the origin of certain words, like, that is pretty Luciferian, that's pretty satanic, that's pretty evil, that's pretty deep state-ish. I think QAnon should come after you, is what I think. Paranoid, delusional, schizophrenic, whack jobs, including Corey Good. On that note, let's look at some of the craziest things that anybody has ever posted on the internet. And I don't mean David Wilcock, although that is part of it. I mean the people that are making some of these claims about David's passing. Let's look at some of these. This is not a joke. Although this is not David's stuff, so you can laugh at this. We can actually laugh at this to have a little bit of humor on tonight's show. This is some of the stuff that people have been posting on social media, including on my posts. Here's one of them here. Now, for those of you who can't see this, this is, honestly, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't know if it's 4chan, Reddit. I don't know if it's the CIA. It's like a news article and a picture of David mixed with like snippets of, I think, Q posts. And there's like circles around numbers, and then they point to certain blurry parts of the picture. And then there's like the number 11:40 or 10:44 a.m. is highlighted, which is when they got the call from David. And then that's like linked to a term that says on the clock. And then there's like stuff about killing Google, and that's supposedly, I don't know what this is. A few people in the chat said they can actually understand this. Please explain it to me, because I don't know what I'm looking at. Here's another one. David Wilcock was in the club. FTM transgender. No one was worried about him spilling UFO secrets. David Wilcock was transgender. And these are the people that are telling me that I am disrespectful, that I'm malicious. Insane. Here's an interesting one. Who killed David Wilcock? I don't know, himself? This person, another Q, Stavati Aerospace insiders, Chris Beskar killed him. Which, I mean, not directly or even necessarily indirectly, but definitely through the scams he ran on David. I mean, he took most of his money lying to him. So, which, by the way, I learned more about that Dimitrov case, and it looks like Dimitrov himself might have been also a scammer. So, scammers scamming each other. Scammers got to scam. The intelligence community or cabal operatives killed him, and they link him to the 11 dead or missing scientists. He's not a scientist. Disgruntled ex-associates are long-term scam victims. Corey Good. Well, Corey Good wasn't a scam victim. Corey Good was the scammer. David Wilcock was the victim. I hate Q. I hate these Q people. I really do. Like I genuinely never hated David Wilcock. I hate Corey Good, and I hate these Q people. Not the ones that are rational about it and will talk to you about it, but these kinds of Q people. Here's an example here of somebody who said, I'll read it to you. I've been asked about David Wilcock and rumors he passed. I've not seen official confirmation that he was the subject of the Boulder County Police report, so I emailed them in the corner. This is the response I got this morning. Still no verification. And the comments on this particular post were, well, we have confirmation. Here's the confirmation. And despite the fact that there's confirmation from the Boulder County law enforcement officials, people said, no, it's not true. It's not true. So at first it wasn't true that he killed himself. We have no proof. Then when there's proof and when his family comments on it, that's all still a lie too. You can see why this audience that he had believed anything that this man would say. Because he talked about things they wanted to believe, and that's what it was. That's what it was all about. Things they wanted to believe, delusions, fantasies. Ironically, the only person that I saw comment who was part of the con game, who I had serious problems with myself, he's the guy that I asked at a conference about QAnon and the deep state, and he said that I assaulted him. And by assaulted, he means I asked him a question respectfully when he took questions. That's Jordan Sather. And Jordan Sather, who, by the way, Jordan Sather, I know some people let you off. I know Steven had you on his show, and I think he was on Steven's show, and you had like a conversation. You don't get off the hook. You don't get to go from making smoothies to selling people miracle mineral solution. You don't get to do that and then jump off the crazy train in a documentary and say that, oops. No, you're part of it, but I'll give you credit where credit is due, and I give Jordan Sather a lot of credit here. He said, I've been getting a lot of questions regarding David Wilcock's suicide, that if his death should be added to the list of the 11 dead missing scientists. I don't think so. Spending the time I did with David and seeing his slide over the years, I do not think his death was mysterious. He was genuinely battling demons that he couldn't fight. Respect where respect is due. I respect that comment, and I respect you for saying that, Jordan Sather. Here's the health ranger, who I used to respect. I don't respect him at all anymore. I suppose this is already fairly well known, but I spoke to an industry source with lots of experience in the area of alt tech who says that David Wilcock's death was, for certain, a targeted hit. Basically, they Charlie Kirked David, sadly, and that means a very important and super fake psyop narrative is about to be unveiled, and they don't want people to know what's happening to blow the lid on it, so brace yourself. Yeah, they must have done the same thing to David Wilcock that was done to Charlie Kirk. Sure. So the difference was Charlie Kirk was actually talking to the president. Corey Good, David Wilcock, Stephen Greer, they weren't. What a joke Mike Adams has become. Here's another one. I was ignorant enough to not know who David Wilcock was until today. After spending a couple of hours watching his videos, I am officially a fan of his work. Who is going after all these great scientists and why? Again, he wasn't a scientist. This post goes back to what I said earlier on the show. Like, Jordan Maxwell died years ago. John Anthony West died years ago. Daniken died. He died earlier this year. Here's somebody that made an entire graphic about it. Why are so many people tied to ancient aliens dying? Here's someone that died in 2012, dying. Like, it just happened last week. This is the same thing that Fox News and CNN have done with these so-called missing or dead scientists. They're going back years to find, there was somebody that died in 2022. You mean Amy Eskridge? The woman who looked like she was drunk and high, who had mental health problems, who was running a very similar Stavati Aerospace type scam. You mean her? Why are so many people tied to ancient aliens dying? Jordan Maxwell, who's on this list, died several years ago. I knew him very personally. He died because he was sick. The only thing I hate more than these, as much as the Q things, are these anonymous looking people. Here's another one. The Rabbit Hole Official. Suicide or sacrifice? What a piece of garbage, the person who posted this. David Wilcock, they say, admitted a few years ago he regularly talks to Archangel Michael. He says it's a clear voice in his head telling him stuff. Archangel Michael is not as a supreme divine being, but as part of a false light matrix often associated with the Metatronic or death science agendas, a mass mind control program being beamed into our Earth from parallel fallen Earth. Metatron and Michael are part of a self-serving system that harvests energy. What the fuck are these people talking about? So in these cases, this is so great. In these cases, someone's like, yeah, David Wilcock was out of his mind crazy. And you're like, oh, so you see that he was too. Yeah, it's too bad he didn't get help. Well, what are you talking about? Well, you just said that he was crazy. Well, he was crazy. Well, I'm confused. Why do you think he was crazy? Because he was talking to the Archangel Michael. Well, yeah, that's what I think too. I think that's kind of why he was. And he admitted that he wasn't after the fact. So we're on the same page? No, he was crazy because the Archangel Michael is part of the, I'll read it again, false light matrix and the Metatronic death science agendas and mass mind control program beamed to the Earth from another Earth. Like, I mean, there has never been anything crazier said on the internet. There's nothing that's ever been said that's more of a justification for internet ID and censorship, frankly. Here's another one. David Wilcock didn't have any mental health issues. He was always a little cuckoo, but in a good way. They wanted to take him out so that they could release information he's been sharing for decades. This is just what they do. It's why my business was attacked as well. So let me get this straight. He's been sharing this information for decades. It's public knowledge. Most of it's been, like refuted unbelievably. So it's crazy anybody still believes any of it. And yet they killed him so they could release the same information? That makes no sense. Zero sense. Plus, his family said he had mental health issues. So I guess that's just his family it don't matter what they say. Remember, angry daddy's the problem. And then we get into some of these. David Wilcock said he was not suicidal. Well, yeah, if you take 22 seconds of a clip of a 5-hour video that he does once a week, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours, where he says, I can't do this anymore. The wind is killing me. I can't sleep. And I'm not saying this to make fun of David. I'm saying this is what he would say. I'm peeing in the sink. The angels aren't talking to me anymore. I might have got that one wrong. Oops. We go from that then to life is great. So I'm glad to be here. I'm happy that I'm here. And that's what people do. They pull that one clip. He said he wouldn't kill himself. There's one circulating that he said that in 2022. This person here responded to me. I said he literally talked about how awful his life was on nearly every video for years. And this person responded and said, so you believe that he called police and waited until they arrived, then shot himself in the face? No witnesses. Well, they didn't say he shot himself in the face, first of all. There were plenty of witnesses, including the police officers. Does that really sound credible? Yeah, it does sound credible. In fact, if anybody was going to question that story, they certainly don't know David. And then I want to show you something else. This is from a friend of mine from high school, one of my best friends from high school. And I talk to him all the time. And I don't know if he's in the chat tonight. But he and a bunch of other people from my school, they know what I do for a living. And they know, that I've had run-ins with David. And they knew him from Ancient Aliens. So they're like, well, that's interesting. A guy from my class was talking to this David guy. My friend sent this to one of our friends. Okay, this isn't a random person on X. My friend sent this to one of our, well, not really my friend, but someone that I knew from high school. My friend said, Gable sent me this, thinks David Wilcock maybe killed himself. My friend also spelled his name wrong. And this other guy from high school responded back, quote, murdered with psychotronic weapons, probably. Crowley, Prolly with no space between weapons. And my friend, who knows this guy's also insane, said, you think, and this is what this guy says back to my friend. This isn't Twitter, okay? This is like high school people that I knew. He says, they got everybody full of parasites and metals, all good until you piss them off and they use their weapons on you. And my friend's hilarious. He said, oh, this is just people from my high school. This isn't some person on social media. I don't know what to call it. Call it mental illness. I call it whatever. Now I want to show you what people have been claiming about me, and then I'm going to show you Carrie Cassidy and Corey Good. And we got a lot more show left, so stay tuned. I don't want to have to repeat it over and over again, but this is totally free to listen to on YouTube. The advertisement archive where the show usually has ads is limited this week to the first 30 minutes. There's no ads at all. And if you are hearing ads and you're thinking, Ryan's making money off of this, well, just go to YouTube. You can watch it totally for free. Let's go to what people are accusing me of. This is just one or two or three of many, many, many things so that you can see how insane these people actually are. This woman has been, or this guy has been, I don't know who they are, has been doing this since the incident was reported. You know, I read you what I had said. I laid the groundwork for what I had, what I thought and what was totally true. And his family confirms it just as much as anybody who knew him confirms it. Some of the, and you can see now we got some humor here because you can laugh at these people, because they're so insane. This person says they literally, they hashtagged, or I guess you could say they atted the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You read what I said, right? Or you heard at least what I read, or what I said, or what I read on air. And what I said, this person tagged the FBI, Boulder County Police, and Corey Good, and said that this guy is continuing to dehumanize, defame, and target David Wilcock after his suicide, resulting from him being targeted for years with cyber harassment, bullying, stalking, needs to be investigated. I'm pretty sure, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that this is one of two people. This is either one of the sycophantic wackos that follows Corey Good, one of the 7 people that he has left who believe him, or it is Corey Good. I really wouldn't be surprised if this is Corey Good. This person has been on me for 72 hours, reporting me to, I'm sure the FBI cares. The FBI isn't even doing anything about cannibals and vampires and child traffickers and people that murder and rape kids. They're probably not going to do something about a guy who's showing, what, the Boulder County Police is going to arrest me for showing their website. Here's a great one. The Keystone, I don't even want to say the rest of it, but you can see it on the video. This woman says, unfortunately, it is true. Rest in peace, David Wilcock. We know who the cyber stalkers are. The Hidden Pod and Stephen Cambion are 2 of them. They are currently grifting off his death as we speak. This is why they were the first to know. It's like, well, first of all, Stephen Cambion did his entire show for free. He didn't have any ads in it. Second of all, I don't think that Hips has posted much of anything except some videos that were just, kind-hearted David videos. And I think Perry posted something about his upcoming show. And this person is using the same narrative, the same line that Corey's using. Cyber stalkers. I hate that word. I hate when he said, the cyber stalkers. Fuck you, Corey Good. You degenerate piece of trash. You want me to play the Emry Smith clip again that I got at a conference where Emry Smith told me, because he worked with you scumbags, where Emry Smith told me, the one that kind of broke the internet and broke a lot of this stuff open. You want me to play the clip where Emry Smith says that it was Corey Good and Jordan Sather who were the doxers? You want to play that again, you scumbag piece of trash, Corey Good? You defamed loser, trying to profit off of your friend, quote unquote's death. By quote unquote, I mean friend. Fuck off, Corey Good. So I responded back to this woman, and I said this. I said, "You mentally ill, schizophrenic wacko, people are aware of it because it's public knowledge." And I posted the bouldercounty.gov website. I said, "The worst part is you're helping Corey Good profit off of a self-inflicted death. You are a shameful scumbag. I'm a cyber stalker because I don't believe the fairy tales." This woman says, just like the other person, she tags Boulder County law enforcement. "Please take note for the investigation." They're not investigating what people say on social media. They're investigating whether or not David Wilcock was actually David Wilcock. They confirmed that it was David Wilcock. We assume there was some damage to his head or face, unfortunately. That's what they were investigating. They were investigating to see if there was anybody else on the property. These people are so delusional, they think that because you ask a question, that the FBI is going to investigate you. It's unbelievable. And what is it with all these AI pictures from these people, AI women? There's a couple in our chat tonight. There's a bunch of them on social media. Because you think you put like an AI image of a woman up that makes you better? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, in the chat. In Colorado, it's a crime. What's a crime? Asking people questions? Showing their videos? That's a crime? And so this woman says, well, I said to her first, you can see she blocked me. "You want Boulder police to investigate me for posting the counter report of the incident?" She said, "No, it's what you wrote that they need to." And then she blocked me. It's the same thing. I've had dozens of people do this. Dozens of people that have said this to me. People, I don't know who they are, but they know all kinds of stuff about me. They've got like 3 followers. They say this stuff and they block me. They're trying to get like screenshots. Then they send it to Boulder County Police. These people are out of their minds. And that's what we really need to focus on in the second half of tonight's show. They did the same thing to Macario, too. They just said in the chat, I'll put it on the screen, "I've been reported to the FBI so many times in the last 48 hours. Yeah, me too, Macario. I've been reported to the FBI, Boulder County Police. Here's another one. This one's actually really funny. My friend thought this was hilarious. This person said Cambrian, which his name's not Cambrian, is a scumbag, and apparently you are too. Your muted victory dance over David's demise is ghoulish. And this was a response to me saying, rest in peace, David. It sounds like the people are trying to exploit your death for profit like Corey Good. You can read what this person said. And then this person said, at the end, I'll read this part to you. "I don't support anyone. I listen to what people have to say and draw my own conclusions. I have concluded David was kind-hearted and had some wild ideas. You and Cambion are cruel online mercenaries." That's right. I'm a cruel online mercenary. I'm paid to kill people on the internet. These people are unbelievably out of their minds, unbelievably dangerous. Same person, probably Corey Good or one of his drones. "I do not know who this guy is, but in my book, he is highly questionable," literally for just posting what Corey Good posted and literally for just posting the Boulder County report. Here's another one. My official statement, all totally true. This is not the first type of post I've seen. Seems like it's a hit piece going off. Yeah, it's a hit piece. Some guy on X who has a shadow banned account with 1,500 followers. Yeah, it's a hit piece. Yeah, the CNN paid me to write this. It's a story, not a hit piece. And then here's just one of several examples. Say, this is so ridiculous and so kind of funny. Say you're a Jew without actually saying it. Yes, I'm a Jew because I said David was depressed. His critics are the ones that care. They're the ones that tried to get him help. You're a Jew, Ryan. Yeah, I'm a Jew. That's a strange turn of events, isn't it? Here's another one. I guess we now know who David's and Corey's stalker is. Yeah, I'm the stalker, even though he constantly talked about Stephen Cambion being the main one. And then there's a couple more here. These came in last night. "The insult after death is a big tell that this was a hit." And again, the insult that they think is an insult is this sentence here. "David was delusional and depressed. Rather than trying to get him help, his supporters pushed him deeper. His critics seem to be the only ones who care." And the response to that is, that's an insult, and I killed him, that it was a hit. This person is in on it and has no soul. The joke is on you. We are watching you. The next response, either Wilcock killed himself or Gable is part of the look away op. I'm sure he's connected to those 11 scientists, but again, he wasn't a scientist. And then one of the most unhinged things that anybody's ever written about me, and it's unhinged more so than anything else I've ever read because most of these people just write one line with poor grammar and a few punctuation issues. This woman wrote like 4 paragraphs about me. You can pause it and read it if you'd like to read it. It is really, really, really insane. It's really, really crazy stuff. And of course, you'll notice immediately that in this post, this woman's name is already insane. Her name is Galactic Federation Ambassador. She said this, and I'm reading all this because it's kind of fun. You got to laugh at this stuff because it really is genuinely funny. Here's what she said, quote, Ryan Gable, you pathetic, jealous little parasite. While David Wilcock lay dead in his yard, brain still warm from the gun he turned on himself, which, when I read that, I thought, wow, what a bitch. After years of carrying the weight of the universe on his shoulders, that would actually be the weight of an increasing debt. You're out here pissing on his grave with your 13-year stalker manifesto. Again, it said that he needed help, and his followers pushed him over the edge along with Corey and Chris, but you didn't cover him. You obsessed over him like a bitter ex who could never measure up. David was out here risking everything, channeling higher realms. By the way, he admitted that he wasn't doing that, and it was all his conscious mind. This person doesn't even know who David is, apparently. Fighting for disclosure. At least I'll give her that. At least that's partly true. Pouring his soul and millions into waking humanity while you hid behind a microphone peddling secret teachings that nobody remembers. Well, again, it's just like one of the dumbest things I think anybody's ever written about me. David poured millions of dollars. Yes, he did pour millions of dollars into a company. And if he would have listened to John Christian Spadavaccia, who's researching that company and could give him all the records, he would know that it was a scam. I mean, after like the second time or the third time, well, quite frankly, after the first time, when someone says, I've got $1 trillion deal for you. And even though Boeing and these other aerospace companies manufactured, say, X number of this aircraft over the last 60 years at this cost, we're going to manufacture twice as many. We're going to do it at half the price. And you're going to get $1 trillion, not $1 billion, $1 trillion. That is the first sign that you're being lied to. But, after you've been told that and maybe you believed it, okay, we can let David have that one. After that, though, and you've been told this, like if you watch his streams, it's literally every week. The big deal's coming. The big deal. It's $1 trillion. It's 10 trillion. It's 100 trillion. It's like every week it's something new. I mean, really, it's always been on him for believing that. But at some point, like, really? Are you serious? You still think $1 trillion is going to be deposited into your bank account? This is like a new version of the African prince scam. It's really, truly unbelievable that David believed that. But when people pointed it out, you don't listen to him. You're going to get that $1 trillion, David. So he blew all of his money, what was left of it that he had, and he gave millions to this company. This woman says this like it's a good thing. Apparently, she didn't listen to the police dispatch where he said, I'm out of money. I'm out of money. That's why he killed himself. And this woman is here celebrating him giving his money away, telling me I'm a parasite. She goes on, look at you now gloating over sink piss and horse paste like some tabloid ghoul. Well, again, he is the one that pissed in the sink. He is the one that took horse paste and said that it destroyed his microbiome. He is the one who posted all this on the internet. Ryan, it's really weird that you know about his bowel movements. Well, I don't want to know about David's bowel movements either, but he posted it online, and I couldn't help but noticing that he was so desperate for attention, he made slides about his constipation. That's not on me. That's kind of on him. I'm just the one that watched it and thought it was weird. Gloating over his... Gloating? I said that people like this are the ones that drove him over the edge. How is that gloating? If I was gloating, I'd be happy about it. I'm wearing my Hontin tonight in honor of David. Like, genuinely, I don't have a sizzle jacket. I've got this thing. Digging through court docs and old streams for every humiliating detail because your own sad little life is so empty. I mean, that's just an unbelievable thing to say. I mean, 13 years of watching this, it's not digging through court documents. They're just, I mean, if anybody's doing that, it's John Christian Spedavacci, because he's trying to get to the bottom of what's actually going on, and he shares it with us because I don't have time to read that stuff. It's just right there. You dug through things that were true. That's so sad. I think it's sad that you're celebrating that he gave millions of dollars, which is the thing he said that killed him, to a company that doesn't make anything. I think that's kind of sick. And for those of you thinking, why would you even go through and read all this? Well, I'm just trying to provide context for the show tonight. This is a very small segment of the show. She goes on, look at you now, gloating over blah, blah, blah. His house was a mess. His health failed. His marriage crumbled. At least he had a life worth destroying. Like, these people are disgusting. Basically admitting, like, yeah, his house was a mess. Yeah, his health failed. Yeah, his marriage crumbles. But at least his life was worth destroying. What a fucking piece of shit. You have nothing but this. Kicking a man the second he's gone. Exploiting his suicide for clout and the likes of your dozen followers. Wow, it's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, my dozen followers. I mean, it's... as Macario in the chat said, David said he gave millions to Stavati. That was meant for his taxes. He said it on stream. He said it on air. David gave people hope. I'll give you that. He gave them hope. It was a false hope, but he gave it to them. He made millions feel seen in a cold, empty cosmos, told them they were stars, reincarnations, part of something bigger than IRS debt or failed predictions. Well, like, that's kind of the problem. That's not something to celebrate either. You're the voice that whispers it's all lies while a widow mourns. What? A widow mourns? A widow mourns? He wasn't married. And she knew that a second ago because she said divorce. He wasn't married. He doesn't have a widow. And fans worldwide are shattered, crying in the dark because their hero just proved the darkness can win. Which, again, kind of undermines the things that he taught. You know, a spiritual guru doesn't kill themselves. You didn't care about truth, Ryan. You cared that he shone brighter than your dim bulb ever could. You waited, watched, collect. It's like the intro to... I'm trying to get some humor out of this. It's like the intro to War of the Worlds. He waited, he watched, and collected every failure like a serial killer's trophies. And now, with him silenced forever, you finally get to come all over his legacy. What a fucking cunt. I'll say it again. Let me tell you something, Galactic Federation Ambassador Catherine Sabers. You are a cunt. Fuck you. And this is the person that's supposed to be a defender of David? What a piece of trash. You actually should be reported to Boulder County authorities. If it actually meant something, you should be reported. Congrats, tough guy. You won. A broken, isolated man who talked to animals because the world rejected his visions is dead. Well, no. That's not why he talked to animals. He talked to animals because he bought a multi-million-dollar house in the middle of nowhere and didn't know the wind blew on the top of a mountain. That's why he talked to animals. And he also liked animals according to his family. So that's probably another reason. You're here to make sure his supporters feel every stab. I hope every tear from his real fans haunts your dreams. Well, again, his fans aren't the ones that are crying. His fans are the ones that are going onto the internet and trashing anybody, including his family, who said this guy was mentally ill. I meant it. In the chat, Joe Ryder, I meant it. She is. I haven't used that word since... What's the blonde woman that just got fired from the DOJ? Pam Bondi. I haven't used that word since Pam Bondi. Galactic Federation Ambassador, more like galactic cunt, got it out of me. She said, I hope you choke on your victory. David Wilcock may have been flawed, delusional. I mean, just unbelievable, too, admitting it. Like, he was flawed, he's delusional, he's bankrupt, sure, but he dreamed bigger than you. He definitely dreamed bigger than me. He dreamed about a lot of cocks. Literally. Talked about him all the time. He talked about how he wasn't sexual. He might have been homosexual. He might have been gay. I'm not dreaming about dicks, so I'm trying to make this a little bit humorous. Like, this is crazy. These people are nuts. And I'm a maggot festering on what's left. Rest in not in peace. These people, oh God, I hate these people. Rest in power, David. The rest of us will carry the light you lit. This school can rot. Look, you got to take some time off. All right, you got to be able to laugh at this because it's so unbelievable. And frankly, I used to say, and I still would say, if circumstances were different, that David always found a way to outdo himself, and he did. I'll give him that. He was creative, very creative. But there is nothing that David's ever done or outdid that could compare to what these people have done over the last 72 hours. Really. Nothing. These people find a way to just next level. And so that brings me to a lovely lady. Oh, just a wonderful human being. Such a great person. And that would be Carrie Cassidy. That's right, Carrie Cassidy, Project Camel Toe or Camelot or Scamelot or whatever it's called. Even in 2026, I still have people telling me, you know, Ryan, if you just went and talked to Carrie, I mean, she'd give you a platform, or it'd be nicer to her. She'll have you on the show. Why would I want to be on Carrie Cassidy's show? Like, literally, children know how to work a camera better than she does, first of all. Why would I want to be on Carrie Cassidy's show? Carrie Cassidy is, the only time she asks a good question is when it's an accident. Carrie Cassidy has been responsible for promoting people like David Wilcock and getting them into the spotlight. People like Carrie Cassidy have done this with literal murderers, with rapists, with criminals. Carrie Cassidy is such a low-life piece of garbage. This is what she posted in response to listening or reading about this terrible tragedy that happened to David. Look at what she said. My psychic intuition is that David faked his death with the help of the secret space program. You know, the one that Corey admitted wasn't real. I have one verification from another known psychic on this. See the following live show records or recorded within 5 minutes of hearing the announcement. I was interviewing clan mother. That joke writes itself. I was interviewing a clan mother. Was she wearing her white robes? And healer Karen Lucky McDonald. I mean, just might as well be an actual clown. And partway through the show, we focused on David's supposed suicide. Go to approximately 29:39, where we focus on David. I did not pull that video, but I might have to go back to X and find that link and pull that, because we got to go listen to what the clan mother had to say. But then Carrie Cassidy, if you thought, you know, I mean, she couldn't outdo herself. She finds a way to outdo herself every single time. Really, Carrie, I got to give you a round of applause, you know, with your face melting off, with all the controversy and people not believing, you know, most people not believing what the crap that you talk about and do. I mean, to post something like that is just, I mean, that's a bold move. That's a very, very bold move. Yes, I found the clan mother link here. We'll go to that in a second. Carrie Cassidy goes on in another post, follow-up. To all those news and broadcasters, please get your facts straight. Quote, David Wilcock was the director of advanced technology at Stevati Aerospace, where he prompted the integration of free energy technologies into their aerospace projects. Stevati is a firm focused on next generation military aircraft such as the SM-39 Razor. In other words, David Wilcock was a scientist working on free energy, zero-point propulsion systems such as what powers UFOs, aka UAPs. He is one of the recently died, missing, suicide Suicided. Scientists being reported. Technically number 13. Please share. Oh, that's a synchronicity too. Again, he wasn't a scientist. He wasn't a scientist. And as I showed you earlier, here's Corey Good's response to the news that David died. We are shocked and horrified. We will meet with the Boulder County Police to provide any information we can. The last time I spoke with him, he couldn't stop talking about the cyber stalkers and how they destroyed his life. I will release a video statement soon. Which is just kind of almost contrary to anything David talked about, because he said he had one stalker. Sometimes it was a team, but it was one stalker. He usually didn't call him a stalker. He just called him a troll. Corey Good, basically what happened was blood hit the water. Corey Good's a shark, smelled it, and rushed to the scene. These two people are disgusting. Corey Good and Carrie Cassidy are disgusting people. And I don't care. I mean, you probably know this by now, but like, seriously, obviously I don't care about saying those things out loud, because I've said them for years and years and years and years and years and years and years, over and over and over again. And it's essentially ruined any potential I had to become one of these people, as if that's what I wanted in the first place. It wasn't. I just wanted to get to the truth, whatever the truth was of any subject. I'm interested in learning about interesting things. And when I noticed all this, and I noticed people within the industry saying, "Well, just don't say about Carrie. She can make you famous." Like, what is this, Hollywood? What do I got to do? I guess a lot of stuff I could say that's just, I'm trying to not be vulgar, but like, what do I got to do? I got to sleep with Carrie Cassidy, get on project. What is wrong with these people? This is what the industry is, or the community, or whatever you want to call it. It's just, this is vile, disgusting. Carrie's supposed to be one of David's longest friends. And this is what she's, I mean, I guess he probably would have liked it. I mean, if she died, he'd probably say the same thing. I got insiders that Carrie's still alive, probably would have said the same thing. But like, that's, I mean, am I really the one that doesn't have a heart or soul? I feel like that's kind of wrong. I feel like that's kind of something you shouldn't say. But no, I mean, they go ahead with it, full steam ahead. They don't care. Let's go to Carrie Cassidy. She says 2939 in the clan mother. Yeah, so I was talking to the clan mother last night. Carrie, you are a piece of work. Anyway, she's talking to the clan mother. 2939, they find out David Wilcock is no longer with us. 2939, let's go. Here, you can see the clan mother here. Oh, these are two winners. Look at these people. Look at these women. These are winners. Why are all of her insiders 300 pounds, by the way? I guess that, the moon puts on a couple hundred bills. 2939, she said. Let me double check. That's what she said. 2939, excuse me. 2939. Ryan gave out disinfo. He said the wrong timestamp. All right, we'll play it from right there. I didn't watch this because it's garbage, but I gotta imagine it's going to be good. Maybe it won't be, but let's see what, I didn't watch this, so I don't know what's going to happen. Let's see what she says.
So there seems to be a correlation between.
And I'm going to put up fair use so Carrie Cassidy doesn't get this taken down.
Also, feeling it. So when the Schumann resonance is off the charts, it's been stimulated by what appear to be solar flares of some kind. And then also it's possible. 3i Atlas was in Stuart Swerdlow was just on David Will.
Go to approximately 2939 where we focus on David.
Nino's show.
Okay.
And he was talking about that 3i Atlas had been throwing out all kinds of.
I don't hear anything yet.
Stuff, like, what people think of as, those firelight.
All right. Well, maybe we'll fast forward a little bit here. And for those of you in the chat, can you actually hear this? Make sure that the YouTube link is working this time. It was not working earlier. Let's fast forward.
Everything looks different. So I'm driving down a road that I drive down all the time, and suddenly it doesn't look anything like it did. And I'm wondering if, am I lost? Where am I? Literally. So this is the very strange.
She's got
that
dementia.
When you have, when they mess with the timelines. So I think that's part of what's happening here.
Carrie Cassidy's got dementia probably, and she's like, I don't know where I'm at. They're messing with the timeline.
You kind of given a whole litany about, but there's kind of different directions we can go.
I don't hear where she's talking about David.
Wilcock just apparently.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, it's true. Committed suicide. And
so she was a minute off in her own video. That's great. Can't even get her own video right.
About, but there's kind of different directions we can go because David Wilcock just apparently, if it's true, committed suicide. And so I don't want to just do a show and then ignore that. No, so what I'd like to do, I don't know if it's even possible, but
I'd like to exploit it.
I didn't even announce this show. I didn't. This all just kind of happened back to back. Sure. And so I'm wondering.
She better hurry up because her friend here, the clan mother, has a lunch date.
Did you know anything about David Wilcock? Because we can also ask our viewers to ask questions of you related to any of these topics, really.
All the above. I'd like to go there. I just want to add one thing, just when you talked about this timeline shift, and we're not in Kansas anymore. So
yeah, it was crazy. I went in the kitchen to eat a cake yesterday and it wasn't there, and the timeline must have shifted.
At all. I don't think I ever was, but I don't know about you. But I wanted to share something that happened to me about 2 months ago since we met and we were talking.
I got fatter.
Quite often I would take one of the seniors up here, and I would take them because we have a lot of hot springs.
Take all their money from them.
Right. So I go take the seniors out for the outing. And so we were up there going to a place called Nakusp, and we've got Halcyon and Nakusp, which is kind of the plating pool. But anyway,
they all look the same. You are right, Chrissy, in the chat. Yes.
I had an appointment at 1 o'clock. So everything we were very cognizant, all of us, of where we had to be and what time.
Golden Corral.
We left here at about quarter after roughly 12. My appointment was for 1. I got there, dropped off, the guys for lunch, went to the ground.
Oh, she really went.
And they looked at me.
They really were. You really were going to lunch. Okay.
Are you here so early? And I said, well, it's 5 to 1. What's early? He says, what are you talking about? It's not even 12:30. All the guys just left for lunch. And I went,
okay, well, I got to fast forward the clan mother here.
I'm sorry for my audiences, but we're going to jump around a lot here. Because have you ever noticed, Crimea has a reputation of having all these pyramids.
Yes.
In that.
Okay. I if you want to watch it, just go to her Project Camelot, YouTube channel and go watch it. It's just unbelievable. Let's go to Corey Good now. And since Corey Good, you're such a degenerate piece of subhuman filth, I'm sure you're going to try to flag this video. He stole my video. You want people to see this, don't you? You want people to know how much you cared about David and how much you loved David. Don't you want people to see it, Corey? This is fair use. But Corey's such a piece of garbage anyway. I'm sure he'll strike the channel and try to get it taken down. Guess what, Corey? You can't get it all taken down because I've got copies of it. I've got audio recordings of it. It's going to be out there either way. Why don't you focus on selling off the remainder of your possessions in the background so that you can pay your rent and pay your legal fees? Remember, you're the one that started all these lawsuits and you're the one that created these problems. Why don't you auction off those last remaining personal items you have in the background there, that basement prison that you're living in? How about that? Oh, there's some great stuff in the chat. See, we're not making fun of David. That's not what tonight's show's about. I've said my piece about David. Now we're focused on the people that are exposing him, or that are exploiting him, I should say. Now we're focused on the people that are exploiting him. And I don't know why this one's so funny, Jeff, or Goffy in the chat. Corey looks like he has space AIDS. I think I heard that on a few other shows too. Yeah, he does look like he has space AIDS. If David would have come on to this show or another one of our shows, another one of like Cambian's show or Barry and Brandon's show, And David could have laughed at that. Like David actually had a sense of humor. He did think certain things were funny. We could have had a great relationship with David if he would have come on our show and just laughed at Corey Good having space AIDS. Space AIDS. I'm sure Corey would get a lawyer and sue for that. He said, I had space AIDS. I want to go for the record. I don't have space AIDS. It's like, well, that's not a real thing. So it's a joke. Let's listen to what Corey Good had to say. I mean, what just a reprehensible person this is.
This is probably the hardest video I've ever had to do.
How do I grift off this? How do I make money off this? I'm struggling. How can I get people to give me money?
As many of you know, have learned
I have space AIDS.
Yesterday on 4/20, David Wilcock took his own life.
That's not funny.
We are devastated and shocked.
Now, you hear this, and you might think
I really love David.
Corey's
He was a
being
good
genuine,
friend.
and maybe he is to some
He was with
extent.
me through a lot of horrible things. We were there for each other.
Remember, though, Corey and David don't really talk anymore, and David has said that on his streams.
Many laughs, many
And maybe
extremely
Corey
deep
does genuinely feel
conversations.
sad that he's passed away.
And always remember how kind he was.
David actually was a pretty kind person in some, he also wanted revenge, but he
never
was
hurt anyone.
pretty
Never
kind person.
denigrated, talked down to anyone. He treated everyone well. He brought such a huge body of knowledge and information to this world.
Much of it fake,
I
like
hope
your
people
story.
remember him in
He brought
respect
your fake story to the
for
world.
that. Everyone knows the last
Yeah, Macario,
uh,
David's wife, did not
18
like Corey. Everybody hates Corey. Even some of David's supporters in our chat tonight have been saying that they hate Corey.
have gone through an incredible amount of legal issues and cyber stalking.
Oh,
We've
it's the
received
cyber.
death threats.
It's the cyber stalking.
Numerous
Yeah.
death threats on a yearly basis. There are groups of people that have gone out of their ways to completely destroy us. I think a lot of these people would have preferred to see me as the person who took their own life. But
What an absolutely despicable not person. Corey, you are not a person. This man is crying within 2 minutes of this show, this little presentation he does. At first you think, oh, he's being sincere. And then he says, the cyber stalkers went after David. He's implying that people like me and Steven and Hidden in Plain Sight, Macario, John Christian Spadavaccia, and others are responsible for David's death. And then he goes on to say, they wish it was me instead.
it was David. Completely destroy us.
You got to hear this again.
There are groups of people that have gone out of their ways to completely destroy us. I think a lot of these people would have preferred to see me as the person who took their own life, but it was David. The amount of relentless
You are disgusting, Corey.
cyber stalking, bullying, attacking everyone close to you until they turn on you or abandon you. This is something that was done systematically for a long time. The last time I spoke to David was just before my birthday in February. And he just went on and on about, Gaia dragging him into the lawsuits and, Stephen Cambion, Jay Widener, and these other people that were relentlessly cyber stalking him, reporting him to the IRS, reporting him to the SEC. When his dog died, they reported him to the police, saying that he had been cruel to his dog. All of this that has happened is beyond sick. It's
Yes.
now criminal.
Yes,
in
you.
my opinion.
It's criminal now. Yeah, it's criminal.
I'm still in shock. I'm very upset. I can't believe I'm not going to hear him laugh again. See that big smile and those sparkly eyes.
He was my cash cow.
He was a good man. He didn't deserve all this.
No, the thing is, David actually was not really a bad person. David actually was kind of a decent person. We talked about this with Jay Widener, their former boss at Gaia. I know Jay Widener, a little bit. A good friend of mine knows him really, really well. And Jay Widener came on this show on New Year's Eve. We did a countdown to Ascension. And we talked with Jay Widener. And Jay Widener and I and a few other people on the show and on the air, we just kind of came to the conclusion. I think I even asked Jay directly. I said, so basically the impression I get here is that David Wilcock was not a bad guy. Maybe he was naive. And Corey Good was the scumbag. And that is kind of, sort of, exactly what Widener and the rest of us came to the conclusion of, that Corey was scum. Not a good person. I mean, this guy threw his kids in front of a camera to make money off of fake stories recently. David was a decent guy who was naive and who got scammed by Corey Good. Corey, you are a disgusting, despicable thing. And honestly, quite frankly, based on the comments in the chat, on my chat tonight, and that I'll get in the email inbox, I'm sure I'll get it on, already got it on X for sure. People that hate me and think that I killed David Wilcock and that Stephen Cambion killed David Wilcock, or that Perry and Brandon killed him or something, or we had something to do with it. You reported us to the FBI and Boulder County police. Like, I'm sure they're going to investigate it. I'm sure. Like, seriously, Corey Good. I am actually, I'm genuinely, this has only happened a few times in my radio career. I am genuinely out of words. I don't know what to say about this guy. I really don't. I've lost my train of thought. I don't even know what to say. I can't even play more of this. I mean, like, genuinely, Corey Good is such a despicable person. You're going to sit there and you're going to blame all these people for David's death. And then, you know what? Based on the way that people have spoken, that really just, they hate us. They think that we had something to do with it, for asking questions, for addressing the cult. Guess what, Corey? Even those people who have reported me to the FBI and the Boulder County Sheriff's Department, even those people despise you. Oh, I bet they wish it would have been me instead. Corey, if it was you instead, I don't think anybody would mourn you. And I mean that I don't mean that to be malicious. I mean, genuinely, I don't think anybody outside of your immediate circle would mourn you. That's how much everybody hates you. You probably should not try to profit off of David's death. It's bad enough what Carrie Cassidy is doing. Corey's the worst of the lot. Isn't that just the most, like, one of the most disgusting things you've ever seen in your life? It's amazing that people that just, like, otherwise would not agree, or like, oh yeah, we all hate each other, but like, this guy is a piece of garbage. Yeah. All right, let's shift gears and conclude the show in the next hour. I've got a bunch of things to play for you. I've shown you the videos. We've looked at the documents. We've looked at the news articles. We've looked at a bunch of stuff. Now what I want to do is I want to show you some, for two reasons. I want to show you some clips of David. I want to show you these clips for two primary reasons. Number one, I want to show them to you because in retrospect, in good faith, good-heartedness, we can get a kind of like a post kind of, laugh at the character that is David, because he really was like a funny guy in some ways. But also because these videos show you that David was actually suffering from mental illness. I think comedy, or what he thought was comedy, was the way that he could deal with that. So I want to show you some of those videos because people have been asking me, tens of thousands of people have been asking, how do you know so much about David? Well, he posts everything on his YouTube. That's how I know. And maybe it's a synchronicity, but as soon as I opened up my X page, this popped up. I was looking for it, couldn't find it, but John Christian Spadavaccia posted it. And it is the official Stavati Aerospace comment on David's passing. I've just literally now seen this for the first time, so let's see this. Stavati Aerospace posted this in memory of David Wilcock, Director of Advanced Technology, Stavati Aerospace. With profound sorrow, we remember our dear friend and colleague, David Wilcock, Director of Advanced Technology at Stavati Aerospace. Everyone here knew him as the brilliant business professional he truly was, a gifted, loving soul who brought light and intelligence to everyone. While the world saw but a few aspects of David, we were blessed to know the full depth of his heart and his wallet. It doesn't say that, but that's really what he meant. He will be extremely missed by all of us who love him. Our hearts and company are considerably broken, you just mean broke, with his passing. John Christian Spadavaccia said, you took $2 million or more of David's money, and in 7 years you paid him nothing. Your company was considerably broken long before David was. David wasn't a brilliant business professional, but I would give David everything before I ever gave you a cent. And see, that's the sentiment that we all have for Stavati and Chris Beskar and for Corey Good. We would actually help David financially before we would ever assist Chris Beskar and Corey Good. That's how gross these people are. That's how disgusting these people are. Again, Chris Beskar is like a living clown. He literally looks like a clown. I'm not going to spend time pulling it back up again, but he looks like he's a clown. Also doesn't like to be on video that much because he hides when David tries to film him on some of those videos at one of those conferences they went to. All right, let's go down and let's see some of these videos. I saved a bunch of them on here. People ask me, how do you know David Wilcock was taking horse paste? Well, because he literally held it up on air and said he was taking Zemectrin. And he said that it destroyed his microbiome. He said that. I didn't say that. And you got a bunch of really crazy people, not necessarily David Wilcock supporters, but people that just found him for the first time. He was taking ivermectin. I take ivermectin every day. He must know the truth about COVID. And then because you say, well, David was taking horse paste, it destroyed his stomach, made him really sick. You just don't know the truth, Ryan, about ivermectin. It saved me from COVID. Don't have time to get into the specifics of that. But he said that's why he was sick. That's what he said. Because he was taking horse paste. Let's look at some of the David Wilcock classics. Again, we're doing this because, it's like we miss him and it's kind of funny, but also because this indicates that David was sick. He was sick in the head. And for people that are sharing a clip of him or a screenshot from 2022 for that matter, saying, oh, he said he wouldn't kill himself. I mean, InfoWars did this. Mike Adams did this. I've got those videos we might look at here if we have time. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. These videos are all over my social media page. David Wilcock said he wouldn't kill himself. David Wilcock said he wouldn't kill himself. David Wilcock. Did you watch 5 seconds? Did you did you watch any of his videos? This shows you how much, shows you how much these people really investigate things. Mike Adams, yeah. Even Owen Schroyer, even Harrison Smith, these people really just apparently don't investigate anything, don't actually do any research whatsoever. They it's like, whatever. Who cares? Doesn't really matter. I mean, I really am at a loss for words, a lot of this. Let me play you this clip of David here. Here's one of the ones that are going around.
going missing. Now they're saying that every day that I have on earth is a gift and a blessing, and I'm very grateful for that because, frankly, people are disappearing. Scientists are going missing. Now they're saying they're going to investigate this. The president himself is saying they're going to look into this and see if anything's going on. It's a little bit scary. I got to say, it's a little bit scary, but you guys knew that I might still show up even though it was last minute and I've had a really rough week. Like, you know, that's kind of like every week, but
I mean, that's just, even in that video clip, I had a rough week. It's kind of like every week. Literally, in less than 30 seconds, he says, it's scary. You know, people are disappearing. My week's been really rough. That's what he did on every stream. And people are sharing these videos. See, he said he wouldn't kill himself. He said he was, you know, there's people going missing. And then he said his week was really rough. Like every week is rough because he was struggling immensely with debt, among other things. And then someone put this together, which is just truly unreal that someone has been this dishonest. They pulled together a clip of David Wilcock saying how great his life was. A bunch of clips. This is proof that he loved life so much. You could equally pull the same clips from the same shows where he said the opposite.
And I'm very happy to be here. My life is going well. You know, we've got a lot of good things going on. You guys say I'm looking good in the image. I was your 300th like. Funny how I always wake up in the wee hours just in time for the show. It's 4 a.m. here in Japan. Woohoo! Another excellent Sunday.
That's not me, by the way.
Nanasani
not
says
me.
I look very skinny. I hope you are okay. Well,
they can't afford steaks.
I'm doing fine. You know, the skinniness is part of the package, man. It's part of what you got when you got David Wilcock. Another beautiful day in Southern Colorado. And we're already up to 1,405 viewers. So yes, life is good. Everything is great. I'm having a great day. I'm glad to be here with you. Let's talk some shop. Let's talk about what's really going on in the universe because, you know, we're seeing all these interesting things coalescing at the same time. And disclosure is happening. Disclosure is a real thing. And it's really kind of taken off. So I'm really excited.
So that is something that someone put together to prove that David Wilcock was not actually suicidal. When in fact, if anything, it actually indicates that he was, because when you watch the whole video, I mean, if you don't watch the whole video, like if you have the context for what he's saying, he's basically saying like, he's trying to keep himself going. Watch the whole video. Here's a clip. Macario had shared this. I went back and thank God that Macario has pulled all these clips over the years. Here's one of David Wilcock talking about how he's constipated. People ask me, how do you know so much about his bowel movements? Well, because this is the kind of stuff this guy would do on air.
Eat organic when you have two grocery stores that hardly give you anything organic at all. And I'm investigating now the possibility of not eating salads because it just seems like the salads are really drying me out and causing me to not be able to digest very well. And I'm getting, you know, I have constipation up here real bad. Got these tiny little marbles coming out, which is a sign of constipation. No matter how much water I drink, it doesn't seem to make a difference. So I'm playing around with my diet right now and I'm trying out various ideas and just trying to figure out what.
You're obsessed with David. No, he just said that he was constipated and he's pooping marbles. I mean, I don't want to know that. In fact, when I saw him say that for the first time, I thought, whoa, what am I? Whoa, hold on a second. Time out. Why do I now know that? Here's another one.
Because my massage therapist has two horses who she is trying to help heal and rehabilitate. And this is also now prophetic of the healing of our relations with Russia the Bear as well as Maha.
Now, for those of you who don't know, this is David's dreams from the 1990s that he thinks has something to do with what's happening today. Clearly, this guy is very mentally ill, and it's very evident in his videos.
Make America healthy again. Oh, by the way, not only was it my... You ready for this? This is funny. I also have cut marks on my arm. You can see there's one right here on this side. And then I got another one on the other side, I believe. Because, you know, it really does work. But what happens is you tear through old scar tissue and your muscle tissue, and then it bleeds a little bit and you get these scars that come up. So, yeah, I actually got another one right there. So, boom, that's the cup.
Okay, so yeah, cupping hurts like hell, by the way. So I get tortured, but it really works. I mean, I'm almost completely scar tissue free in my muscles now. I had a very big childhood injury in my right hip, and we are healing that, and it's incredible. So even though it looks painful, it really doesn't hurt, and I feel great. And
this is pretty much all his live streams were.
Had a very hard time sleeping before the show. And part of it was the wind. I went to bed at 11. I got up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I could never go back to sleep. And another bizarre feature was that I always had constipation. So if you watch my Twitter page, then you already know where this discussion is going. But then I discovered that the paste had totally destroyed my entire gut flora. So this is why I was having massive constipation, no more than 3 to 4 hours of sleep at a time. This is why I could not sleep after 2 a.m. last Sunday. So as soon as I started doing this, my constipation is gone. I seem to be losing more weight, and I got over 9 hours of sleep on Thursday night. So the big lesson here is do not take the paste every single day. Maybe take it, I don't know, twice a week, whatever is good, in maybe a bigger dose, like a bigger glob of toothpaste. You eliminate the bad, you get rid of all the bad parasites, but you
So this is David talking about the horse paste. That's how I know. That's how we all know, because he talked about it. And then you get to some of these videos where here's one about, I believe this is Stavati Aerospace.
So now I want to officially debut this in a video that's not going to be taken down. So what you're about to see right now is a film that was shot with my own iPhone, taken inside our hangar, where I am describing how this is going to be where potentially the future of aerospace is going to be built. Without further ado, let's roll the clip. Rolling. Hey, this is David Wilcock, and I am here in our undisclosed location, which is codenamed Snapper. And this is the future, folks. This is where we're going to be prototyping your hover car we would like to have ready for commercial development at an affordable price in the not too distant future, hopefully within 4 years, and a working prototype within 1 year. As you can see, I was not lying to you when I said that this is all happening. This is a obviously real facility with a cement reinforced roof, and it's a very nice hangar. It's got a lot of space and a lot of cool things we can do here. Hello! And here it's got some incredible echo. So we are very excited about how this is moving forward, and we will be hoping to sell you hover cars very soon.
You see that he at least had somewhat of a personality, kind of. But you never got those hover cars, did you? Never got a hover car. Empty hangar that he paid for, never got a hover car. And then there's more. There's a lot more. Let me do this. Let me go to my homepage here on X, my account, and find the compilation of videos that now, because I shared this and it went, I think it went pretty viral. This is the most anybody's ever seen my content, probably on social media. Hundreds of thousands of views. I posted this from Macario. People are saying, David was, he wasn't going to kill himself. He wasn't crazy. He never had an issue. And then you actually watch his streams, and this is what you got over years of David Wilcock.
Honest to God. It's true, folks. You need to stop this shit. Some things I don't mind talking about. I don't like talking about this. What the hell are you doing, dude? You're going to lose. You're not going to win.
He's talking to Obama, by the way, the president.
We already know, because the future timeline is fixed. This particular timeline that we're on leads to your defeat. There is no getting around that. You are not being in integrity, but you don't care. But if you don't do this,
it's really sad to play it all without me cutting it. I have to cut it up here because it's kind of sad. But people said this was AI. It's just ridiculous to watch people who never seen this guy or never watched him be like, "That's AI." It's not. No, it's not AI. That's David not knowing how to light his own set, and that's David crying about the president not taking his advice. Clearly mentally ill.
We are screwed, man. You think this is all natural? You think nobody's coordinating any of this stuff? You think I want to talk about this? You think I want to be up here on this fucking camera talking about this shit? Sorry. Why was I waking up under hypnosis? Why was I walking out the door of my house in the middle of the night hundreds of times as a child, and I couldn't remember where I was going? And at the end of the thing, they just make me walk back to where I was, and then the memory is lost. And I don't remember what happened, but now I do. Now I do. Right? There's a resurrection there, and he comes up and he holds out his hand like this, and Agent Smith shoots at him.
Here he's talking about a dream that he had.
And all the bullets come down.
This is a dream.
And that moment was very powerful. You know, the villain Agent Smith is very, very powerful. So that moment where the hero is able to transcend death. Sorry.
Don't tell me that this man didn't have very serious problems that were not very clearly evident, because he did. I'll play you one more here. This one is, well, this one speaks for itself.
These things were done to me against my will. The people who molested me did so against my will. They did it on stage. They did it in front of large audiences. And they were making fun of me because I had special abilities in this ultimate personality that they created. I had telekinesis. And so if you go back to some of the dreams that I posted online in 1997, there's a dream where I'm in my school cafeteria and everyone in the audience is in a robe. And they all have their way with me, make them a banana sandwich. And I didn't realize when I wrote that dream down that it was true, but that I couldn't remember because the memories were taken away from me. But now I do. Now I remember. I don't want to go into this a whole lot more, but it explains why I've been so committed to my path of justice and freedom.
Unfortunately, and I don't mean this to be funny, if he would have been committed, he might still be alive today.
Why I will not let this go on? Why I do not support these people? I did not deserve to go through what I went through. I did not deserve to be raped. And I will not stop. I don't care what happens to me anymore, folks. Now that I know what they did, I don't care. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say about me. This has got to stop. We need this thing to end. We need these people to stop succeeding in what they're doing. Now that I found out what happened to me and how they messed me up and why I've had personality disorders my whole life, why I've had a hard time on many different levels, and why I've felt this like I'm burning alive. Well, if you have trauma in your subconscious and you can't remember what it was, if they don't allow you to remember what happened to you, and this happens in the course of traumatic memories anyway. I mean, if something bad happens to you, you're going to dissociate it into some corner of your mind, okay? And I am sorry. But when you start finding out that people made you into a banana sandwich and you start remembering those things, you got to take some time off.
That will be one of the greatest lines that the man ever uttered. I think it's disgusting that people are denying and ignoring this and claiming that this is just out of context, when in fact it's the 2 seconds of him saying, "I love life," followed by what they cut off where he says, "I can't do this anymore." This is clearly someone who has been for a long time mentally ill. His family confirms that. We're getting very close to the end of the show here this hour, our final David Wilcock show. unless something else dramatic happens that we find out. But this is our final David Wilcock show. Let me take you to this. We can have a listen to, I think, another part of that particular clip, because I was told that he didn't say he turned himself into, but he was turned into a banana sandwich. And I thought he said that. Mother of Demons in the chat tonight posted this on my X page and said, he did say when you start finding out that people made you into a banana sandwich, he did say that, which you did just hear. It's 17 minutes and 5 seconds in this particular clip here that they shared. And we'll go right to it, 17:5, so you can hear it here again.
It includes you guys in the audience, and I am sorry. But when you start finding out that people made you into a banana sandwich and you start remembering those things, you got to take some time off. It was much, much bigger than divorce. So don't think that the divorce is why I was so silent. The divorce was only the catalyst that triggered these memories.
So he got divorced. That wasn't the big issue. The big issue is that he was turned into a banana sandwich. That has to be one of the craziest things that anybody has ever in the history of the internet said publicly. Like, seriously. That has to be one of the most unbelievable things that anybody has ever said. And like many of you in the chat, I also watched that one live, and I remember watching the one with the orange background where he was crying about Obama. I remember watching that live. I was there for that, watching that live. And people that have never even heard of David Wilcock say, well, you know what? He was one of those missing scientists. I know it. You say, no. David had a lot of problems. He was a lot of debt, a lot of issues. How do you know so much about his life? What are you, a stalker? I bet you're one of those cyber stalkers. Well, you didn't even know who he was until he passed away, and now you're trying to exploit his life and his death to fit some missing scientist narrative. He wasn't even a scientist. Michael Sala's doing that. What a scumbag. Corey Good's doing that. What a scumbag. Carrie Cassidy's doing that. What a scumbag. I think Owen Schroyer and Harrison Smith can be shaken out of their ignorance on this, but like, that's a pretty scummy thing to do. It's, at least for those guys, at the very least, it's kind of like, it's not very professional to not do any research about this person. And people keep asking in the chat, and tens of thousands of people on social media, what does he mean by he was made into a banana sandwich? Well, it's just what he said. He was turned into a banana sandwich.
Which unfortunately includes you guys in the audience, and I am sorry. But when you start finding out that people made you into a banana sandwich and you start remembering those things, you got to take some time off.
That's what it is. That's what it is. An actual, literal banana sandwich. How was that not the thing that pushed this into like getting him some serious help? And there's so many more examples of this, but that's just one of probably the most recognized ones. One of the most, I'd say one of the more I mean, even after the fact, that's really comical. I was turned into a banana sandwich. By the way, the context of this is also that David suddenly remembered these things, kind of like Corey Good did when he had lost a lot of things in his life, all of his money and his wife. Suddenly he remembered something that allowed him to make more money on YouTube suddenly. I'm not saying that it appears, by the way, that he might have actually had some kind of horrible experience when he was a kid. I don't know. It seems like a lot of his audience did too. But it also seems pretty suspicious that if you watch the whole context of that video, I'm pretty sure that's the one where he says all that and then he's like, just suddenly shifts out of the crying to, oh, we got donations. So how much can you actually how much trust or whatnot can you put into what he's actually even saying? Does he even believe it? I mean, the one where he's talking about his yogurt being alive is another just real Just real wild statement. I some of it's funny and some of it's not even funny. Some of it's like, this guy needed help, and you push this guy and tell him he doesn't need help. He needed seriously to get help, like not today, years ago. And the people that were the closest to him, people that were his supporters, I mean, some of his family tried to help, some of his supporters tried to help. But no. Someone in the chat made an observation that I've heard other people make before. They said a banana sandwich is a slang term. Yes, it is a slang term. But again, he said they turned me into a banana sandwich. He also talks about how he was eaten and then brought back to life and then raped and then eaten again. Some version of that order. Stop trying to justify the craziness because it makes you look equally insane. Those of you trying to sincerely like, oh, well, there's an explanation for a man saying that he was turned into a banana sandwich. That makes perfect sense. It was just a slang term. You might kind of want to double check on that. Just a little bit. You might want to double check that. Just make sure that you got it accurate. You got it right. And this is one of my favorite clips this is one of my favorite clips I've ever seen on the internet. This is our friends over at Hidden in Plain Sight showing one of their friends that video.
Give a 10-second background on who David Wilcock is and why you harass him.
All right, here it is. This is, of course, David Wilcock of Ancient Aliens fame. This is post
What's up, man?
Divorce.
What's up, buddy?
And during the divorce, he kind of lost his mind, and he came to believe that he had found himself in the position he was in because the Illuminati abducted and, well, let's let him tell the story.
These things were done to me against my will. The people who molested me did so against my will.
Oh.
Now, also very important.
Wait, like he said people.
Yes.
A lot of people, multiple humans molested him.
Well, he doesn't do one-on-one molestation. It's like a group activity. They had a Groupon for his ass. He's going to say the most insane things man has ever said.
And they were making fun of me because I had special abilities.
Yeah, that's why they were doing
this ultimate personality that they created. I had telekinesis. And so if you go back to some of the dreams that I posted online in 1997, there's a dream where I'm in my school cafeteria. And everyone in the audience is in a robe. And they all have their way with me, make them a banana sandwich.
Everyone thinks we're crazy until we explain what he does. Enhance.
Look how fucking serious this is to him. If you heard this in any context, you would have to assume it's some sort of like performance art bit.
He's
fucking sick. David is crying. He's very upset by this. He's very upset he was turned into a banana sandwich.
Well,
I did not deserve to be raped.
Well,
again, I'm not sure he understands what rape is because
some people deserve it.
Because the way he's framing this, sometimes it's consensual and sometimes it's deserved, as if there's like some sort of corrective rape.
But when you start finding out that people made you into a banana sandwich, and you start remembering those things,
take some time off.
You got to take some time off. These things were done to me.
That is so true. That is so true.
Now, say what you want about those guys. Say what you want about Hidden in Plain Sight. I might not approach the subject in the same way that they do, although I do bring a lot of humor to those shows that we did in the past. I do understand both perspectives I see in the chat. One person said, you have to laugh at this. And I mean, really, you do, because that's the first reaction. If someone says, someone turned me into a banana sandwich and raped me in a robe in my high school cafeteria, you'd say, come again? Excuse me? I'm sorry. I thought you said you were made into a banana sandwich and eaten. Well, what was that? That's like LSD or something. I've never taken any kind of drug like that, but from what I know, that's like psychedelic or something, right? That's like some kind of substance that makes you think that you've been turned. That just sounds insane. And then this is why I like laughing at it because, one, it's funny and it lets me know that, okay, I'm still grounded somewhat in reality here because I don't think that that sounds reasonable at all. And I don't know how Perry and Brandon would feel about what I'm saying, but I feel like, I don't know if it's their intention, but the way that they do their show, it's not the way that I would do my show. But the way that they do their show is to show and to point out how utterly absurd this is. And then once you get through the laughter of being like, well, clearly this guy's insane, then you get to the point where, okay, he actually needs help. In the context of their show, if you actually watched it, it would be like, yeah, they laugh at him. I laugh at him too. He's hilarious. Part of it's laughing with him. Some of it's laughing at him. Some of it's laughing at his audience. But then you get to a certain point, you're like, okay, this guy needs help. But like the natural reaction to listening to that is, hold on a second. I mean, what? What did he say? Excuse me? He said he was made into a banana sandwich. What the fuck does that even mean? I've never heard anybody say. Perry summed it up. He said, you're about to hear this man say the craziest things that have ever been said on the internet. It's so true. No one's ever said anything like that on the, that is crazy. And unfortunately, we have dumb people in our chat tonight who still think I'm making fun of him. I'm not making fun of him. It's funny. And then when you realize, oh, he actually believes it, fuck, he needs help. Somebody help him. And you know what he did? He kept telling those stories because when he told them, idiots in our chat tonight told him, David, don't listen to the people who think you're crazy. You keep telling them, and we'll keep giving you money to tell us about how you were turned into a goddamn sandwich. That's insane. Nobody can watch that and not laugh hysterically and then say, okay, holy shit, we need to get this guy a wellness check. Because, I mean, that's just fun. I mean, it's like if you laughed at George Carlin jokes. Don't laugh at George Carlin. He's dead. Well, he was a comedian. Don't laugh at David Wilcock. He's dead. I'm not laughing at him, but that is hilarious. Seriously, you can't play that enough. It is one of the craziest things that has ever been uttered by a human being on the internet. And that is a very, very hard category to get placed in. He needed professional help. And the people, there's about 4 or 5 of them I've seen in our chat tonight who are saying, stop making fun of him. Stop. Yeah, just like Britney Spears, right? Don't make fun of Britney. Now she's dancing around in her underwear, holding knives, slashing cameras. Yeah, maybe if someone would have got Britney Spears help before, she wouldn't be in that position. She wouldn't have been forced to have an IUD and forced into sex slavery. Maybe if someone would have actually helped David Wilcock instead of giving him money to spout this nonsense, maybe he would still be alive. You know whose fault that is? It's not me or Perry or Brandon or Steven for laughing at him and trying to get to the bottom of what he was saying. Is it true? Is it not true? This guy needs help. Or his family did the same thing. You know whose fault it is? It is your fault. It is equally your fault for promoting it, for backing it, for telling him, don't listen to the people who say that you need help. They're insane, David. You just keep giving us those fake stories. And then when David gets to the point where he says, well, I wasn't talking to an angel. It wasn't the Archangel Michael. It wasn't Ra. I guess the prophecies didn't come true. Those books were a waste of time. My whole career was just a waste. None of it came true. It was all fake. QAnon wasn't real, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then you said to him, no, David, you're wrong. Keep lying to us. It's your fault, not my fault. You should be reported to Boulder County Police. An investigation should be done of you and all of his other sycophantic followers who scammed him and drove him off the ledge. Carrie Cassidy and Corey Good, among others. My feelings and my emotions are a mix of frustration, laughter, and relief, too. I actually feel relief. I genuinely feel relief for David. Like, finally, he's away from his problems. He doesn't have to stay up in the middle of the night worried about the wind anymore. He doesn't have to get 2 hours of sleep and be totally exhausted and force himself to have to do his show just to make a few dollars to eat. He doesn't have to do any of that anymore. Nobody can scam him now. Sharon, when he takes his cut to bring David's soul across the river, is not going to rip him off. Sharon is not going to charge him $2 million and tell him, David, this boat isn't just a regular boat. It's a hover boat that takes you across the river of death. He's going to charge his normal token, his coin. David's soul's going to pay it, and he's going to cross over. Chris Beskar can't scam him anymore. His sycophantic, psychotic people that supported him can't scam him anymore. So I am actually genuinely relieved for David. And I can say what I see a lot of people in the chat saying tonight. You can pray that his soul is blessed wherever he is. And I genuinely feel that. In fact, I don't talk about anything spiritual in my life very often, but when I got in front of my Shinto shrine this morning, which is really about self-reflection, I actually said, and I pray that David's soul is truly at rest, truly at peace. I really do genuinely believe that. And I'm pretty sure that all the other people that harassed him by asking for proof, I'm sure that they believe that too. But you know who doesn't believe that? The sycophantic followers, the sycophantic, wacko, crazy people, including many of them who have never listened to David Wilcock, but instead tuned in for the first time to things like, I don't know, Mike Adams. Mike Adams had interviewed David before, but Mike Adams did this video with AI, which is just gross. And you got to listen to what Mike Adams said. And when I critiqued this to Mike Adams, you know what his sycophantic followers said? Mike Adams' sycophantic followers said, how dare you criticize someone who's giving a tribute to David? No, I'm giving a tribute to David. Stephen Cambion, Perry and Brandon have or are or will give tributes to David. John Christian Spadavacci left flowers in front of his house. That's a tribute. You know what's not a tribute? This video that Mike Adams made with this AI bullshit. I have stupid ads in this. I got to wait for the ads to play first. Hold on. Once the ads play here, okay, we can get to the actual video. Of course, Mike Adams has to put up a giant disclaimer. This is all not real. It's educational. Yeah, it's not even educational, but you better believe it's not real. And he made this video. It's 44 minutes, so I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'll play it like a minute or two of it.
So this is a tribute recording to David Wilcock, who is no longer with us. It was reported in mainstream press, although nobody who knows David believes this, but it's been reported that he killed himself in an act of suicide.
Nobody who knew David believes this. Mike Adams, I don't know how much credibility you've ever had, but you are a low-life scumbag like Carrie Cassidy and Corey Good, really. Let me make myself bigger on the screen so you can see me. Mike Adams, you are a low-life scumbag like Carrie Cassidy and Corey Good. No one that knew him believed that he killed himself? Well then, Mike, what am I looking at here? What is this from the family of David Wilcock? What is this from the Boulder County Sheriff's Office? Look at this, the family of David Wilcock. Untreated mental health struggles. Of course they know he killed himself. I was saying that months ago. It looks like he's going to kill himself. Mike Adams is a joke. Nobody believes it. Actually, on the contrary, the people that know him actually believe that he did commit suicide. The people that know virtually nothing about him have made up bullshit stories that the Jews killed him, that the Masons killed him, that the Illuminati killed him, that maybe some aerospace companies killed him.
Outside his home in, I think it was Netherlands, near Boulder.
Can't even show the actual police report, just AI bullshit.
Snowy town up the mountains from Boulder. And that apparently I guess it was the sheriff's said that there was a mental health call. I don't know who called or why, but they showed up and
he called.
That,
seriously,
man,
how do Mike Adams is doing a tribute? He didn't even read. He didn't listen to the police dispatch. He didn't read the initial report. They said there was a call. We don't know who called. David called. What do you mean you don't know who called Mike Adams? David's the one that called. Here, I played this earlier. Let me play it again, then we'll go back to Mike Adams. Here's the police recording, the dispatch of what happened.
Will not advise if he's armed or not, and will not say if he's going to harm himself or not, being very vague.
What's the history there?
Fire alarms and animal complaints.
Copper. 70 clear.
1046.
597 clear.
1047. 1047. 640 and 528. He's a 53-year-old male, type 1 diabetic who said he's run out of money. Can you break and cover on an unknown issue at 1455 Ridge Road?
640, copy en route from 528.
There's a party by the name of David Wilcock at 1455.
So quite literally, when I say that people that don't know anything about David Wilcock or know very little about David Wilcock are making tribute videos and trying to exploit his death, I mean that literally. That's the police dispatch. I showed you the letter from his family. Here's Mike Adams. Here, let's watch it one more time with the letter from his family and with the police dispatch. Really wouldn't take much time to find it. And this is what Mike Adams had to say. And this video is 15,000 views. Listen to this again.
This is a tribute recording to David Wilcock, who is no longer with us. It was reported in mainstream press, although nobody who knows David believes this, but it's
just his family,
that he killed himself in an act of suicide outside his home in, I think it was Netherlands, near Boulder in Colorado, you know, high altitude, snowy town up the mountains from Boulder. And
there's a wind up there.
Apparently I guess it was the sheriff's said that there was a mental health call. I don't know who called or why.
He called.
They showed up and they said that, you know, a man came out of his house or was in front of his house with a weapon.
Yep. And we showed the actual police report, and he didn't come out of his house. He was sitting on the porch with a gun in his hand. Mike Adams didn't even read the police report. I mean, just what an absolute loser. What an absolute fraud.
And then that he turned the weapon on himself.
That's also not what happened. He didn't just turn the weapon on himself. He fired a shot. Police took cover and said, drop the weapon. And then he shot himself. Didn't even read the police report. For those of you just joining us who think I'm just making that up to make Mike Adams look bad. Well, again, I mean, I have the police report. We can look at the police report. And Mike Adams can't even get that right. Here's the police report. You can't even get that right. It's like the simplest thing in the world. It's just like the official narrative. Like, you can't even find that. Are you serious, Mike Adams?
And killed himself. So that's the official report. Now,
no, it's not.
David Wilcock, as you know, is someone I interviewed quite a few times. And the last interview I had with him was, I believe, in 2022. And I actually want to play a little bit of that for you here.
Please don't.
And the title of that interview was David Wilcock talks about exotic materials, alien tech, and the defeat of the anti-human globalists. Now, importantly, you need to understand that this is happening in the context of apparently 10 or 11 other scientists, like high-level people, PhD physicists working on energy technology that have been mysteriously killed in the last few months.
Can't even get that story right. Some of them just disappeared. They all weren't killed. One of them was running an investment type scam. One of them was, I think, also high on drugs. And a lot of those stories are going back years and years and years and years and years. This has to be the worst. This is worse than any of the other official kind of alternative media reports I've seen. Just absolute lazy, Nate in the chat said, lazy AF fake journalism. That is what it is. It's just totally lazy, totally insane. I see our good friend Flux in the chat. Wow. Yeah, you're right, Flux. Wow. Crazy, isn't it? And not David. I mean, yes, that too. The death of David Wilcock is a tragedy and very sad, but this is what these people are doing to his legacy. Whatever he actually had a legacy, you can even say he had a legacy. Ripping it off. And Mike Adams, just use show me I just showed the police report. He's using AI. This is the problem. People would rather watch AI bullshit than look at the actual police report. I don't trust some guy on this. Ryan does. He's a scumbag, says Galactic Federation girl. He's gloating. I mean, actually, if anything, these people are gloating. If anything, these people are like, he's working with scientific, advanced tech. No, he wasn't. It was an empty hangar. No, he wasn't. So there's the Mike Adams one. Here is, I'll wait for this to load. This is Owen Schroyer. I got a lot of respect for Owen Schroyer. I know some people that know Owen. I've tried to get him on this show. I get no response back from him. I think he's just overwhelmed and busy. I kind of like Owen Schroyer a lot. I never used to like him. I just never thought he was interesting, but I kind of like him a lot the last couple of years. I would still love to have a conversation with Owen, but someone had posted, I knew David Wilcock personally. You guys have no idea how much he would never do this yet, except his family and all of us who you think killed him. But then Owen Schroyer said, no one's buying it, just like Mike Adams. Well, actually, a lot of people are not buying it, including his family, Owen. You might want to double check that because usually you have better sources of information. And yeah, people don't, the only people that don't buy it are people that want to believe everything's some kind of grand conspiracy. They did the same thing with Jim Mars. Remember Jim Mars? They did the same thing with Jordan Maxwell, Linda Godfrey, Stanton Friedman, and you name it. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. They did the same thing with Kev Baker, Eric Von Daniken, Nick Pope, Art Bell, and so on and so forth. You might want to double check those sources. And I mean that genuinely because I don't dislike Owen. I also don't dislike Harrison Smith. I kind of like Harrison Smith. I've been on his show before when Kristan Harris hosted it. I like Harrison Smith. But seriously, Harrison Smith, you need to do a little bit more research, buddy. You need to do a little bit more of an investigation. Because what you posted is just like Mike Adams. It's really lazy. You might want
to
very suspicious. Do a retraction of this.
Swath of people who have gone missing. And I'm about to show you videos from two of maybe the most suspicious disappearances or deaths. One is David Wilcock. Boulder death probe sparks concern about writer and UFO specialist. And this actually broke yesterday, but it hadn't been confirmed. If you were watching yesterday, you heard me say there's been reported of a death, but it wasn't confirmed yet. Now it has been confirmed. So a death probe in Boulder County fueled rumors that paranormal writer David Wilcock died. Now TMZ reports that Wilcock has passed away at 53. Unspecified sources to report that the paranormal writer has on YouTube and YouTuber has passed away.
Notice the article that he's referencing. It is from the Hindustan Times. That's the same one that David used to reference a lot. In fact, they published a bunch of articles about David, probably because he gave them so much publicity. And here's that article. What happened to David Wilcock? Boulder death probe sparks concern about writer and UFO specialist. And it's just, there's nothing interesting in the article.
Anna Paulina Luna announced the death of David Wilcock's passing on X. We just learned of the tragic passing of David Wilcock. We are playing for his family and the loved ones and the millions that are impacted. A death investigation in Boulder County, Colorado sparked a claim that popular paranormal writer and streamer may have passed away. And again, this would be very suspicious as it seems to align with the other disappearances. And David Wilcock himself had commented on that during one of his final live streams before passing away. We can go to clip number 29. So I guess this is from his final.
We've already played that clip, so we're not going to watch it again. But I mean, you might want to double check your sources, Harrison. Oh, what the hell? We'll play it again.
Every day that I have on earth is a gift and a blessing, and I'm very grateful for that because, frankly, people are disappearing. Scientists are going missing.
Reported, essentially, the story goes like this. The sheriff's department in Boulder, Colorado, got a call around 10:45 a.m. on Monday, April 20th, reporting an unspecified issue. The dispatcher believed the caller may have been experiencing a mental health crisis.
At least Harrison Smith read something that was referencing the police report.
A residence holding a weapon. Within minutes of their arrival, authorities said the man used the weapon on himself. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Despite there being no confirmation, fans of the writer and streamer seem to be affected by the news. And of course, it has now been confirmed. Wilcock, born in 1973, is known for his work in paranormal and New Age spirituality. He gained prominence claiming telepathic...
Alma Adamson in the chat said he was saying goodbye, and yes, I do think that might have been part of it, for anybody who watched his streams.
His UFO-related output centers on the disclosure movement, alleging government cover-ups of alien visitations, alien prophecies, and human ascension via extraterrestrial intervention.
You know, I've been on Harrison's show before when Kristan hosted it. Like, seriously, Harrison, I've been on your show before when Kristan hosted it. I would be happy to come on, or hey, just do a pre-recorded segment with me, or talk to Cambion, talk to Stephen Cambion of Truth Seekers, talk to Perry and Brandon of Hidden in Plain Sight. John Christian Spadavaccia would love to come on, I'm sure, and show you all the court records, all the documents, all the stuff about this great Stavati aerospace company. I'm sure that he would genuinely love to do that when he's not busy putting together roadside memorials for David while his followers, his sycophantic, psychotic followers, attack each other and try to find the one group that killed David secretly, that nobody else knows the truth, and his family's wrong about who killed him, but they know the truth. It was the Jews, the Masons, the Illuminati, or it was another rival aerospace company.
Well, it's Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. I'm here at the private road that leads up to the residence where David Wilcock was living. His house that he was living in is about maybe half a mile up the private road from here. And of course, there's a private property, no trespassing sign. This is a private road, so we don't dare go any farther past here. This is where I will set up the memorial for David. I have purchased $333 of flowers for David's memorial. That number 333 held numerological significance for the departed. And I felt it was appropriate to spend that much in flowers for him.
Amber in the chat said all these grifters are salivating to get a hold of David's followers and wells so that they can cash in. Yeah, it's funny that they're salivating over that while John Christian Spadavaccia is driving his truck, which I'm sure is pretty expensive to put gas in, and buying hundreds of dollars worth of flowers to put together a roadside memorial.
Most people noticed that David's life really started to take a dip as far as quality of life, as far as his relationships, his financial situation. And I guess I never thought it would get this far. I knew things were bad, but you always hope for the optimistic outcome. You always hope that people will face their challenges and confront the root causes of their suffering.
For anybody who doesn't know, John Christian Spadavaccia has been on this show, Truth Seekers, and has talked about this repeatedly.
Now, I'm going to keep talking about what happened yesterday. Let's grab the hope flowers here. About $100 worth of flowers here. I told them to make it real good, since this would probably get on social media somewhere. It's actually quite heavy, too. David used to complain about the wind up here, but these flowers are heavy enough that I don't think they're going to blow away. There's probably over 10 pounds of flour here. The hope flowers.
If you want to watch the whole 20-minute video, you can go to John Christian Spadavaccia on X. I've also, here, I will repost it again on my page so that you can watch it. You can see it, the whole thing. It's actually a really nice series of comments that John made, and he was on the inside, if you will. He knew. He was actually, in the cases of Corey, he was at the courthouse when Corey showed up. I mean, John knows a lot. He's been on the show many times. not just some random person. I've watched people that never knew David, didn't know anything about this. They're like, this guy going over there and putting flowers on this guy's house. I mean, what a grifter. Yeah, sure. John Christian Padavacci was the grifter. Yeah, sure. Not Mike Adams. Not Carrie Cassidy or Corey Good. No, John Christian Padavacci is the scumbag. I'm sure. Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Let me show you this too. This is a recent episode that we had done back in March. I timestamped this at 1:56:13. This is about Chris Beskar, and this was me saying that I think that what's going to happen is with these missing scientists and military personnel that David Wilcock and crew are going to claim that they are part of this. And lo and behold, that's what happened after David passed away. They're claiming that David is part of this. Take a listen to this. We'll go rewind just a second here in this clip, so you can actually see Chris Beskar. A little bit of a what's that character from Mario? Oh, here he is. Screen. This is the CEO of Stavati Aerospace, Christopher R. Beskar, who appears to be. I mean, he looks like an unemployed clown.
He reminds me of the villains from like the silent movie
That's Ambergeddon, who called into the show.
era. You just put a top.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
That's what he reminds me of. One of those old villains from like the silent movie era. If you put a top hat on them, just evil like.
Yeah, he's even got like I feel like he's got a little bit of a what's that character from Mario? A Waluigi. A little bit of a Waluigi look to him. See that on the screen a little bit.
Do you remember the movie The Wild Wild West with Will Smith, and then the guy who played the villain guy with the big spider?
Yeah, yes.
That's what he reminds me of too. That the villain guy in that movie.
Well, he looks trustworthy enough to give $1.5 million.
Yeah,
I'll invest in Stavati. But that's where I will not be surprised if Wilcock and these guys don't pick these stories up and say that it's connected to Stavati or something like that. Maybe one of their people went missing. Something. I'm going to make that predict. The Archangel Gabriel told me that this was going to happen, Amber. So that's what the Archangel Gabriel told me 3 weeks ago, almost a month ago. Didn't think David would pass away and his audience would be making that claim. I know these people so well because I've just followed them for that long and longer than I should, more attention than perhaps that I should put on this kind of stuff. I also want to play you this. It's kind of somber, but this is David Wilcock on his YouTube. He did this a lot on YouTube. He would do this like talking himself down from a ledge or trying to get like on a fishing expedition with his audience to get them to say kind things about him. He'd do some of these meditations. I wanted to play you one of these which really wasn't a meditation. It was more like, om, oh, I got a donation, om. But let's play this in all seriousness. You listen to this, you can tell that David clearly had issues.
Time. I loved your Pyramid Power series on the.
Let me rewind it. That's my bad. Let me rewind. I think it's 9:36, the timestamp I made.
Changing. See how we're evolving. And I'd like you right now with me, just meditate for a minute. Let's just close your eyes. And let's do this together right now. And find whatever love there is in this moment. If you've been feeling down, if you've been feeling grief, if you've been feeling pain, I ask you to turn within and find that small, still place within yourself where there is peace. Find that glimmer of light. Find that loving energy.
This was 7 months ago. And by the way, you're not supposed to drink water while you're meditating, but
who you are today.
I think that kind of breaks the meditation, defeats the purpose.
Focus on that light.
Or pour a glass of water. Oh, we love David.
Watch the light becoming brighter and brighter.
He is talking to himself.
And feel the warmth and the loving presence that it conveys.
He was alone. He was sad. He was
Taking
depressed.
each breath as precious.
This is not slander. This is David crying for
Filling
help.
your lungs with air. Letting yourself just breathe into this moment. And finding that holographic connection to the consciousness of the all there is. Breathe in that living light.
I'm not sure where you as an individual are listening to this tonight, but if you're on groundzeroplus.com, the show will end now. If you want to hear the rest of it as we spill over into another hour, you can go to tstradio.info to find the archive. But again, the entirety free video of all of this is on YouTube, X, and Facebook. The links are, of course, on our social media pages, X and Facebook.
Let's just take that moment of silence that we had, that moment of reflection, and think about how important it is that we focus on the positive.
This is a man who was struggling and crying for help. And you know what his supporters did? I don't have to tell you. You can look through his little chat there, and you can actually read them, the ones they didn't delete. David, don't worry about it. No big deal, Mr. Wilcock. Just keep on keeping on. Ignore the haters. That's what people did. Now, besides those folks, things get crazier because now you've got a bunch of people that genuinely either never knew David or had heard of him and chose to exploit this. And yes, in the chat, several people have said you can see it in his eyes. Yes, you can definitely see it in his eyes. Several people have made videos. In fact, probably hundreds, or it could be thousands by now, have made videos of David. And they are as or more unhinged than his followers. Some of these videos are just like, I really just don't have words. Here's one claiming there's 12 scientists. He's one of the 12 scientists. He's not a scientist.
This is David Wilcock, and this morning he became
Wilcock, not Cox.
To unalive himself.
Wasn't a
Take listen to
scientist.
What he said. This is David Wilcock, and this morning he became the 12th scientist to unalive himself. Take a listen to what he said on his final live stream.
And then they play that same video. It's the same video playing over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's what everybody's pushing. That's what everybody's promoting. David Wilcock, in his own bio, says he's a paranormal writer, media personality, and YouTuber. He's not a scientist. He's a researcher of, let's say, ancient civilization. He's not a scientist. Are these people retarded? Seriously. Is this guy a retarded person? And then they have their own podcast.
Now they're saying they're going to investigate this. The president himself is saying they're going to look into this to see if anything's going on. It's a little bit scary.
His last live, the thumbnail was a picture of Trump in his Jesus robe. And it was...
I'm pretty sure, by the way, he only chose that image because Perry and Brandon have been harassing him about the fact that he hasn't changed his image in like a year and a half. I heard them say that on a show, and then suddenly he changes the image, and that's some big symbol to these people.
Has Trump lost
So
his
out of their
mind?
minds.
Is he the Antichrist?
No, it was not.
Yes, it was.
Oh, no.
I think this is really weird. This is from his last.
Oh, really? Well, I've been saying that for what, 10 years, 12, 13 years? I've been saying stuff like that. Why didn't they kill me, you dumb... Oh, God damn it.
And I am so grateful, and we'll do the typical lead out here. And A-N-D, not E-N-D, and scene.
He does that on like every show.
Yeah, I don't know. So like the bigger question is like, what is actually going on? Whether these people killed themselves, they were killed, is like, what are
Why?
the secrets of why?
On February 19th.
There weren't secrets. It was all public. He told us that he had constipation on live video streams. It was not a secretive thing. Clearly, these people have no idea what they're talking about. Absolutely no idea. And this guy is one of the worst ones. I actually despise what this person physically looks like. I don't like anything about this person. He's one of the worst.
Wait till you see what else I found having to do with David Wilcock. Do you know that on his stream, he just found out live that his biographer died as well? You know his close friends are coming out, like this female that said, I've known him for this long, he would never ever do anything like this. Did you also know that he actually put up this tweet a little while back and says, I would never do anything?
Yeah. Did you know that was in 2022? Did you know that his family thought that he killed himself? Did you know that his family was concerned about him? That's why he was doing Angry Daddy.
Anything to myself. You know, we have all these UFOs.
You are an idiot.
All this disappearance. Well, I just got so much to show you. Let's start with the light stuff. Right here, we see that David Wilcock just finds out his biographer died, literally in the middle of his live stream.
This was not like yesterday or the week before last.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's sad to hear Winfrey just passed away. Bright butterfly wing. That is so weird because last night, I was lying in bed and thinking,
this is
wouldn't
great.
it be sad if Winfrey passed away?
So basically, this guy, this might have been on his last live stream when this guy literally thinks that David Wilcock, I guess he thinks he predicted it. David does this with everything. Anytime this guy, listen, if you've not watched David Wilcock, this guy will take any news story and claim that he's part of it. He's taken news stories about everything from literally like Elvis to the president of the United States and claimed that he's a part of whatever. He literally claimed that because he meditated or had a dream, he stopped Trump from being assassinated in Butler, Pennsylvania. Did you know that? He claimed that he stopped the assassination. Did you know that David said that he can control the weather? No, I don't mean weather control devices. I mean, he can literally control the weather. Did you know that? I didn't know that this woman died. That's funny. I had a dream about it. He had a dream about everything. That's his whole show is how he dreamed in the 90s.
Guy that wrote the Reincarnation Beggar Casey book.
All right, now let's kick it up a notch. The really crazy stuff is still coming. Right here, we say that David Wilcock was just talking about all the crazy disappearing happening lately. And I'm about to show you a girl who brings up the disappearances before she disappeared herself.
Every day that I have on earth is a gift and a blessing.
I can't watch that again.
Before she disappeared, about, disappearing signs.
The presentation, she's asked about this.
Amy Eskridge in 2019. This is 7 years ago.
What about the innovator? He's afraid of disappearing.
This is 7 years ago. This is completely unconnected to the recent story of these so-called missing scientists that they've had to dig back into the archaeological record to find. I mean, these people just have no shame at all, do they? Just the lowest of the low. This is Corey Good level, Carrie Cassidy level low. I can't speak for David. I assume he'd want to be at the center of all of this, but just look at these people, these fucking parasites. You know what this is? This is like just a personal story that I'm sure most of us have gone through, or at least a case like this. I remember when I was young, going on vacation. We lived in Florida. We would drive up to West Virginia, where most of my family lived. It was like a 17-hour drive from St. Pete area, Florida. And you drive up there, and a lot of times it was, it's a vacation. We'd get up there, and it was a lot of snow, and it was weird for people that live in Florida. You don't really get snow. So we go up there in the snow. I like playing in the snow a little bit as a kid. We go up there in the snow, and we did that year after year after year after year. And driving that far is kind of annoying. You got multiple people in the car. You got pee breaks, food breaks, stretching your leg breaks. It got pretty frustrating and, irritating after a while. And especially as you get older and you get bigger. And it's just, anyway, we did that for years. And we would go and see my great grandmother who lived in West Virginia, a remote, kind of a more remote part of West Virginia, much more rural. And, I remember when she was on her deathbed, and I was young, very, very young. Remember when she was on her deathbed, and I remember people that we had, I don't think I'd even met these people, cousins or just random people that came out of absolutely nowhere, coming over to the house. They were paying their respects, AKA they were looking to collect some money because my great-grandmother was very wealthy. Very wealthy. And, her son, my uncle, basically threatened her on her deathbed to sign over everything to her, or to him rather, and to his family. And these I hope people in my family are listening to this because I said this kind of stuff as a kid. I'm going to amplify it with more adult language now. These people were fucking pieces of garbage. These dumb blonde bimbo daughters of his coming up in their skanky ass clothing, their fucking Escalades, like they gave a shit about this girl. They gave a shit about this woman. Never even met these people. Hey, this is your cousin. Oh, yeah. So Grandma, can I get that money now? Fuck you. That's what these people are. And when I said that as a kid, I said, hold on a second. These people are, I don't even know who these people are. They're family. It's okay. They're family. I said, no, I don't care if they're family. We come up here every single year. Every year we come up here, we go through the snow and the ice and the 17 hours of driving. These people roll up in their Escalades already loaded, and they're trying to steal money from the woman on her deathbed. Just don't say anything, Ryan. And it's just like, that's probably one of the things that made me who I am today, that turned me into this. Hold on a second. No, it's wrong. And I'm going to say it's wrong. I'm going to confront Corey Goode and David Wilcock and all these people to their face. And I always have. I did it to family, and I'll do it to them. I just did it to Jimmy Church at a recent UFO conference, and I got kicked out of it. And I got back into it because I knew some people. And Jimmy Church is a piece of trash too. He's a scumbag. And when I confronted him about all this stuff, he denied it. What does it even matter to you, Ryan? It matters because you're a scumbag, Jimmy Church. It matters because you sold lies, because you are partly responsible for the delusional state and the paranoia and the schizophrenia and the insanity of David Wilcock and his audience. You gave that scumbag, Corey Goode, a platform to sell his fake stories. For years, you profited off of it, and then you deny that you even know who I am or who these people are. You're a piece of garbage, Jimmy Church. That's really harsh, Ryan. They ain't going to let you in a UFO conference. I don't care. Jimmy Church is a lying scumbag who, from every source I have, cheated on his wife with some other bimbo UFO whore, ruined his marriage like Corey Goode, who also cheated on his wife. At least David didn't do that. This is not about Jimmy Church, but the point is, I confronted him to his face for the same reason that I said those things to family when I was a kid. And Ryan, just don't say anything to cousins. Don't say. Well, they're pieces of shit. Somebody should say something. Everybody in the family knew it. Everybody knows it. Everybody's sitting around the kitchen table the next morning. I can't believe they came over here and did that. Well, then why didn't you speak up and say something? Didn't want to cause problems. Well, hold on a second. You're not causing problems. They're causing problems. They just marched in here and tried to steal. And literally, they did actually steal shit. They took all this like very expensive. My great grandma had all kinds of stuff. And there was one thing that I really wanted that she was going to give me, I think, was she had like a little Apollo model. It was like a landing thing for the moon. I always liked that little thing. I mean, I grew up around Florida and NASA and all that. So I liked this little model. And these fucking people literally came into her house and stole it. I mean, it was probably worth something too. It was pretty valuable. They just literally came in and stole it. But nobody wanted to say anything. Oh, how many families deal with that kind of stuff? That's what these people are. That's what these little parasites are. Look at this fat slob over here making a video about the light warrior, David Wilcock.
David Wilcock was a light warrior that walked among us. And he drove me kind of nuts sometimes because, damn it, this man's genius was next level. This was a clever human being. And there was so much potential and light. And he lost me a lot of the time. He went wayward, and I guess he had his own struggles just like everybody else does. But
well, I never gave $2 million to a fake aerospace company. So a real company that doesn't produce anything.
People to the light. He led so many people to soul search, and he gave tools and wisdom in a way that nobody else was. And he was a very loud mouth in the spiritual world for a very, very long time. David Wilcock, listen here, buddy. I will hold the light brighter in your absence.
Just absolutely repulsive. Absolutely disgusting. That's like the family thing. They just come out of nowhere, or as I've heard people say, they come out of the woodwork and they just start clawing, fighting each other. Whatever money they can make, whatever they can get, whatever they can take. Here's another one.
Hey guys, Erin Elizabeth, healthnetnews.com. I wanted to make a quick video about the fact that public figure paranormal writer David Wilcock has allegedly unalived himself, but we will wait for actual confirmation as I do with my holistic doctor death.
She posted this on the 22nd. I'm pretty sure we already had confirmation that it was just like you can't even check the Boulder County Sheriff's Department website. You can't even check. Like, seriously, why even make a video then?
And holistic scientist.
You've noticed that none of these people, with the exception of Harrison Smith, who actually read an article, he didn't actually read the initial report. None of these people have actually looked at the report, but they know what happened.
Scientists series that I've been writing
again
for actual confirmation.
Here we go. He's a scientist, right?
Death.
Is he a scientist?
And holistic scientist and just research scientist.
He was not a holistic scientist. He was not a research scientist. He was not a scientist. This is a new one for me. He was a holistic scientist. Well, a holistic scientist probably would know that you have to eat something more than raspberries and coconut water. A holistic scientist would probably know that you don't eat horse paste every single day for weeks and months on end. And for the record, I don't know who this woman or any of these people are. I've seen the one guy that looks like he looks like a skinny meth head. I've seen this guy before. I mean, I think he gets high and makes these videos. I think he's an actual retarded person. This fat woman here is just one of those light slobs. And then this woman here, I don't know who she is, some woman that runs a health holistic website. I'm sure that she gives really great health advice. You're going to want to take the ivermectin and you're going to want to mix that with a large dose of methylene blue. And then you're going to want to boil that and you're going to add some miracle mineral solution to it. And then you're going to want to shake it up. And then you're going to want to hyperventilate and get into the bathtub and relieve yourself. And then you're going to want to inject that in your veins, and that should get rid of your schizophrenia. That's why the Archangel Gabriel told me that. It's just like total, absolute, insane garbage. Total trash. Yes, a light slob. The total slob.
Series that I've been writing since 2015. We have over 100 in that series. So let's wait to see. You know, interestingly, one of those that is in that series is a well-known, he was a medical doctor. I did speak with the family face to face, and that doctor had actually thrown himself off a balcony.
Oh, she's going to talk about these other people. Again, yeah, there have been people that have gone missing, people that have died. But remember, the same thing has happened in the so-called ufological community. And I know Jim Mars, Jordan Maxwell, Linda Godfrey, and Kev Baker personally. Art Bell, Nick Pope, Stanton Freeman, Eric Von Daniken, I knew of them and had interactions with them. All these people died of natural causes. Most of them died from their own hand, not suicide, folks, but just because they had made bad life decisions. And that's the truth. I'm not shocked by David's passing. I am honestly more shocked. And that's what I've told a lot of people. Like, I'm not shocked that David did this. I'm shocked that people, not even that they're exploiting it, but that they're exploiting it so poorly. I mean, literally, it's just like, just go to the county website. It's on the county website. The death investigation, the official announcement, the police dispatch, it's all right there. I found the Boulder County one because Perry had sent this to me. I found the Boulder County coroner because I dug it up and found it. It didn't take very long. And the dispatch one, I think Perry had sent this to me. I dug through it. He sent me the audio clips. I want to thank him for that. But then I dug through and found the same audio clips. It's all really simple. It's right. And it's especially the fact that People Magazine shared one of these things. The Hindustan Times, I think, also shared the same link. You can't click on the link and read it? Yes, Nate, social media rots your brain. And this is, again, a freaking just perfect argument. I've never heard any argument that was justifiable, but this is a perfect justifiable argument for internet censorship and IDs. Because these people are nuts. Absolutely, certifiably crazy. Here's another one.
Another UFO researcher apparently committed suicide yesterday. This would be number 12 of the UFO researchers and scientists.
Oh, this woman did the opposite. She didn't say he was directly a scientist. She said UFO researchers and scientists. I am very sure that not a single one of those people, I've done shows on it. I did one here on YouTube called Skunk Doesn't Works, and we did other ones in the just the typical audio archive. Literally none of these people, from what I've read, were connected to UFOs and aliens. There were nuclear people. There were Los Alamos folks. People, of course, because of Los Alamos, connected to NASA. There were military personnel, at least one of them, retired. There were people that studied near-Earth objects. None of them were studying UFOs. I mean, maybe you come across one when you're looking up at the sky, but they were not studying UFOs. You disingenuous hack.
That have either died or gone missing. Name is David Wilcock. He's 53. He's a famous UFO researcher and New York Times bestselling author.
Yeah, notice the ascension mysteries, they never happened. The real mystery is where did the ascension take place, because it didn't take place on Earth.
And 2 days ago, one day before his suicide, he decided to do a live on why Trump posted himself as Christ.
David Wilcock literally posted a video every single week, except for the weeks that he would take months or years off. He literally posted something every week about how his life was awful and how he needed money. And then he told police, I'm out of money. Bang. That's what happened.
Asking, has he lost his mind? Is he the Antichrist? And he also said this.
Oh, they're going to play the same video, you dumb person. She's going to share the same link too. He's not suicidal. In 2022, which I think in context was a post that David made about how he's trying to make people feel sorry for him because he's being threatened. I'm not suicidal. I've even said that before.
I plan on living, not suicidal at all.
Yeah, 4 years ago. It changes.
Just concerned about what happens when you prove God is real.
Prove God is real. David said that when you prove God is real. By the way, David didn't embrace God until his money streams kind of started to dry up, with the exception of the whales in his chat. There's like 4 or 5 of them. We are the med beds. You don't let the grifters get to you, David. You're a great guy. There's like 4 or 5 of them that give him all of his money, the big chunks. And he only embraced God because it was a matter of tapping into a new audience, the same way that Jelly Roll embraced God, and the whore known as Lily Phillips embraced God, and also the man whore and the drug addict Russell Brand embraced God. Apparently all you have to do is be like, all right, I'm on God's team. And Tucker Carlson says, hey, you want to come on the show? Apparently, if you're Ian Carroll, all you have to do is say, I don't want to be a liberal anymore. And Alex is like, get that guy on the phone right now. Get him on the show. And then he has him on the show, and then he's the top 10 anti-Semite in the world. Holy shit. How did that happen to Ian Carroll? It's just such an absolute production.
David didn't just talk about aliens. He talked about the
banana sandwiches. He talked about all kinds of crazy
Illuminati
stuff.
And Satan. Mainstream media is saying that they're still not sure if he's dead yet, saying that the family has not yet confirmed this.
Oh, too bad the family did confirm it, and you're wrong. Too bad. Pretty unfortunate. That's the situation we find ourselves in. That's where we're and what we're left with. I'm surprised. But not because David did this to himself. I'm surprised that people are this dishonest and this crazy and this stupid. I'm surprised that even people that I had some respect for are willing to just totally disregard, or not even look for to even disregard, just totally ignore all the evidence that's available. And make videos with AI. And of course, what happens is a 30-second video or even a 2-minute video that has the potential to go viral And that's all these people give a damn about. People that are just like hyperactive, fake blonde, hippie crystal girls. I mean, look, David Wilcock, he's a scientist. He was a holistic doctor. And then you got other people like, so man, like, I think he was like a scientist or something. And like, he's definitely one of like, shit, man. He's like one of this, they killed this guy, man. I told my friend last night, well, actually I told two friends this. I told two people that I know, maybe three. I know I told two people. I said, I'm honestly really close. Like I'm on the edge of deleting my X page. I'm on the edge of deleting my social media pages entirely. I just do it as basically like a channel to communicate with listeners outside of email. Because obviously God knows that, you know, everything's banned and shadow banned and or just totally censored. But I'm thinking about just completely deleting them. I am. Because it's just what a waste of time. And not only just a waste of time, it's a waste of energy. Or as David would call it, or a lot of other people around David would call it, loosh. And look at this. I every time I click on X, this is all I get now. My algorithm's so destroyed. Another one of these Q idiots. David Wilcock is not dead. He did not commit suicide. He is alive in an underground military base and is being protected by the Allied Patriot Military, AQ, the White Hats. Oh my God. It's just like nonstop. Why did David's biographer disappear 2 weeks ago? Why is David Wilcock on the Great Awakening map? He's in witness protection. Here's someone that actually published the dispatch calls. That's good.
Spend some time.
Here, Macario posted this. I had not seen this. I think this is probably going to be good.
His own life, and people want to know what was going on, what happened, and I thought we could spend some time engaging with David Wilcock to get his side of the story from the other side.
Yeah, I got him here. He's standing here.
Can you give us an idea what he looks like? What's he wearing?
So if I understand this correctly, and Macario, correct me if I'm wrong, you posted this video of someone called Psychic Liz Cross, that's their channel, who claims that they're channeling David Wilcock. Is that what I'm to understand about this post? And this person is asking about what David Wilcock looks like and how he's doing on the other side.
The story from the other side.
Yeah, I got him here. He's standing here.
Can you give us an idea what he looks like? What's he wearing?
Well, he's got fake teeth and he's got a receding hairline. I'm sorry.
He's just wearing a shirt and he's wearing jeans and he
Did David Wilcock ever wear jeans?
looks very much like this first photo on the left here.
Which is so the fact that she says it looks like the first photo on the left, the photo that she's referring to in this video is a picture of David Wilcock from like 17 years ago.
He says that's what was when I was in my prime, that photo on the left. And that's how he is displayed to me.
So has he had his life review yet passed?
Have you had your life review? Yes, yesterday.
So tell us about that situation and about the circumstances leading up to your exit from the Earth plane.
So can you tell us about the life review? Oh yeah, the life review was very positive. He did touch a lot of people.
Oh, you might want to be careful. You might want to be careful about saying that, but okay.
He attracted a lot of good karma in that lifetime. But
yeah, except if you watch his videos, he talked about how he was actually experiencing karmic retribution for the stuff that he had done. But, who cares about what he actually said or how he actually dressed? He wore blue jeans and a T-shirt.
the mental illness was something he was unable to fix and work through and work out. This is not the first lifetime that he has chosen to exit the earth plane. In fact, it's quite a few lifetimes.
So he's killed himself more than once. I mean, holy hell, folks. I've been reported to the FBI, which went to the trash can. I've been reported to Boulder County Police. And this scumbag is claiming that they're talking to David Wilcock on the other side. And someone's actually giving them a platform to do it.
Has happened. So that was something that he hasn't been able to fix.
Listen to that again. He's killed himself multiple times. I'm sure his family feels really great about this.
Through and work out. This is not the first lifetime that he has chosen to exit the earth plane. In fact, it's quite a few lifetimes this has happened. So that was something that he hasn't been able to fix. And he did definitely do it. Because I know there's a lot of theories that maybe he didn't or something else had happened. But no, he's standing here admitting that that is what happened.
Okay, there's a story here posted on Twitter from Nick Hinton about Greg Giles, who says he's exiting after talking about David Wilcock.
That has got to be, I'm so glad Macario posted that. That's got to be one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard. In fact, I'm going to have to download that video because that's just
his own life, and people want to know what was.
Wow. Looks like, and this is all just random stuff on X. Here's John Christian Spadavacci again. John Christian Spadavacci, excuse me. During the police response to David Wilcock's suicide after he shot himself, one of the first responders was able to call and talk to his ex-wife, Beth, but she kept hanging up. Here is the radio. I don't know what this is going to open. I don't know where the exact timestamp of that is. Is that here? Maybe it's right here.
528 for all units. The co-responder has called wife. Wife answers and then continuously hangs up. And co-responder did send a text message. So we're not sure wife may be in play.
They called his ex-wife and she just kept hanging up the phone. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And these people are just finding here's another one that just popped up, any and all ways to justify how they can talk about David and exploit his death. And here's Carrie Cassidy, another one. David did not kill himself. He was killed. Carrie Cassidy, why don't you just go into the corner and let your face continue to melt off the bones and just kind of disappear? Just melt away like the Wicked Witch, because I can't look at you. You are a repulsive person inside and outside. It is just unbelievable. Oh, here's another genius. Look at this genius talking about David Wilcock. Yeah, bro, man, shit. David definitely killed himself, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro. It's just unbelievable. I don't know what this is. What's this one?
Best I can. It's hard for me too. I mean, I'm not a normie, but man, this has been, I can't tell you how difficult this has been for me and how much challenge I've been going through lately. It's just really, really wild. And then people saying things I don't want them to say without my approval. And like, man, I mean, just, you know, there's been stuff going on that I can't mitigate yet that just is very upsetting and bothersome to me. There's been all kinds of weird, strange, bad things going on. And, you know, I'm just happy that you guys are here. So thank you for being here.
That's the real David Wilcock. I didn't give people permission to say things about me on the internet. So they should be arrested. And some people should be executed. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. All right, so the last thing I'm going to play for you, because it is a classic, and I'll have to find it again because I had it, and then I don't know if I didn't save it or what had happened, or maybe I saved it in my bookmarks. Let me see if I can find it in my bookmarks really fast. But I had saved the classic video of David Wilcock talking about how he was told to urinate in the bathtub by the Archangel Michael. It's a David Wilcock classic. It has to be played. It has to be shown. You'll just have to give me one moment to actually find it. I thought it was in my, it actually might be in my bookmarks. I don't know where. It is. I've got hundreds of them from the last couple of days. Let me go back to my, give me just one moment here and I will find this. I will dig this up. I'm going to search for this on the X page. And we'll see if anything comes up with that. Because the P one is crazy. I remember I showed that to David Hatcher Childers at his house one time, and he was like, "Whoa, that's wow, that's out there." I told him, hey, it's a pretty wild one, and he's like, he said that. I said, oh yeah, he said that. All right, let's see. I guess this is one of the you can listen to it. Here we go.
Beast TV says, David, can you please share with us the dream you had with Archangel Michael and how if we bathe in our own urine, we can gain superpowers? What do we need to do this? Well, we're not actually talking about so-called urine therapy right now, but yeah, so I did have...
This is a response. This is after he had made the first comments.
Protocol that Michael had me doing where I would be in the bathtub every day for like a half an hour. It was a heavy metal detox. My father was exposed to Agent Orange, which is dioxin in Vietnam. And so doing the bath does help. And you urinate after you've drank new water. You urinate before you get into the bathtub, and then you drink new water out of a glass. And when you're in the bathtub, you can do a little more.
Now notice that, again, this is something that the Archangel Michael told him to do. This is not something that he's, some kind of like alternative health thing. It's like the Archangel Michael told him to do this. That's pretty crazy. But that's the response. And that's not the original. I'm going to have to see if I can find, if anybody has the link to that, please send it to me. Again, I had it last night. I can't find the link to it again, unfortunately, here on the live stream. I know I had it somewhere. It's going to bug me because I really wanted to play that clip. All right, if maybe Macario, can you send that to me, or can someone send that to me in the chat? And I'm debating on if I should take any calls here to finalize the show. Maybe I should. I will put the link into the chat. If you'd like to call in, have your video off, please, and I will take your call. It's totally free, by the way. If you open that link up, hit that link, and you should be able to just talk to me directly on StreamYard. Again, I am taking just a moment here to try to find the video. Why can I not find this? Maybe it's the synchronicity. Maybe it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be heard. It's not meant to be seen again. Yeah, I don't seem to be able to find it. That's so weird. Huh. Macario said he just tagged me in the video. Okay, so let's see if I can find that. I've got thousands of tags today. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Macario. Appreciate that. Let's pull that up on the screen. Because you have, I mean, this is about as classic as the banana sandwich.
Making part of the thing is the telekinesis bathtub. So the telekinesis bath is one of the things that Archangel Michael has been making me do. I have to take a bath. I cannot take a shower. I am forbidden to take a regular shower. I am supposed to bathe, and I'm supposed to bathe every day, but only in a bathtub. And then another one of the really funny things is that you have to pee in the bathtub. He wants your DNA in the water. So I have been using oils, but the peeing part apparently is important because it's getting your DNA outside your body
into a medium that touches your skin, which gets into this whole inside out thing where you have to turn yourself inside out and become the universe. So apparently peeing in the bathtub is a good way to get you there. I don't know. I'm just following my instructions. I've noticed that
Following instructions from a voice in his head that he literally admitted later that was just his conscious mind interfering with what he thought he was channeling, which wasn't actually the Archangel Michael.
there's an incredible amount of grief purging that goes on in the bathtub. Almost every time I take a bath, I'm releasing pain and sadness. And also
that I understand. I agree, and I understand what he's saying there, because that is true. You can symbolically just kind of wash away stress. Some people might think that's crazy. I myself do that. I feel stressed. Like, in fact, I feel pretty stressed right now. It's been irritating sitting in this chair for almost 5 hours. And as soon as this is over, I'm going to go take a nice warm bath, probably have a nice afternoon. And I'm going to let all that kind of stress melt away. So he's totally right about that. But I'm not going to piss in my bathtub.
At least in the earlier stages, he wants you to stay in the bathtub until all the water drains out. So you gotta pull the freaking thing and then sitting there, wait for the tub to drain out. It's a pain in the ass.
When he first did that, I thought he meant he was going to put his dick in the hole. I really thought that the first time I'd watched that. And he's like, oh, you got to wait for the water to drain out. I mean, obviously, when you watch that, when you listen to that, that is also in the top, 50, top 100 of the craziest things that have ever been said on the internet. And he just kept coming up with these week after week after week. I mean, it's just the yogurt one. Please tell me that somebody has the yogurt one is the one I could not find at all. I really dug for that. I could not find it. Does Macario or does anybody have a link to the yogurt one? The yogurt one, I've only seen that once. But if I remember, the yogurt one is also in the top. That's got to be in the top 20 of the most crazy things that have ever been said on the internet. If someone has a link to the yogurt one, please send that one to me, because that would be great to play that. Clearly, this man was very, 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 very ill. Clearly, David Wilcock had a lot of problems. And yes, a lot of stuff that he said and did was hilarious. Both because it actually was funny, but because he wasn't being funny, but it was almost like ironic. It's unbelievable. Hey, I want to thank, I don't know who this is, but I wanted to thank this person on X who actually shared our live video right now. And they said, David Wilcock's critics, who were right to call out his misleading and lying for money, were the only ones I saw urging him to get help, seek redemption the past few years. And then they shared our stream for tonight. I appreciate that. That's Rorschach was right. Thank you for sharing that. And that other video you see above this is that scientist we played on one of our recent episodes. I'm pretty sure that woman was unbelievably high in that video. In fact, I had people that messaged me and said, like, did that video you played of that woman, was she high? Yeah, I think she was. I think she was real high. And again, her father was also running one of those like Stavati type scam companies. I did a whole show on that this week. Here's a great question in the chat. And I also see we have a caller on the line. Maybe two, but one dropped off. I'll post the link in the chat again. And I am going to cut the show off in 18 minutes because I have to go. There's a great question, though. Brain Rot in the chat asked, Ryan or anyone else, who else is still living do you think is on the same road as David? I think Corey Goode is too selfish to do that to himself. Quite frankly, I can't say on air what I think Corey Goode would do instead of doing that to himself. I think he's so vicious and vile, I can't actually say it because I might get in trouble for saying it. But I don't know if anybody's necessarily on my radar. I don't really follow anybody else. I follow David only because I had interactions with him, and Corey Goode because of the same reasons, and that same with Emry Smith and Jordan Sather. I don't have a personal issue with people like Michael Salla, although I don't trust him, and I don't trust Stephen Greer. I did actually have a personal reaction with Stephen Greer one time, interaction rather. where he pushed all of Jim Mars's books off the table because that was his table, even though it wasn't. But otherwise, like I don't really know because I don't follow these people that well. The only other person I follow is Billy Carson, kind of loosely. And I know I told you this as an audience. I'm sure that we have a lot of new listeners tonight, but I was going to do another Billy Carson show because Billy Carson, I want you to see this. This is who these people are. And David was not one of these vicious people. This is Corey. This is not David Wilcock stuff. David Wilcock never did. I mean, he did say he wanted revenge, but that was in context with something else. Billy Carson, because I said something about him being a scammer and being a fraudster. Billy Carson said, "Would you like to test that internet troll trash in court?" And I came back with a slam dunk. I said, "Oh, absolutely, Billy. I have your Florida court records, your real name changes, the plethora of companies taking tax-free donations. Some of them you appeared to solicit even after they lost their tax-free status. The sleazy bikini basketball league, stolen identity, and if I remember correctly, stolen mail. Are you going to sue me like the guy who hosted a debate that obliterated your remaining credibility? Are you going to show up at my house in the middle of the night threatening a lawsuit on Doorcam? I'm surprised you haven't surprised you have any money left to even threaten me with a lawsuit, considering how bad you got trashed in that debate. Just like everybody else, you love a court of law. Anybody who knows the real deal suddenly isn't accepted into your cult of love and light, just litigation." Whoo, I smoked Billy Carson on that one. Billy Carson, of course, never filed a lawsuit, never even responded back to my message, never said anything again, just quietly sunk back into his seat. Oh, wait, he knows what he's talking about. Oops. And then I posted his actual court records there on the Facebook page so that all the sycophants that follow him could see that he's lying about that too. So anyway, to the question, I don't think anybody else is necessarily on the same path as David per se. People that I know anyway, that I'm aware of. Maybe that's a better question to ask Mr. Cambion or to ask the guys at Hips. I don't know anybody else personally because I don't really follow. Contrary to popular belief, I don't really follow anybody else like this. Anyway, let's go to, Ambergeddon is here on the line. And as I bring up that line, let me put it in the chat one more time really fast. If you want to call in, there's like 14 minutes left. Call in, tell me I'm wrong, tell me I'm right, tell me something else. It is, it's all you as a listener. It's all open. Say whatever you want. If you disagree, whatever. Let's go to Amber really quick. Amber, thank you for calling in, I believe from Florida tonight. How are you?
I'm well, Ryan. How are you doing? Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you well. And under the circumstances, I am well. How are you? And what are your thoughts?
Well, I've been melancholy the last couple of days because I don't understand why it hit me hard to have this happen. And I know it hit a lot of us hard. Last night in the Hips Discord, we did a watch party with David's last stream, just so we could see the signs, if there were anything that we missed, what led up to happening on Monday. Because it was like, what, 21 hours since he ended the stream on Sunday that he did this. And so we're trying to just piece together what happened after that stream ended to where he got so disparaged that he had to do this to himself, And, we'd go into his chat and we would, I guess you want to say troll him, but we were not really trolling. We were asking honest questions. We were trying to make him see, what was going on, how bad he was, trying to wake him up and wake up his followers. We were trying to stop the grift with some of the people too, and I really got him good the stream before last. I came up with a screen name and he ended up reading it on live stream, and then it ended up messing his computer up because I ended up having to send a $5 super chat and asked him a question about the Stavati lawsuit, the settlement conference that's coming up. I asked if my $5 was going to help pay for the lawyer for Stavati, and it kind of threw him off. And I kind of felt bad for doing that after this happened, but I want to mention that I recently seen Spooky, one of Steven's He doesn't stuff.
Yeah, I know. I know Spooky too, and I apologize actually to Spooky because I didn't mention him tonight. But he's shared a lot of things that I've maybe referenced tonight as well. So shout out to Spooky. Go ahead, Amber.
Spooky posted on HIP's Discord and in Truth Seekers Discord. And I wasn't aware of this. I knew he died, but Don Elkins, who was responsible for the Law of One, apparently killed himself after a 6-hour standoff with the police.
When did that happen?
I'm not sure. I can screenshot it and I can say it's like a newspaper clipping. I can screenshot it and send it to you in your email. But I was not aware of that happening. So
Let's see if I can find. Oh, it looks like this was like 15 years ago, 2011.
well, he died in the 80s.
Oh, I thought. Oh, that must have been a more recent story about that. So he died in the 80s. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Don Elkins died shortly after the Law of One came out. I'm just the irony that he shot himself.
Interesting.
And then David, you know what I mean? David was such a advocate of the Law of One in all of his streams. And it's just, the kind of how things go full circle.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I showed it earlier that the Law of One, the thing that whatever it was that they were talking to, said that it was not of the love and light. And
Right.
in fact, the way that it presented itself, I don't know, Amber, if you heard the show I did on the Law of One. I think I might have done 2 episodes. If you actually read it, it sounds like the Borg. It sounds like something malicious, not something that's benevolent.
Yeah, no, it doesn't sound anything that is benevolent. And I've read the first 2 books and they kind of just, yeah, I had a hard time with it, and a lot of people that I had come across when I was doing the new age stuff or, oh, the Law of One changed my life. And I'm reading it and I'm like, how does this change your life? A lot of it didn't make any sense to me. And
No, it's like incoherent rambling.
yeah, it definitely.
So, but are you suggesting or maybe alluding to that maybe David, through his obsession with the Law of One, just like the guy that one of the people that were responsible for the Law of One, that maybe whatever it was that they were talking to or thinking they were talking to, that it drove them crazy and that they took their lives? Is that kind of what you're alluding to? There's a connection there?
Not intentionally, but as the way you put it now, thinking about it, yeah, I very well possibly could be some kind of a negative entity. I believe that there's negative entities out there, and I believe something overtook them.
Well, it's
People.
I don't know if you've ever seen this on my show. I'll show people on the video stream here. I'm sure a lot of people do know who this is. This is a demon by the name of Belphegor. And I had joked about this before on my show, but Belphegor in Colin de Plancy's dictionary, I mean, this is like my proverbial bread and butter. This is like my area of expertise. Belphegor is a demon. If you look at him, he's sitting on a toilet and he literally asks for sacrifices in the form of urine and feces. And I said it in one of David's live streams once too. I said, and I've been banned from that forever. But I said, like, David, whatever you're talking to that's telling you to pee in the bathtub and lay in it, that is something that literally the demon Belphegor asks his followers to do. And I've said it for a long time after that to other people that if David's talking to anything, if he actually is, he might be talking to something that's actually pretty evil, pretty wicked. He might be talking to for all intents and purposes, a demon that wants him to bathe in bodily excrement. That is something that's impure. That's not something an archangel would, especially Michael, would tell you to do. So maybe he was talking to something, or he was hearing these voices, or it's part of the self in some way, and that is what led to him making that decision on top of the money. It's just something to think about because no archangel is telling you to bathe in your own urine.
No, that nothing benevolent or if that's any good would do that. And that makes complete sense to me that that's probably who he was quote unquote channeling.
That's the
And
conclusion that I came to. If he was talking to anybody, that might have been what it was. Yes.
and I'm
Who
very
it
sad.
was, what it was.
I'm very sad that he had to take this route. Again, like all of you and Cambion and the Hips Boys, and even us who are followers of all three of your channels, we all felt the same way, hoping he would come to a road of redemption. And unfortunate, it didn't happen, and it's unfortunate he couldn't seek the help that he really needed.
I know that's how I feel. That's how anybody that you're referencing, I know that's how they feel. I've talked to everybody, including Mr. Cambion last night, and I've been talking to Perry on and off since it happened, and I know that's how we all feel. I mean, that's what we've said on our shows, even. And I mean, how do you feel about? So you just expressed how you feel about David, but how do you feel about the people that are some of these videos I played tonight? People that did or didn't know him, just totally exploiting his death for their own whacked out conspiracies.
It's extremely disturbing. They're disturbed people. You guys have done nothing but bring facts and receipts. There's proof. And then the thing with the police report, they completely are ignoring it. They're completely unhinged. And it solidifies what I believe about the mental illness epidemic in this country. And it is rampant, and it's really rampant in the New Age spiritual community. And if there's anybody in the chat that is a part of that and are trolling us tonight, you can go GFY yourselves, because it's ridiculous. The poor man had suffered a mental illness, and none of you were willing to step up and point it out and try to get him help. And none of these so-called friends of his have tried to do anything for him except for grift off of his death. Again, one of his biggest skeptics, John, went to his place and set up a roadside memorial out of the kindness of his heart, because he did care about David.
Hundreds and hundreds of dollars he's probably spent on gas, and I know he spent on the flowers and all that, and because he actually cared. And he even said in that video, if you go watch it, I played some of it earlier, he said that if David had come to him and asked him about Stavati, he said he would have given David stuff that he never gave any of us. He would have given him all the research and shown him what Stavati really was. Of course, I think maybe David's pride got to him and he wouldn't acknowledge that he'd been duped. But I feel the same way you do, Amber, obviously. And the fact that there are so many people that clearly didn't even know David that are picking this story up. I mean, it's gone mainstream news, so that's probably part of the reason. And it shows you, you're right, there is a mental health crisis in our country. And I think it's another show, it's multifaceted. But part of that mental health crisis comes from these communities. And whether it's a chicken or egg type of a thing, but it comes from these communities. It comes from the love and light, no negativity, everything's great. Anybody who says, hey, you should maybe change your life and do something a little different, they're trolls and they're government agents and we should report them to the police. And it's a mental illness. And it is, go ahead.
It's toxic positivity, which
Toxic positivity, yes.
And I mean, I got caught up in that myself, trying to be positive constantly. But I had to start getting a grip and going, I don't always feel positive and I can't pretend. And that's what they do. They put on the mask and pretend to be positive all the time. And again, just like David, they're dying inside.
Yep. His family knew it. We knew it. Maybe I think he knew it too. I mean, very clearly he was aware of his own problems, but he knew that he was very aware that he was on his last string.
You could see it. You could see it in his eyes. You could really see it. And it was really sad. The last stream that we watched, you could see it. And
yeah.
I wish his family nothing but love and peace. And, through this time, and I know it's got to be really hard for them. And I'm sure that they're feeling a lot of guilt at this moment for not doing more or feeling that they could have done more. And my heart breaks for his family for that.
Yeah, I expressed that same sentiment earlier. Amber, we're out of time. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Ryan. Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I wanted to read something here. I have a dictionary of angels, which, I mean, I should have sent David a copy of this. I paid like $5 for this, or $7 for this at a Nexus in Tucson, my friend's bookstore. And it says this of Michael. It says, Michael ranks as the greatest of all angels. He is chief of the order of virtues, chief of archangels, Prince of the Presence, Angel of Repentance, Righteousness, Mercy, and Sanctification. If David was actually talking to the Archangel Michael would not have told him to bathe in piss. The Archangel Michael would not have told him to bathe in urine and then abandon him, which is, according to David Wilcock, what the Archangel Michael did. He just stopped talking to him like Chris Beskar did. Maybe David was actually talking to something. I've said it before. We just talked about it a moment ago with Amber. He might have been talking to something pretty demonic. And whatever you might think of those types of things, that is ultimately the kind of arena that you enter when you are in this ufological, let's summon alien, let's summon things we don't understand kind of world. You have no idea what you're talking about, no idea what, like protocols are for something like that. Like the ESETI stuff and James Gilliland and people, I don't have an issue with him necessarily like I do Stephen Greer, but these kinds of people, they're like, oh, just summon the aliens, just talk to random spirits. Who cares? We don't know what we're talking to. It said it's the Archangel Michael, so I'm sure that it is. It's a perversion of the Archangel Michael. It's probably Belphegor. Maybe another reason David was living in such filth in his home. But we generally, I feel the same way Amber just explained. And I really hope that you've enjoyed the show tonight as much as you can enjoy it. Remember, if you're listening to this show and you hear some advertisements in the free archive, you can listen to the ad-free archive without ads if you subscribe at thesecretteachings.info, or you can listen and watch this entire show on YouTube for free. Please share the show. It's, 5 hours of facts as opposed to 30-second clips of schizophrenia, paranoia, delusion, and a bunch of other words that I would need to build my vocabulary to be able to recite in order. If you're interested in the Secret Teachings, Monday through Friday, we'll actually be back live on this platform Friday evening for a different show, completely different, having nothing to do with David, nothing to do with any of these other people. I think that you will enjoy tomorrow's show. I think I put together a pretty interesting broadcast. But usually we don't have a video show. It's just a special thing for listeners because listeners do things like buy books that I've written, or they subscribe to the ad-free show archive, or they, once in a while, will send us a donation through Buy Me a Coffee or Cash App. And I don't even really ask for those things. You haven't heard me do that one time tonight. I don't think I've mentioned it at all tonight in 5 hours. I don't even take super chats. So if you would like to support the show, please consider doing so. At the very least, leave the show a review on Apple. That would be really, really helpful. I had, I don't know how many thousands or maybe tens of thousands of reviews before, but we lost the account through some it wasn't an attack. It was just like a technical issue. So we had to restart that account on Apple for the show. But anyway, I will say goodbye to you tonight, and I will also put some of these here. I'll put the comments back on the, here we go. I'll put the comments back on the page here, so you can, or the screen rather, so you can see it. And thank you for listening, and say truly that I wish David Wilcock's soul, and I didn't say that incorrectly, Cox as in like his soul, not K-O or C-O-X rather. But I wish David Wilcock's soul rest in peace, and nobody can rip him off anymore. Chris Beskar, you can't rip him off anymore. You can't get any more money. I'm sure you woke up horrified. Oh my God, he died. My cash cow died. Corey Good, you can try to rip him off, in the afterlife, but guess what? We're on to you. We know who you are. And even people that love David and hate us, they hate you. They don't like you, Corey. You're a bad person, period. Guess you can't rip him off anymore. Looks like you're going to have to get, like, I don't know, a real job or something. Maybe. If we do this really quick, I see Nate in the chat. Nate, really, really fast, do you have a quick comment? If you can unmute your mic, sir. You have a quick comment to add to the show tonight.
What's up, Brian?
Hey, Nate. I've only maybe like a minute. If you can throw a comment in real fast.
What's up, Brian?
Oh, I got a delay. You're gonna have.
We're gonna make it quick. Okay.
Whole thing. All right. Looks like we're having technical difficulties there. I'm sorry, Nate. I will talk to you off the air, and for everybody else in the chat, I will say goodbye here and put your comments up on the screen. If you have anything else you'd like to add, I will put as many comments on the screen as I can as we wind the show down. I did not take too many comments from the chat tonight because I wanted to make this a presentation show. A lot of people are going to watch this. A lot of people already are watching it. And a lot of people are going to be sharing this, I'm sure, all over the internet. So please, and thank you, continue to support this show. And thank you for listening to this show tonight. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. And I say in good faith, as humble as I can be, rest in peace, David Wilcock. Tonight I've attempted to defend some part of him, at least in context with me laughing about his stuff over the years. I've tried to defend him from the posthumous conspiracies that are just repulsive. I mean, I think the worst one is definitely the woman saying she's channeling David and he's there with her right now. I mean, that is just unreal. But I mean, that's par for the course. And ultimately, I think David probably would maybe honestly want it that way in the end. Have a great night. I will talk to you on the next broadcast, Monday through Friday. Also, for the record, for those of you maybe just finding us and saying, well, this guy doesn't have any following on YouTube or X, that's because we had accounts for 16 years have been shadow banned and or banned from those accounts. And so we have to keep recreating them. If you're finding us and you're listening for the first time, I think that you might actually really enjoy the show if you take a listen to our other episodes. A lot of wacky stuff, too. You might actually really enjoy it and think otherwise of me if you didn't like the show tonight. All right, have a good one. Stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy. I'll talk to you in the next broadcast. Bye-bye.